Ain't accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
For the second season in a row, the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA kicks off in the land of the rising sun. Last time it was Motegi, this time it'll be Fuji as IVRA takes on its first ever race at this facility. It kicks off 4,200 kilometres of racing across the season, which is up by 600 kilometres from last season. We only have 700 kilometre races this time around. This will be one of them, 154 laps around this amazing circuit. It'll be a very interesting one indeed. My name's Ewan O'Leary. Nolan Rempel is alongside me, as is Lorenzo Bonda. Nolan, very much looking forward to getting a new season underway at a new circuit for IVRA. We've never been here before. It's a trip into the unknown for everybody.
Oh, it certainly is, and that's how you know that this season opener is definitely going to be a barn burner. It is a very long race, 154 laps for 700 kilometers. That's plenty of time for these drivers to grow more and more accustomed to this circuit and hopefully bring up some good battles by the very end of this race. It's also one of the longer tracks IVRA has gone to, of course, sporting one of the longest straights that IVRA has ever seen as well. And this one, right into an incredibly hard braking zone. Turn one, definitely going to be a spot to watch out for here tonight.
It will be long time for these drivers and teams to get ready for the format and get their head around this. This is the event format that we have here for today. In just 2 and a bit minutes time, we'll be getting qualifying underway with TCR first of all, then Sport, which is GT4 cars in case you don't know, and the Cup Qualifying, which is Porsche Cup cars. All of those sessions going on for 15 minutes. Then we've got a bit of a warm-up session. Hopefully we'll be able to tell you a little bit about the changes in regulations that we've had over the course of the off-season in there, and then we will have the 154 lap race that at its maximum will take 6 hours. We calculated earlier on behind the scenes though that it's more likely to be, if it stays green the whole way, about 4 hours 20, just under 4 hours and a half. But let's see just how long this one takes this afternoon. Also, of course, let's take a look at those car classes. There's different selections, of course, not in the Cup category, that's just the Porsche Cup cars. In Sport, these are the GT4s, the Aston Martin, which has not been overly popular in the selection choice, McLaren, the Mercedes, which has probably been the most popular, and the Porsche, which was most popular last season, has taken a bit of a hit in popularity, it has to be said. They're very much down towards the bottom of that now. And in TCR, the Audi was the only choice last time around. Now we've got the Honda and the Veloster as well to contend with. The Audi, in which case, not selected all that much, neither has the Honda. It really has been about the Veloster in pre-qualifying so far. That has been the car to have. Let's take a look as well at the schedule that we've got for this season. All 700 kilometre races this time, and we're going to some interesting circuits that you might not see in the GT Sprint Series, you might not see in the Endurance Series because they don't really suit that kind of racing, but they maybe will suit us here in ClubSport a little bit better. Starting off at Fuji, going to Interlagos for the first time in a while in just over a month. That's the only 2 races in 2022. We'll be kicking off the season very early in 23 at Imola, then a couple of American races at Mid-Ohio and Barber. Then we have Suzuka to round off the season at the end of April. So it's an interesting schedule indeed, and circuits that you wouldn't maybe see in the other categories. A lot to look forward to, Lorenzo, over the course of the next few months, ending towards the late part of April. We're just about to get qualifying underway for the first round of the season, and there's certainly a lot to look forward to for all of these teams.
Absolutely, Ewan, and it's a great pleasure to be commentating this series once more. And the interesting thing is kind of like we start in Japan and we end in Japan. So we start in Fuji, which is the newest brand track in iRacing in terms of Japanese tracks, and we ended up in what is actually the longest track in the season, which is Suzuka, and a highly technical track. Both tracks are highly technical, but I think one thing we're going to see definitely over here, specifically Fuji, is how they play the fuel strat, because of course it isn't the 100% fuel. It's slightly reduced for the ClubSport series to try to even out a little bit in terms of how you go into the distance. So the strategy over here, how you save fuel maybe in the front straight and also into sector 1 and 2, is going to be very interesting.
Certainly is. It's going to be very exciting indeed. We've got TCR qualifying underway, and it's very much a new look TCR Field to what we saw last season with the all Audis. Now it has very much changed. We have got reigning champions team Huisingveld back once again in the 2-4-8 car. They'll be very much ones to watch. Sven Glatzer will be opening out for them in the Veloster. There's a number of other familiar faces as well. Last season, of course, Huisingveld took it from 2 Impulse Racing team cars. Quite a few points between them in the end. And then we got Full Send Racing in 4th and 5th place in those standings. All 3 of those teams very much here once again, and are going to be contending here once again. If you think back, Nolan, to this time last year, TCR in iRacing looked very, very different indeed, and so it's expected really that this field in IVRA now looks very, very different to what we saw last season.
Every single season we get to the HyperX ClubSport series presented by IVRA, you know that there's going to be some major shakeups in the field. It is so common to see, and sure enough, we are seeing just that here today as drivers get set to put down their first qualifying laps. A couple of slower cars getting kind of checked up and in the way as they tried to allow drivers to get through, and in fact, I think one lap just got invalidated due to a bit of contact at the back. Looks like Jamie Lopez Prieto, though, for Sim Racing Pro will be the first driver to put down the benchmark time of the 2:43 Hyundai Veloster. That will clock in to be a time of 1:56.769 for Alpinestars Geodesic Racing. Medici Racing, though, quickly besting that in their own Hyundai.
Absolutely, Medici with Tim Matzke driving at the moment, setting the pace by just half a second, but for the most part, these teams and drivers warming the tyres. It's very busy out there at the moment. We saw this in the 24H Series Esports qualifying actually at Spa not so long ago. In the TCR category especially, the jockeying for position and the jockeying for the slipstream, Lorenzo, is very, very important. I mean, just think about the amount of time you could gain on the front straight with a bit of slipstream.
Yeah, you can gain up to 4, even 5/10 of a second, depending how close you are in the straight. And if you actually are able to follow through in the first sector, where usually the downforce is going to kick in a little bit more because you have the higher angle curves, for example, going to Coca-Cola and then heading to the 100R, it's going to be a little bit interesting because normally in these front end cars, you don't feel the aero push as much as you probably would feel in a rear wheel drive car or a 4-wheel drive car, or even an open wheeler. So it's going to be a little bit interesting how you navigate with TCRs, where I know of course the wear on the front end is going to kick in a little bit more than usual because you are on the draft and everything, and also because of Japanese rubber, which is infamous for killing the tires. So it's going to be quite interesting how you basically with these 2 first fast laps you navigate them properly.
Absolutely, going to be very interesting to see the times over the line once again here right now as they make their way towards on board right now with the 2:43 of Jamie Lopez Prieto over the line. What's the time going to be? Second place by the looks of things for now, although going to be pushed back quite a few places as Matzke goes once again quicker in the Medici Racing 278. A couple of tenths of a second quicker, and the only the only driver indeed to get into the 2-minute 49s, which seems to be the magic number for now. At the moment, Impulse Racing pushing them closest in the 222. Christopher M's only 7 thousandths away from that one at the moment. Brabham Esports with their 2 Audis, with their 2 Velocitas have been able to get inside the top 5 as well, although they get pushed back by Impulse Racing. We're very much seeing similar to what we saw last season, it has to be said, although maybe it is a bit of a surprise to see, Nolan, that the reigning champions Huizenveld are not even in the top 5, barely in the top 10.
You have to wonder if potentially some of that good old BOP is having anything to do with that at the moment, as we'll continue to monitor their progress throughout qualifying. Of course, they are part of this really big pack at the moment, so they might just be getting checked up by all this lap traffic. It would not surprise me. You've got sometimes, even as far back, it's been about 7.7 seconds off, and that is with one of the full send cars that is in this grouping. So it's just so difficult to be able to try to work your way up through this field, but so far they're doing a good job. The top 11 out of a total of 16 touring cars separated by under a second. Still waiting on fiercely forward at Ingersoll Rand to get themselves sorted in 15th and 16th place at the bottom of the boards. Now Ale G. Torres for Ingersoll Rand TCR for the 234 Hyundai Veloster will lead the way, and we'll try to put down a lap this time around as we fly underneath the Advent Yokohama signboards, as it'll be past pit entry to the start-finish line. What will the lap be for the 234 machine? A 150.517. That'll be good enough for 8th place. Meanwhile, Medici Racing extends their gap at the front. Still the only team to hit that 149.
Well, it's just changed there with Impulse Racing, and Christopher Ems has come over the line. He has got into the 149s now, finally, although it's still not quite good enough for pole position. I have to say that on an early prediction, I do think Impulse Racing got a very good shot in this TCR Championship here this season. So it's very interesting to see how they're going to get on throughout. Yeah, for the moment, 2nd and 3rd for them, as they were in the Championship standings at the end of last season. Full Send Racing 4th in a similar way. Their other car, though, the 285, all the way down in 15th place, which is quite a long way down for them. They'll be looking to improve on that one, certainly, over the next few moments, with Mikel Garcia, who's currently at the wheel of that one. But still plenty of time. Let's not forget 15-minute qualifying sessions here in the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA. That's for all 3 categories. And Mikel Garcia has found his way to the front of the group, Lorenzo. You might think that's a disadvantage, towing the rest of the group around, but given some of the traffic we've seen so far, it might not be the worst idea to be out on your own.
No, but the thing is, the one thing he really don't want to be finding himself in is trying to race the Team Huizenveld that is right behind him, right? So unless the Team Huizenveld really find lines to try to either push you or try to go for an overtaking stance, where you can see Mikel just basically, I think, just slowing down a little bit to try to let everybody else go by and try to ride the track this time around, which is the smartest move. Let's see, Smatska is going to finish up his lap. Might be a little bit of a slight improvement, not too much here, Evan. But at the times between everybody across the board, as the SRP goes up on top, it's really, really close.
There it is. SRP Racing Team go to the front ahead of Medici Racing. That was Lopez Prieto we were just watching a little bit earlier on, only 9 thousandths of a second in that one right now, as Christopher Ems goes quicker in the 222 for Impulse Racing. He goes to the front now by 1/10 of a second. This is very, very close indeed, and this is a bit of a look, really, as Brabham Esports now go to the front by 400ths of a second. This is a look into what we're going to see in this race, surely, Nolan, because this qualifying session right now is going every which way. Medici has gone from 1st to 4th in a matter of seconds there.
And we had seen them improving so much over their last lap times consistently that we thought they were going to be the pole favorites at the moment after those first couple of laps, but very much not the case anymore. It would appear as they've once again fallen back to 4th, and now they've got a reel up a 10th and a half all of a sudden. But that being said, Tim Mansky was still quickest overall in the first sector, so he still has a chance in his Medici Racing 278 to be able to make something happen, providing he can get himself a good run in those final 2 sectors. It is really a bit of an interesting dynamic how the sectors shake up from end to end of the circuit. You know, you got Sector 1, which is basically all straight hard braking zone. Sector 2 is full of the tight sweeper, or the long sweepers, and a couple of kinks here and there. Then you've got the third and final sector, which I have heard some people compare it to that of a go-kart track because of how twisty it is, but it certainly is a fun sector at that, as Prieto trying to come across the line this time by 2:43 for the Hyundai Veloster. Will he be able to improve on his time? And does not look like he will. The Sim Racing Pro Machine improves on the time, not on the positioning though. Maniti Racing going to move up into third place by about 0.03 of a second.
Christopher M's over the line for Impulse, and that is a lap time and a half. A 1:49.4, and that is nearly 3/10 quicker than Brabham Esports. They got some tremendous help down the front straight there, and surely Brabham Esports are not going to be able to respond with this one. Jordan Bachmeier at the moment over the line. He does get a bit of a slipstream, but it won't be anywhere near what Impulse Racing got. That might be a difficult time to beat there, Lorenzo. You saw how close they were to the back of the car in front. There's almost no substitute for that when you're on your own, or even when you're at this distance in the Brabham Esports car.
No, not at all. I'm not even... To be very honest, I was slightly surprised to see them putting up that time. I thought it was going to be a little bit more closer than actually he put it up. I thought it would be like in the 0.55 or something like that instead of a 4.49, so I'm slightly surprised. But anyway, what a time from Impulse. Of course, Impulse, no pun intended, but I had to say it nevertheless, by their sister car. And the thing is that it kind of surprised me a little bit. If I recall correctly, the Brabham Esports, their car that done this lap, could have got the tow from their sister car, but they didn't want to get that instead. So, slightly surprising call from the 219 car from Brabham.
Just pulling out the way as we were on board there. That was fiercely forward, moving out in the 299, and so giving Bachmeier free rein at the final few corners, but he's going to back off. And he's going to have one last go at this. As look at this, it's so busy out there right now. Is Christopher M's going to be able to go even quicker? I'd be surprised if he can even beat his own time here at this stage. Maniti and Huysingveld just up in front of them, but for now he's the one on the top spot. Oh, he has gone faster. 0.07 of a second faster, and he has just gone that little bit quicker. Ingersoll Rand have just gone up into the top three as well, with Alegi Torres there in the 2:34. That was a very good lap time from him. Here's the 2:05. This is the other Brabham Esports car, and now maybe we could see some teamwork going on. Bit of an improvement from Harold Stadler, and he will move up to 7th place ahead of Huysingveld and Impulse. So yeah, this has been quite a remarkable qualifying session, and not very long to go now at Lowland between these guys. It's still very difficult to see Impulse being beaten from this distance.
1 minute remaining in qualifying, meaning that for a majority of these drivers, this will be their final lap. Olympus Esports has bailed out on qualifying. They'll have to settle with 13th place or lower as they have retired their car to pit road. Per IVRA regulations, once you leave the pits, you are not allowed to come back in and go back out again. You have to stay out there until you're done your qualifying run. If you go back in early, you're not allowed to go back out.
Absolutely. We're coming towards the end of that. Interesting comment in the YouTube chat, by the way, from Damien Owen Harris, who's going to be, I presume, driving for Maniti Racing at some point for the day. Look forward to seeing him in a little bit later on. Mentioning that you can lose a lot of time, while the drafting is helpful, you can lose a lot of time in the last sector being stuck behind someone. So that is something to be wary of. It's a very fine balancing act that Jordan Bachmeier is trying to get right now. I think even then he might well struggle to overhaul Impulse in the 222 in these final moments here of TCR Qualifying. Come through the penultimate corner, runs over that anti-cut yellow sausage curb on the outside line, and will likely do the same at the final corner as well. There it is, nearly all four wheels over, but not quite. Gets the run onto the front straight. Is it going to be a run to take the pole? It would be a very big surprise, but you can be sure he's thrown everything at this in the final moments of TCR Qualifying. Over the line he goes, and it is a little bit quicker, and he will consolidate that outside place on the front row at least, but other than that, he's not going to be able to do it. It's going to be Christopher Ems in the 222 who's going to take this pole position surely, as everybody slows to a stop. Lorenzo, that looked pretty obvious that Impulse were going to take that one from a very long way out, and there they are. They can be very pleased with the opening moments of this ClubSport season. It's gone pretty much to plan for them so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Proving them why they're one of the favorites this season. They're always putting up really strong performances in the TCRs. They were basically dueling for championships, not only in IVRA, but also in the 24-hour series esports. So it's going to be an interesting championship with these teams now being so close to one another. And then again, as we see the G4s now come down for their qualifying, how close is it going to be between maybe the first hour between the TCR teams? Is going to be an interesting race.
There it is, there's your results. Christopher M for Impulse Racing takes it by a quarter of a second, very nearly from Brabham. Great qualifying from Ingersoll round there, and Aligi Torres to get onto the top three. Tim Masker drops to fourth with SRP Racing Team, the all-Spanish team, rounding out the top five. Howard Stadler gets Brabham Esports second, Hyundai into sixth place with Impulse in seventh, and Nima Huitzingveld, reigning champions, down in eighth. Full Send Racing round out the top 10 with ninth and 10th positions. Interesting to see they've gone for two different manufacturers there, but either way, RSR by Bookkicker have gone for 11th position, Big One Club in 12th, Fiercely Forward 13th with Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing and Sam Please 14th. Then it's Olympus Esports and Tri Racing, the only two Audis in the field, on the back row together. So there's your 16 car TCR grid. We've still got a whopping 39 cars to get through though, because it is a huge entry list for the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA here this season. Pre-qualifying was as competitive as ever, and the reserve list of those who didn't qualify is quite a staggering entry list for some series. Certainly it's a very, very nicely formed 55 that we have on the grid here for 700 kilometers of racing at Fuji, and already the GT4s make their way out there right now and getting their qualifying underway. But Nolan, it's no less busy than it was in the TCRs. In fact, it's probably more busy.
I think more busy is pretty accurate on that one. You have over 20 cars in your sport field here today, and among them you've got TJ Young and the 102. Of course, Young, one of those drivers that is running under the Fiercely Forward GT banners, and currently you're going to have a lot of drivers that are going to be looking to head the way up in front, and heck, he's even got a couple of guys battling for positions up in front of him. That is a Mackenzie Currents in the SimCity Racing Mercedes, and he nearly collides at the side of him as he got passed by Jacob O'Reilly and the Archer Brothers Porsche. So I have a feeling Young's not going to be terribly happy with that one, but good news is he's still got plenty of other laps left to try to get that qualified ever done. Heading up this field is Isaac Barclay in the Sapphire Simsport Alpha Mercedes AMG, and he'll be looking to see if he can set that benchmark time good enough for pole.
Absolutely. He's the one leading us around at the moment. But TJ Young, the man we're on board with, part of Fiercely Forward, the reigning champions of the GT4 Championship. This is not the reigning champions car, I suppose. The 101 will take that for Fiercely Forward. But it's interesting to see that two different teams from the same team are running two separate manufacturers of car. You don't see that happen very often. But Fiercely Forward have elected to go for that. We're obviously on board with the Mercedes 102 now. The 101 is in a Porsche Cayman that we saw so much of during 2021-22 in the ClubSport season. So it was a victorious one for them in the end, and they actually clinched it with still half of the final race at the Red Bull Ring to go. 167 points was their advantage by the end of the season. It was absolutely remarkable. We've had a spin for Impulse, by the way, so after pole in TCR. It's not gone off to the best start here in sport, but let's see how the reigning champions get off to a start here as the drivers begin to come across the line. Talk Freak Racing are the ones immediately setting the mark, but that is going to be quickly eclipsed by RSR, by Bookkicker and Michal Limon, who's now up towards the front. Don't think we have a lap time for the 101, and we don't indeed over that first particular occasion. But GT4 qualifying very much underway here, Lorenzo, and I mean, it's just as close as what we saw in TCR as we watch the tricky final sector.
Yeah, as we're going to see Sven try to go for the brake, and the car just gets really loose because you're trying to actually navigate into not only the elevation changes and also quick sweeping bends, and where you kind of have to brake in the entry of the curve. So you as soon as you're making the curve, you have to brake it as well and kind of carry the speed through. So I'm not surprised the Impulse car had a little bit of a spin over there. Of course, it's going to dampen the performance a little bit, but they still have a lot of time to navigate over here in qualifying, and as a team that we shouldn't be surprised if you try to get any top 6 times here on the board.
So at the moment, it's the 127 of Michal Limon for our sideline book kicker, a Czech driver in an otherwise American team, setting the pace right now by not a big margin at all to Team Huisingveld, who are spreading their resources a little bit more than they did last season. I think they only ran the TCR for the most part in the last season, but they're starting to eye up some of the other divisions. They've also got an entry into the GT Sprint Series as well that will be starting up in 2 weeks' time on Sunday on RaceSpotTV. So make sure you catch that one. The previous champions of that series back a good couple of seasons ago now, but very much experienced in multiple categories of cars as they're trying to demonstrate here this afternoon in ClubSport qualifying up towards the line, and some improvements as well, most notably from Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, who were briefly into the top three, but it didn't last very long. It all changes up towards the front as Ingersoll Rand's amazing qualifying continues here with the pole position for now. Huisingveld get back to third, still behind RSR though, but Ingersoll Rand and Nolan are having the most amazing qualifying session here so far. Top three in TCR, and now they're provisional pole here as well.
That was the 154 Mercedes-AMG GT4 that just put down that flying lap, currently up by just half a tenth of a second. And about another half a tenth back is Timo Huisingveld here. Top three separated by less than a tenth, 97 thousandths to be exact. Separate your top three, which really just goes to show just how competitive the HyperX ClubSport field is, which is honestly what you'll love to see. So often in endurance races, it is so easy to see, teams locking out gas by over a second alone in qualified, and then taking that gap and just running away with it in the race. It's so refreshing though to be able to come into a series like this and see all the times being as close as they are. It really does make this one of, in my opinion, and this is an opinion I've held from the first race I've ever called for ClubSport, one of the most exciting endurance series that you could possibly find out there.
It has been a good qualifying so far in TCR. We're building up to a nice finale as well in sport. The Archer brothers in making a move into this series as well here this season with Jacob O'Reilly. Top five for them right now as we've got some pit stops here. We might well do. Some others, just, like the officially forward 102 there, deciding not to pit. You can come back out again, by the way, if you do make at least if you drive into pit lane. You can't go back out again if you escape back to pit lane. That's not allowed, but if you want to continue, you can drive down pit lane, and that's what a lot of these teams are deciding to do, Lorenzo. So interesting to see that in TCR we didn't see that, but in sport we are seeing, and in the Cup category a little bit later on, we may see some pit stops during qualifying as well. It's an interesting strategy game that you've got to do.
Yeah, because in TCRs what happens is as soon as the car gets lighter, and the build up on the rear tires to the front end tires, the proportions are kind of like a little bit of in an optimal state. You can actually get some faster laps. That's why we were seeing it wasn't the first, second, or the third lap on some of the TCRs that we were seeing were being the faster laps. They were actually the fourth, maybe the fifth lap, good and ongoing, is depending how you take care of the tires. We see Michal Limon for the RSR by butt kicker. I think the interesting thing is, like you said, the strategy over here is going to be basically 2 fast laps in the GT4s, come back to the pits, because after that it's going to be really hard for you to actually do an optimal lap with the tires being burned down, Japanese rubber and everything. P Cup is going to be, I think, more interesting in my opinion, because you might not even get 2 laps. You might only have 1 lap, go to the pit lane, out lap, then a fast lap, then come to the in lap once again.
Yeah, that's a much different way of thinking once again, which is what makes it so interesting with the different categories, as we now have a new fastest time. Michal Limon does go that little bit quicker with a 45.6, just a tenth and a half better off than Ingersoll in that second place. HPDS Academy, by the way, as well, with a nice lap time there with Beckham Jasir in that Mercedes. So Mercedes 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. Then McLaren, Porsche rounding out your top 6. Aston Martin's way down at the moment, I'm afraid. The best performing Aston right now, it belongs to German Sim Racing. They're all the way down in 17th position. But I did suspect this based on what we saw in pre-qualifying. I think 5 or 6 Aston Martins failed to make it in based on pre-qualifying, which I think says a fair amount about the state of that GT4 at the moment. Not the most competitive of them, although they have, German Sim Racing have just gotten up into 11th position. So that is a pretty big improvement from them. There is the HBDS Academy Mercedes we haven't seen very much of so far. And it very much seems, Nolan, that this is the car to have around here.
And the Mercedes definitely is the most popular of the GT4s at the moment in your sport field. It is also the newest car. This Mercedes-AMG was just released, I believe now 2 builds ago. Might have even been just this past build, if memory is serving me correctly on this one. So you know that it's going to be a very popular car. It is new, and boy, it is fun, and it sounds nice. So many of the cars, you know, they have a bit more of a whine and a buzz to them, but the Mercedes, they just growl away just like their GT3 counterparts, and that's one of the things about why I love these cars personally. But I imagine from the looks of things, these guys like it just because it is quick as you can believe, as the Mercedes have currently locked out the front 2 rows.
Absolutely, very good qualifying from them so far, as there's the 115 making its way, well, not to the pit lane in the end. The Archer brothers go past pit lane. Not entirely sure what the rules are around that white line going in here at Fuji, because it is a contentious issue and it changes series to series, so we'll find out as the day goes on. But we're on board now with 5-Star Motorsport, another AMG inside the top 10 for 5-Star. This is Austin Herford in this car. The man from Norway, alongside 4 other teammates, by the way. A lot of resources for these guys. Maximilian Fritz, one of his teammates as well. Rune Janssens. This is a relatively strong team for 5-Star Motorsport. Best performance last season in IVRA was second in the HyperX GT Sprint Series, which was very good from them, but weren't really able to get anywhere near Maniti on that occasion, who really dominated that championship. We'll see though, 7th position for Austin right now, making its way through the final sector. Not long to go now, though, Lorenzo, and it very much seems that with the lack of improvements we've seen in recent laps, that these teams are starting to find their limit, really, in terms of what pace.
Yeah, because I think it's more tricky for you to do a fast lap over here, especially in the transition from the second sector to the last sector. And Austin Herford just in a very nifty and complicated spot to try to allow the hardpoint by Delta Sport Academy car going through. And I think I saw maybe one more. I just couldn't see the team. It might have been the team Hoisingfeld just going through. But yeah, it's just streaky, man. If it is hard on the TCRs, especially on Sector 3, I think this bumps up the difficulty a little bit, because you have so many different lanes you can get stuck in. You just can see how stuck you can get on Sector 3 if you don't pick the right lane.
Out of the final corner for the Sol McLaren inside the top 10. This is Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. We're down in 4th place at the end of last season. And Justin Rowe makes his way into the pit lane. That might be the end of his session, actually, at this well, there probably is time to go out again, but it's going to be pretty close for him. Not too much time remaining, really, as we go back to Alejandro Castanera in the Ingersoll Rand 134. A great start to qualifying for Ingersoll in that Mercedes. Another team with actually 6 drivers at their disposal. Castanera being one of them. You can't imagine they'll go through all 6 in one race, but over the course of the season, they may need those. They may need those resources. So let's see. Through 100R, the exceptionally long right-hander really takes a toll on your front right, and then just cut back to the right-hand side to really open out what is turn 4. Excuse me, what is turn 5, and then that run. Even though there are a couple of bends, it is basically a straight down towards Dunlop Corner and turn 10, which is one of those other braking zones at Nolan that you just might be able to have a look in.
You can have a look into it, but boy, it is going to be a risky one at that, with how much that chicane switches back on itself. You have to get a good run out of the hairpin and down through 300R at turn 9 to be able to have a realistic chance. And of course, as many drivers will say, just forget about it up through that 3rd and final sector. Nets Corner and Panasonic are, you know, a couple of those more famous corners as well that drivers have tried time and time again to throw one up the inside, but it's just so difficult when you're in such a slow speed section. It can help you for the leader, though, to kind of take advantage of that dirty air that these corners could generate and try to get yourself a far enough gap up, but you can't be attacked down into Daichi, the corner down at turn number 1. But with the feeling, I have a feeling that's going to be something that especially the touring car drivers are going to be much more concerned about, considering they're going to be almost topping out all the way down that front straightaway. Remember the races at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya? It's going to be the same story here with this really long front straightaway.
Yeah, there are a couple of parallels, I suppose, you could draw to Barcelona, despite the fact it's a maybe slightly higher speed circuit. The long front straight is certainly a constant for both of them. But that's pretty much the end of sport qualifying. The GT4s will make their way to pit lane, and those top orders have really not changed very much in those final few moments. From quite far out, we knew what the pole sitter was going to be. We certainly don't know in the Cup category. Here's the sports results, though. Michal Limon taking the pole for RSR by bookkicker. Ingersoll Rand in second place. HPTS Academy will be sharing with Team Huisingveld on row 2. Just Payments Esports will be running out the top 5 ahead of the Archer Brothers. 5-Star Motorsport with Øystein Hedgefield will be in 7th. That is Sven Group for Impulse. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, the second of the McLarens, in 9th with SRN. Motorsports rounding out the top 10. The first of the Aston Martins will be 11th ahead of Eclipse Racing Team. Then it will be fiercely forward down there in 13th position. Hujas will be in 14th with Sven Demel. Safar Simsport will be 15th ahead of Antti Saliman in the Torque Freak Mercedes. SRN's McLaren will be in 17th ahead of SimCity Racing. Fiercely forward, reigning champions in the 101 Porsche will be 19th ahead of the Hujas 138. And then the one final German sim racing Aston Martin rounding off the 21 car grid. Very impressive though, Lorenzo. Just look at how far German sim racing were off in 21st position. 1.0 seconds. Absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, very remarkable indeed. You know, it just proves how prepared they are for this season. You know, it's kind of like a high quality number of GT4s. We're gonna be talking about more about the classes later, because we talked about the 24 esports series and how close now IVRA and the 24 esports have gotten. I think the level of both leagues, especially this one in ClubSport, kind of increased up a little bit. So it's I think we are in for a treat this season in terms of quality of racing, and I can't wait to see now with these pickups around the track, which I know it's a very difficult track for you to lap on around these cars clean, trust me.
It is very tricky indeed. By the way, the race starting in just over half an hour's time, and so there's plenty of time after this qualifying session for us to go through some of the changes, some of the rule changes that have been going on in the off-season. Plenty of things for us to update you on, but just look at the jockeying for position right now. We're following SimCity Racing, who were leading around. They didn't want to tow everyone over the line though, and so they drop into 4th. This is Dalton Zavadil in that 71, and just look at the traffic right now. We're in the slipstream. We're on board in car right now with the 71, about to take a bit of a look at this Fuji circuit. It's very, very busy indeed. Down towards turn number 1, possibly the best overtaking opportunity on this circuit, you could argue. Braking late, and the brake's not fantastic on these cars for what they are especially, so there is certainly chance and room to manoeuvre there. Getting on the power as wide as possible, and they're not really thinking about turn 2 at all. Because it is just a kink in the straight. Turn 3 needs maximum commitment, trying to get as close to that bollard on the left-hand side without running too far wide either. And then the very frustratingly long 100R, 100R being a reference to the degree radius of the corner, of course. And then down towards turn number 5, which is pretty important, as it sets our run all the way down towards turn number 10, which is the next braking zone. Down at the bottom of the hill here, going downhill as well, which doesn't make your braking any easier here. It leads itself up into a very tight chicane, Nolan, that really sets the tone for the rest of the lap, really.
An incredibly tight chicane that immediately switches back on itself. So if you think you've thrown one up the inside, you have that pass secured, think again. Your opponent's still probably going to be just over on the left-hand side, looking to battle back through the inside of what would then be turn 11. Now we throw our way up towards Panasonic Corner. It is a very difficult corner. It is over the top of a crest, and it is a tightly radius corner with an incredibly late apex. You can get a great run down that front straightaway. It is a real test of driver there on that one. One by one, drivers will now start to take their way across the line. Benchmark set by Niels van Handel in the number 33 car. That would be for Trek Esports setting a 139, but immediately ATR's Esports make that RPC Esports go into the top of the boards with a 139.522. That is about 0.239 of a second up from Beniti Racing, so it's just up under a quarter of a second that RPC Esports has pulled clear. But ATR's Esports in the 912 wants to get close as well. They pull within a tenth and a half of the 139.6.
Nice opening lap time there from RPC Esports, and Joe Vega Godestad there in the 31. Fifth place last season was RPC Esports in the overall standings. Of course, everybody in the trial of Pure Sims Esports, who unfortunately have not returned to the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA for this season. Miguel Vigo was a stalwart of this series last time out, but won't be improving on that lap time with a big slide through turn 5. They look to improve on their second place that they managed to get last season. Geodesic just pulling out the way now to let a few others through, setting themselves up for a bit of a better lap time later on. But it's RPC Esports leading at the moment, ahead of our ATRS Esports, Beniti Racing, the other ATRS car, and then it's Geodesic to round out the top 5. All very close, of course. 1 second separating the top 14. We've got a pretty similar story to what we had in Sport, particularly, where things were very, very close. Is Beniti and Kevin Tavares making his way around the final corner, trying to get that late apex, as late of an apex as possible. But I think you're right, Lorenzo. You suspected that it's going to be out lap, flying lap, in lap, and that seems to be the pattern that a lot of these teams are going for.
Yeah, because you really don't get a good performance on the tire on the second lap. It's only if it is on a track that is very fast flowing and doesn't have a lot of high radius curves. In Fuji, you have not only the 100R, you have all sector number 3, you also have the hairpin in turn number 1, which kind of, if you lock up your brakes, you already kill a little bit of the momentum and also heat up the performance in the tires. Well, not the tires, but you heat up the temperature of the tires. Makes it a little bit more difficult for you to cool down during the lap. And that's why it makes it a little bit more difficult. And I think, in my opinion, it's the standard that it's kind of like we're seeing at Pesk. Because of the Porsche Esports, of course, you get the 1 lap, but talking with drivers, it's very hard for you to get a very fast second lap that kind of matches the pace of the first lap or even does better. So that's why this standard now is kind of like set nowadays.
Couple of improvements on the second lap there, although it's unclear whether those teams actually did do a flying first lap and whether they have just done a first lap a little bit later, if you see what I mean. Lipa Esports 3rd place, getting up foot 2 for them. Impulse Racing also improved, dropped to 9th though with a couple of other improvements. For the most part though, everybody's staying where they are. We're following Kevin Crosney in the 87 right now. This is just Payment Black Dog at the 87. They're making their way towards the pit lane though. And so that'll be a few moments until we can see them back out there again. And hopefully, for their sake, improving. But for the most part, 18 teams have been able to get a good lap in, and that is it makes up the 18 cars on this grid, of course. I'll say that Orion Race Team in the 44 haven't really got a competitive lap there with Mike Dam in 18. He's 4.3 seconds off of the pace. And so pretty difficult to see that being the standard for them. RPC Esports, though, come out the final corner right now. Joe Vega Godestad makes his way to the pit lane. It's been a pretty successful opening run for them with the pole position to start off this season. However, there's still more than 7 minutes for them to protect that one. Nearly half of this session remaining for them to protect that lead. So everybody just warming up at the moment, Nolan, and then they'll be able to get their way on towards another flying lap. But even with these pit stops, it's not really separated the field out very much. Everybody's still very worried about where they are in the train.
In particular, I was noticing Visual Esports was really battling it out of the moment with Sabeld Esports. Both drivers trying to get on the biases. Neither of them wanted to lead the train, and eventually WS Racing Esports, driven by Philip Hammer, the 23 car, decided, all right, you know what, if you're not going to do it, I guess I'll do it, as he swept past both of them and now leads the train. Swinging out wide, though, is going to be that of the Visceral Esports number 97 car, as looks like got a bit unsettled by one of the cars that braked a bit late. It would have been RPC Esports your current provisional pole sit in 31. That might have surprised 97 with where they exited the pits. So they're not going to be having a comparable lap time here for this one in their number 71 car. You ride on board at the moment with Niels van Handel at the moment at the number 33 as he continues to work his way through. He currently sits 8th place in the Trek Esports Porsche 911 Cup car, sitting right behind Philip Hammer, the WS Race Esports, and Philip Hammer jumps over the curbs and going to get really unsettled there. That's going to be a botched lap then for the 23.
It is, and they might well just get in the way of Niels van Handel here. Let's see. Hammer does indeed pull to the right-hand side, and Trek Esports will be able to complete this lap. Hopefully, it'll be a good one as well. 8th place for them as things stand. Only 4 tenths away from pole, though, so it's not too much of an improvement needed here. At the final corner and onto the very long start-finish line. Remains to be seen if this is going to be an improvement at all. Just snuck into the 39s with the last lap. Be hoping for a bit better this time. It is a bit better, nearly 2 tenths better off, and it allows to get them into 4th position. But you can imagine, Lorenzo, we're going to see a lot more of those improvements over the next few moments. Kevin Tavares might well be one of them.
Well, the one thing I can take away is that I think Niels is going to be satisfied with his lap, and Kevin is going to be slightly dissatisfied because the margin, I think, is just around the thousands of seconds, right? Because their time on the scoring sheet is basically the same, but it's like the 4th and the 5th house of seconds also matters here in night racing. But yeah, man, it's so complicated for you to get a really good lap around here, and as we see Gabriel Streitmayer trying to do his lap with the Lifer Esports. One thing you were talking about not giving the toe, right, in the final sector. I think Nolan was talking about it as well. I don't think the toe matters over here way too much because the Porsche is more of a more complicated car for you to navigate, especially going to the first 2 sectors. That if you botch it up any of the first 2 sectors, kind of like you have to abort your lap of sort. It's kind of very hard for you to recover after one botch. So it's kind of like picking your numbers is very complicated. So being the guy in the front, not having any toe whatsoever, might be even good for you at a certain perspective, because you don't have the pressure of trying to have a guy behind you. If you just botch it up, go and just go to the side and let somebody else take the lead and go back to the pit lane and reset it all over again.
Here's Ollie Peacock in the number 13. It was a great start to this session for ATRS Esports, but that's not a good start for. Could have been a Ryan maybe. It's Hellraiser, excuse me, and in that number 29, not a good lap for them, and that's going to have to be a trip back to pit lane as well. There'll be damage there. Ollie Peacock can't seem to improve here either. We're not seeing very many improvements at all, actually. The opening lap times seem to be the ones here in this session. Liper Esports weren't able to improve that time with Gabriel Streitmatter, who his last lap time was. Well, he backed off a little bit during his last run, so maybe this will be the chance, but there's less than 3 minutes to go here now, Nolan. Not much time and barely any improvements going around.
Not a whole lot of improvements, and I think part of that might have to do with some of that traffic that we've been seeing so far throughout the course of the qualifying session here. It has not been an easy task for these guys to work their way through, and even on these outlaps, you've still got people, still dicing and weaving back and forth, slamming on the brakes, because again, nobody wants to lead this train. Unlike in your sport and TCR classes, that toe is massive for these cars down that pit straightaway, so nobody's going to want to be the one in front, because they want to be that driver that's going to be getting all the advantage instead of the one that is giving such an advantage. Here's the number 92 car, currently sits in 3rd as he works his way through the final series of corners here. He is a bit slower, though. Looks like he's going to be wanting to pull the pit road this time around, as the 87 is rapidly closed up for just behind him, and coming across the line this time by going to be Mario Volt at the moment, and that will be no improvements for the number 15. Same story with Kevin Tavares in the 78 right behind him.
Well, not many improvements at all here. Final moments of qualifying coming up very soon, and RPC Esports at the moment look like they're going to take pole in the 31. A great opening lap from Joe Vegard Goddestad. Looks like may well have gotten pole for this team. Let's see though. They get a bit of slipstream from SimCity Racing in the 71, who are currently down in 12th place. But what's Goddestad going to be able to do here over the line? It is a very slight improvement, SimCity Racing also improved actually to 9th place, but Joe Vegard Goddestad might well have just sealed pole for RPC Esports with a 1:39.5. It was only 12 thousandths, or 12 hundredths quicker, sorry. 12 thousandths, I was right the first time. But it may well just be enough. Kevin Tavares into the final couple of corners with the two ATRS Esports Porsches just up in front, helping each other out by the looks of things, putting all their eggs into the number 12 basket, I would imagine, at this stage, just to try and get that little bit closer to pole position, or maybe they'll accept a front row start. Let's see. Tavares out the final corner is going to benefit from this as well. He's very much in rain for a bit of slipstream right now. Is it going to be what he needs? 2.5 tenths is the margin he has to Goddestad up front, over the line. Oh, it is enough. Kevin Tavares may well just have done enough. It's not quite enough. It's enough for the front row, but Tavares does improve finally. He did get that little bit of slipstream. That helping hand has just pushed him onto the front row. That might well be it from there. ATRS look like they might well try and respond a little bit later. As Kevin Crosney also comes over the line, he won't be able to improve once again. It looks like Lorenzo RPC Esports may well have just done this. Even Kevin Tavares couldn't quite get really near to him.
Yeah, he managed to get it in the bag. Nice lap from Tavares, but I think it would have taken something extra. Maybe I think the first sector from Kevin might have been a little bit cleaner, or very massive improvement down into the entry of the hairpin that leads kind of into the second sector, and that transition as well. It's very hard for you to nail the perfect lap around here, especially when you have the toes. So regardless, really good lap by of course the Green Army is going to appreciate that lap a little bit for them to be in the front row, but again, it's a very long race, as we see also Track Esports with a very absolutely blistering time, on the nick of time to put P3 here even.
I think Ollie Peacock just backing off a little bit for ATRS. What about the 12 though? Going to have a bit of slipstream from Hell Racers here. Is the best position car still on a lap here? Let's see if there's going to be improvements for either of them. Hell Racers as well, who need to lift themselves off the bottom of the order. Oh, it's an improvement for the 12, but not quite enough. Despotakis has got up into the front row, so Maniti pushed back to third. But still, with 78 thousandths to spare, Joe Vegard Goddestad has taken pole position for RPC Esports. That will be the end of qualifying. Once again, the field separated by a second, remarkably. And RPC Esports on top of everyone right now. 5th place in the standings last season. Still just searching for that race win. 1 podium last season as well at Road Atlanta. But it's a great start to season 2022-23 with a pole position here at Fuji Speedway in the Porsche Cup Qualifying. Great lap from Goddestad, that all-Norwegian team, getting off to a great start here at Fuji as we prepare in just a few moments' time for the 700-kilometre race. It's RPC Esports who will be leading us away, though, ahead of ATRS, who gave it a good go towards the end but couldn't quite get there. Maniti and Trek Esports will be sharing row 2, with Lipa Esports running out the top 3. Another ATRS Esports car inside the top 6 with Ollie Peacock. Then it'll be Aztec Sim Sports Visceral, 3rd place in the standings last season, at 7th in this qualifying session. Geodesic a little bit quiet there, 8th place in this session. SimCity Racing's first qualifying session in their IVRA history has got them to 9th place, with Impulse Racing rounding out the top 10. All of those teams separated by less than half a second. Just Payment Esports and Kevin Crosney will be in 11th, ahead of Kairos Esports. Then it'll be the other Aztec Sim Sports Visceral with Robin Norberg in the 13th position. a bit of a surprise to see him so far down. Servo Esports 14th, ahead of Orion Race Team 15th. WS Racing Esports with Philip Hammer in 16th, ahead of Mike Dam for Orion. And Hell Racers are in the 18th and last position in that Porsche Cup category. 3 very close qualifying sessions there, Nolan, it has to be said. Warm-up just beginning now. Race coming not too long afterwards. It's going to be a very close race by the looks of that.
And I think that is one thing that all of these drivers are very happy to see, because you all know that if the race is close, it's going to be fun, both for the spectators and for the drivers. Because I've even heard it say from a lot of drivers, winning is fun, but it's no fun when it's handed to you on a silver platter. These guys love to be able to work for it, and work for it they are going to have to here tonight.
Just coming up to 11 a.m. in Sim right now, 32 degrees Celsius on the track, not too bad at all. So we'll see what strategical openings that does indeed open for the teams and drivers. This race won't continue on until darkness, by the way. It might get a little bit darker, but it's not going to get dark throughout this one, you'd be glad to know. Unlike what we saw at Motegi for the opener last season, where I'm pretty sure it was running in entire darkness, actually. But this time around, it should be in the sunlight, at least warm-up is. For now. A couple of things to run through while we go through warm-up right now. We'll mention a few of the changes in the regulations. I think one of the most major ones, though, and one of the biggest talking points prior to this season, though, is the fact that in each 3 of these categories for the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA here this season, the top 2 at the end of the championship will get an automatic entry to next season's 24H Esports Championship, which will be going on for next season. So if you get yourself into the top 2 in each 3 of these categories, then you can make yourself to that prestigious series without going through the pre-qualifying dramas or not. That's a big incentive, Lorenzo, as if winning the championship itself wasn't enough of an incentive. Getting into the top 2 get you a very good place and a guaranteed entry into 24H Series Esports next season.
Yeah, that's why I said that the championship level, I think, would increase a little bit. You have teams that can contend in every single category specifically. You know, you have teams in the P Cup that are very good, as you see the Alpine Geodesic, Hyundai Veloster, and TCR standing in the pit lane. The 262, very good looking car, by the way. But it's gonna bring something extra, I think, this season for you to be that top 2. You not only you need consistency, you're gonna need something that is gonna be absurdly marvelous during the middle portion of the season, where you have those shorter tracks like Mid-Ohio, for example, that you might have to pull an extra punch on the competition for you to make it out in the end and try to close it out in Suzuka. So good luck to all the teams, promising to be a really interesting season in the next few months.
There's a couple more changes to run through as well, other than trying to pick out the least minor changes, I suppose. In terms of pre-qualifying for this series this season, we had any entry who was starting all of the races last season got an automatic entry into this season for the most part, bypassing pre-qualifying, so that was helpful for them. A couple of new cars on the list as well this season. We've already talked about a little bit. The Mercedes obviously has been added to GT4 since the last ClubSport season started, so that's been added to this one as well. The Aston Martin is here now as well, that wasn't previously. We've got obviously the new TCRs in the form of the Honda and the Veloster as well to contend with, which is good to see. Those on the grid. We've got a returning point structure for what we saw last season. It's very similar. Last season, some of the races were 400 kilometres and there weren't points at half distance at those races. However, because every race is a 700 kilometre this time, that means that every race at the halfway stage, so 77 laps into this race, and then whatever the halfway stage for all the races is, that means that is a half points section in the race. So at that stage in the race, half points are awarded based on the positions in the field. So that's something to look out for throughout the races as well, because they're very important to look through when you're eventually seeing how the championship standings have ended up that way. And remains to be seen. I spoke about this a little bit last season, actually, Nolan, but remains to be seen how seriously these teams are going to actually take those half points at the halfway mark, because there's a train of thought that, you know, thinks, well, they should just focus on the end of the race really and trying to get to there as quickly as possible. But after all, there are quite a lot of points available at the halfway stage, and it's going to come down to fine margins, so you're not going to want to miss out on them. So it's very difficult to know whether to go for them or not.
Well, I can say for certainty that a lot of these teams are going to be focusing up on those points at halfway, solely because we have seen championships decided based off of those in the past. They really, really do matter. You can get yourself a boatload of points. It is worth remembering that while, yes, in some classes you get 100 points for a race win, if you get 50 points by halfway already, that alone is going to be massive. You're going to need to get all the points you can get if you want to get yourselves with a solid run here in the HyperX ClubSport series, especially with how tight of a field it is. Those halfway points, they could be the key to winning or losing a championship.
After all, Aztec SimSports Volante were only, now called, of course, Aztec SimSports Visceral, they were only 16 points off the title in the Porsche Cup category last season, and they were in third. So it's very, very close indeed, and every single point is going to matter. We also have the safety cars returning here this season. Things working a little bit differently in IVRA this season. In both the Endurance Series and the ClubSport Series, now there's a class split. So in the Endurance Series that will be kicking off in next weekend, or 2 weekends' time, can't remember, I think it's 2 weekends, we will see the LMP2s go to the front of the field and get split from the rest. In the ClubSport Series today, we will be seeing the Porsche Cup cars get put to the front of the field so that we don't have complete pandemonium on the start. The TCRs and Sport category cars will stay mixed, but the Porsche Cup cars are going to be set ahead of the rest. And you get the feeling, Lorenzo, with 55 car entries now, IVRA is not getting any smaller in terms of entries. It's probably the sensible thing to do.
No, absolutely. I think you said that it's not going to slow down. I think just because not only have the environment of, you know, the admin is always getting contact, always being active to people, always trying to troubleshoot the problems of the teams and everything. So having this proximity of the organizers, and also the level of racing has kind of like bumped up a little bit more than usual. And having this proximity now with Neo in the 24 hours east, where just seeing an issue down at the Dunlop chicane, that was kind of a little bit funny on my local screen. But having all these issues, not these issues, but all these topics brought up in point, makes the series grow stronger, and it's gonna pick up more and more traction as the years go by. So let's see. Who knows next year how many teams are gonna try to sign up, and I think we had multiple divisions, if I remember correctly, for the sprint series. But I really want to see, who knows, a real good coverage from all teams in all series as well. Maybe multiple divisions on the ClubSport and Endurance series as well.
It's exciting times at the moment for IVRA, certainly. Weekend off next weekend, but we're returning with an IVRA Endurance Series race and a GT Sprint Series race as well on the last weekend of October, both broadcast live and all the way through here on RaceSpotTV, so make sure you tune into that. And the next HyperX ClubSport Series race by IVRA is coming up at the mid part of November, on the 19th of November. So that will be one to watch as well. That's the 700 kilometers of Interlagos, and that's the final ClubSport race of 2022. I want to go back to this race a little bit more though, because we're building up now towards the end of warm-up and the start of the formation lap coming up in just over 5 minutes time or so. We've got different strategy options here very much, Lorenzo. How though does the fact that this race is running to a certain amount of laps compared to a certain amount of time change thinking for these teams and drivers? Because it's not very often that the top category of car gets to know exactly how many laps their endurance race is going to be.
Yeah, I think the fact that we have laps, and just to bring it up to everybody, is about 154 laps that we have to do around Fuji. You can kind of like count it backwards. You know how much fuel over the top you need to get every single stint that you go on. But the thing is, you still have that yellow flag effect that in the safety car procedure that can come at any single time throughout the race. So the interesting aspect is if we go all the way green, I think this counting down and how well you can play with the numbers, especially in the middle part, is going to be a little bit more interesting to break down than usual. So I can't wait to see how the race goes by, because once these cars pick up traffic, especially the P Cup, pick up the mixed traffic of TCRs and also the GT4s, I think this where action is really going to pick up in terms of strategies. If you can really be effective on the fuel, how much you can clutch it in the car to try to save maybe a 0.2, 0.3 liters of fuel as laps goes on. So it's going to be interesting, but I don't know how long is that actually is going to take until we finally reach our first mixed traffic moment.
Absolutely. I mean, the gap not huge with regards to gap between the fastest Porsche Cup cars and the fastest TCRs. It's only about 10 seconds. The lap around here about 100 seconds, so 10 laps or so. Just a little bit more than 15 minutes, possibly. Not entirely sure though. It remains to be seen. We're going to split the classes as well a little bit in terms of the start, so it will get strung out, and maybe it'll be a little bit less than 10 laps before we start seeing the first trip through lap traffic. But that is going to be where the interest is. We are though getting forward from qualifying, from warm-up into the race, and before that we'll go through the starting grid. It will be Joe Vega got to start after a great qualifying lap on pole. ATR Esports alongside him, with Maniti Racing and Trek Esports sharing row 2. Lipa Esports will be in running out that top 5, with the second, the ATR Esports cars inside the top 6. Good qualifying from that team. S-Stock Simsports Visceral will be 7th, ahead of Geodesic in 8th. SimCity Racing's first qualifying went pretty well. They're 9th, ahead of Impulse. And then it will be Kevin Crosney in the 87, followed by Kairos Esports in 12th position. Aztec Simsports Visceral with Robin Norberg in that 13th place, and a Sebelt Esports Orion Race Team with their first of their 2 cars in 15th. Philip Hammer will be alongside him in 16th, with Mike Dam 17th. Then it'll be Hell Racers rounding out the 18-car Cup category. Sport will be led ahead by Michal Limon in the RSL by Bookkicker car. Ingersoll Rand will be in 2nd place out of HBDS Academy. Team Hoisingville round out an all-Mercedes top 4. Then it will be Daniel Muff and Jacob O'Reilly rounding out the top 6. Then 5-Star Motorsport and Impulse on the next row. Geodesic and Hugh Jas rounding out the top 10. SRN Motorsports missing out on the top 10 there in 11th, ahead of the first of the Aston Martins in 12th for German Sim Racing. Eclipse Racing Team will be 13th, ahead of Fiercely Forward. Then it'll be Sapphire Simsport in their Mercedes alongside Talk Freak Racing. SRN Motorsports and SimCity Racing will be on the 9th row of this sport category. Then it will be the reigning champions in 19th, ahead of Fujas running out the top 20. German Sim Racing and SRN Motorsports round out that grid. Then it'll be TCR, Impulse and Brabham on the front row, with Ingersoll Rand in 3rd, Maniti 4th, ahead of SRP Racing Team, and Brabham Esports with 2 cars inside the top 6. Then in that 7th position, it's going to be Jason Landry of Impulse Racing. Team Hoisenberg 8th, ahead of Full Send Racing, locking out row 5 to round out the top 10. RSR by Bookkicker will be 11th, ahead of Big One Club in 12th. And then down in 13th position, we'll have Fiercely Forward. Alpine Stars Geodesic with Sam Please in 14th, ahead of Olympus Esports, and Tri Racing rounding out an all Audi back row for this grid. There it is, the huge 55 entries for the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA here in season 2022-23. It's a huge grid to rattle off, Lorenzo, and it's going to be a huge grid to try and get through Turn 1 as well, which might be the most heads-up Turn 1 we've got all year.
To say the very least, right? I think one of the things I think Japanese like to do is their big braking zone and a very tricky curve for you to try to navigate. We do that in Suzuka. We're going to do that actually in Suzuka in the final round of the season. That happens in Okayama. That also happens in Motegi, where you have like an open hairpin, and also you have also open hairpin, which is more tighter than usual. So it's going to be interesting which cars are going to be aggressive from the get-go, try to break turn number 1, and try to go for position already on the early moments. Ewan, real quick. I know that's your cue, but I want to do it for my cue. Who wins?
Who wins? I've got no idea, to be honest. It is very difficult to pick. What about you?
Okay, I really don't want to pick Maniti, because if I pick Maniti, I'm probably going to do the Maniti curse that I usually do historically. I'm going to say Alpine Sergio Desic. Don't cut him out. That P8, I think, fools a lot of people.
I think it's a very underwhelming by their standards, but they've got something in the bag there down at Geodesic. And let's not forget the season that they had last season in second place, taking 2 race wins to bookend seasons as well. They won the opener after all last season, so who knows how it's going to go this time. Either way, the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA is set to get underway. IVRA's first ever race at Fuji Speedway, 700 kilometers, 154 laps. And RPC Esports with the Dream Star. Pole position for them. And Joe Vego Godestad has allowed him to lead the drivers up towards the start finish line. Ready for the start of this race. He goes early. Green flag is waving. The HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA is underway for 2022 and 23. Godestad with a great start, and he protects the inside line towards turn 1 as well, with 3 wide in the background for second, with Maniti Racing getting a great start on the inside line in towards turn 1, and they will hold second place through that turn. We've got a spinner in the background. One of the Mercedes from the sport category has gone off, flashing the lights already. It looks like everybody else has gotten away cleanly. Down towards turn number 1 they go. Still Mercedes mobbing the front of the field everywhere in that category. It's been a very clean start there, with HBDS Academy getting up into second place ahead of Ingersoll Rand, who were on that front row. In the TCR category, it's Impulse who are going to lead them away off of the start. Ingersoll Rand trying to get through there. Brabham not with a great start, and they're going to get swallowed through the middle of that group a little bit. Side by side between everybody, but Maniti swing around the outside for second, maybe, although Ingersoll hold that position on the inside line. They do indeed hold it and will remain second ahead of Maniti. Then it'll be Brabham down in 4th place, but not a good start from everybody, excuse me. Lap 1 of 54 underway here, Lorenzo, and it looks like for the most part we've had a clean start.
Yeah, we hadn't had a flashy start or a very convoluted start to any of the classes, so that's really good to see. You know, just car trying to follow up the train and trying not to lose a lot of time. As we see, I think one of the fiercely forward cars, the Porsche, spun around that Dunlop chicane.
The other fiercely forward car was the one that went around on the front straight, so it's a disastrous start for the reigning champions of the sport category, as everybody weaves to try and break the slipstream down the home straight, over the line for the first time in anger, and down towards turn 1 again, side by side between SimCity Racing and Deutsche Payment Esports. And SimCity Racing just going to get absolutely mugged on the inside line by the looks of things. A few trickle down the inside. Kairos Esports follow through. It looks like Sabelt Esports are not too far away from following through as well, but down just outside the top 10. But for the most part, it's been clean in the Porsche Cup category. The GT4s have come unstuck just a little bit. Geodesic looked down the inside towards turn 5, and so does Sabelt. It's a bit of a dive, but SimCity Racing saw it coming and will give the room. It's always a risky one, Lorenzo, at turn 5. It does open itself up quite nicely, but if you get it wrong, you're going straight into the side of the car you're battling with.
Oh yeah, and you lose time in the process, as we're probably seeing over here with the Lifer car, and also looks like to be the Deutsche Payment. No, not the Deutsche Payment, but excuse me. But it's so tricky, the SRN car, so it's so tricky for you to make overtakes in this track, because if you don't commit to the overtake immediately, as we're gonna look on the replay, see what happened with that is a hard hit. Looks like from the German Sim Racing SMR, yeah, it was, and hit on the boxer engine of the Porsche. We know that it's mid-rear engine, so I don't know if there's going to be damage to the rear end of the car, but the one area for the Porsche really don't have any sort of damage is on the rear end.
Absolutely. Oh, and on the front. I suppose you want to avoid that as well, really. But yeah, just a bit of a stack up, a concertina effect that ended up with Fiercely Forward going around. That was the reigning champion, Porsche Cayman, that's all the way down now in last place in the sport category. You can imagine German Sim Racing feeling pretty bad about that, and they've actually got a bit of damage because they're the first team down pit lane this season. I say that. Well, yeah, they are. Tri-Racing also in, for whatever reason, from TCR. This is a replay of what happened to the other Fiercely Forward. They're leaving a bit of a gap open up front, then there's a bit of a slow up. Oh dear, and they've got a pretty big right to be really angry about that, Lorenzo, because it was the car behind them trying to anticipate the launch, and they go straight into the back of Fiercely Forward, who surely that's going to be a penalty.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Trying to jump the starter over there where it's already very convoluted between the cars. It's really tricky for you to try to do something. I don't understand why you try to jump that early on. Just wait until the lead car goes out, and just because you're trying to take advantage, it simply doesn't say it's going to work towards your fashion. I didn't like that one bit.
No, not good at all. And yeah, a shame for Fiercely Forward, who have found themselves quite so far down here in this opening moments of the race. RSR by Kicker have converted a pole position to an early lead, as have all pole sitters in all three categories now at this point. Been a nice start as we got side by side for second. Lightfoot Esports trying to take that one away from Kevin Tavares and Maniti. That's up in the Porsche Cup category, and that is done. Lightfoot Esports up to second place. Nice pass from them after maybe an underwhelming qualifying from Gabio Strikematter, but he's having a good start to this race with a 1:40.6 on that last lap. Very quick. So second now for Lightfoot here, Lorenzo, and now they can go about maybe giving RPC Esports a hard time.
Yeah, but let's see if they can actually give him a hard time, because I think Kevin might be able to try to fight back in a lap or two. Let's see how the run goes out into 300R, going into the Dunlop chicane. Let's see how Sector 3 starts for Maniti, because if he gets really close, I would say right about 0.3 of a second to... I would say we have to be 0.3 of a second. 0.4 of a second is already out of contention. You're going to see the overtake on the inside for the Liper team. Not too much of a fight from Kevin. He's trying to still stay side by side, but the Kevin just playing the smart game over here. Just lean back with the paddle a little bit and just let him go through. As you're also seeing action on the TCRs, because I will see Ingersoll and Maniti try to switch places on the front straight, as Ale Torres now has the upper edge on Timatska.
It is an early stage in the race, probably for fighting it out that much, as we do indeed go back to TCR. Impulse Racing in danger of being let go entirely here from the slipstream as the five behind begin to fight, and that of course includes another of the Impulse cars making its way down the inside into turn 5. Skates in on the brakes. That's on the SRP Racing team, who hold on to 5th place in the end, but that was a first real look in that group there from Impulse on the Spanish team just up in front. There they are, make their way down towards turn 10 and the Dunlop corner. Big braking zone, a chance maybe for a move, but not on this occasion for these teams. TCR staying very close though between everybody, which is good to see here, Lorenzo, really, but it's what happens generally in TCR. It's quite difficult to get away, and that's why it's such a danger that Impulse Racing have nearly got a second. Yeah,
absolutely, and it is quite normal for us to see this kind of the train of cars trying to follow one another within the draft. The only kind of interesting thing is that you said it, Impulse 1.2 seconds away from Ingersoll Rand, but even then now that gap is going to close down a little bit. There will be a little bit of a snaking around from the Impulse 222 to try to break the toe of the Ingersoll car, but if the Ingersoll does that, you can see Team Matska on the outside. Here we go, side by side here even for turn number 1 overtake. Let's see if Maniti does it.
He's got his nose in front on the way in. Torres not looking to give that one up immediately though, and side by side between the two with the inside line, he's going to hold on there, so the battle continues, the gap continues to extend, and Brabham Esports may be showing signs of frustration as well. Ingersoll Rand are not being able to back up their qualifying pace right now. It's not too far behind this. The lead changes overall. Lightfoot Esports up towards the front. RPC Esports have been displaced. It's been a very good opening start for Leipert in the number 92. They qualified down in 5th. They're all the way up to 1st already in this race, and we've got a few car lengths in a matter of moments.
My only question is if that kind of aggression, and remember what I was saying, we could see some aggression early on in the race, maybe try to make up a few spots and try to break away, try to go for a different mindset of a strategy in comparison to maybe other teams. But again, you have 154 laps. You can count them down as long as you need. You have 70% fuel capacity on these Cup cars. They're not going to make it on the hour, so you have to count them out of kind of like with a very small margin of error of how many laps extra you can actually do on the fuel gauge. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if teams like, for example, Maniti, RPC letting go, and also the Apex Tech cars are playing more conservative, maybe within this first 3 stints, or you can actually have that fat you can burn during the other stints. Maybe one stint you can actually go more aggressive than usual, and then make those overtakes as the race goes by.
And now the race begins to change, because at the end of lap 6, we're at the back of lapped traffic. This is partly because obviously of the class split. It means that TCR start a good deal amount of time after the Cup cars, and it means they get there a bit quicker. Of course, the field gets strung out as well, and so it's not taken us very long at all, about 10 minutes to see lap traffic, and already the first lap car causing arguably problems for the Cup cars. Leipert Esports choosing the wrong way. RPC down the inside into turn 3, but they won't go for it there. And then they feed into 100R. Kevin Tavares watches on from behind from 3rd place as they pass the Olympus Esports Audi. Down the inside they go. That just shows you one lapped car there, Lorenzo, nearly changed the leader of this race. That's how much it can affect. Just imagine what's going to happen when they get to the main pack here.
Yeah, especially, and like I said, these cars, they have a difference in speed and things like that. But of course, imagine if once they get into the mixed field, you know, GT4s and TCRs combined, if there's still this train of cars, right? But there's already a little bit of a breakaway between the cars. Let's just, for example, I was looking over here that the gap between the Maniti car and the Apex Tech has increased up nearly a full second, just because of where you're catching the traffic, as now things are going to get more convoluted. Look, there's a straight, there's a Bradley car right there, but now everything's going to get slightly interesting, because they're not going to catch them at the end of turn number 1 here. They're going to catch them maybe going to Coca-Cola turn number 3, and then things get more scary, to put it mildly, over here.
It will certainly get scary, even to watch. Goodness knows what it's going to be like to drive in this right now. The top 5 certainly breaking away, though, in the Porsche Cup category. For the overall lead of the race, there's a couple of looks to the inside. There's all kind of weaving in the background as well, but the main train of the TCRs is just up in front. You can just see towards the top of that camera shot. This goes all the way up to now Tim Matska in 2nd place. It was Ingersoll Rand. Now Abhijit Torres has lost a few places, and he's down to 5th, which is not a big surprise. There's Harold Stadler. He is at the back of this train. He's going to be the first to have to negotiate being overtaken by these drivers. There's a look from Leipert, but no dive. And it's just typical that at this busiest stage of the race so far, we're going to see the tightest corners on the circuit have to be negotiated by these teams. Outside line for the Cup cars. Oh, and the leader goes off. The leader gets things wrong and the braking goes off. So Joveg Gudestad retakes the lead. Leipert will have to go around the chicane, and they'll drop to 5th, or maybe even lower than that. They do drop outside the top 5. The leader gets things wrong, and Joveg Gudestad retakes the lead.
Good to know our reactions are in sync. Jesus. What a save from Leipert, though.
Well, at least it didn't end up with a crash, I suppose. Oh, was there a touch there? Was there a touch there?
There was.
I think Leipert realised that they were going to slam straight into the TCR field, and so decided, instead of that, I'll go off and sacrifice my own race a little bit there, as the TCRs are allowing the Cup cars to go through the middle a little bit there, but that first run through traffic with Jason Landry now at the front of that little bit of a train has allowed a top two to get away of Joe Vigo Goddestad and Kevin Tavares. But it does bring question marks with the RPC Esports 31 because they may well receive a penalty for that if race control do deem that contact to be their fault. This is the angle from Leipert. It looks like it from that angle. I know we're not looking backwards to actual contact being made, but just looking at the behaviour of that car, that wasn't a sudden snapping as we've got a car off at 100R.
That's Miguel Vigo, that's the Alpine TCR Geodesic car. So Mike Kurz has already passed it on to the Geodesic Porsche team. Just right in the middle of the track, going out of the 300R, looks like, no, you said 100R, yeah, correct. Just the angle was a little weird for me. But anyway, I really want to look on the replay because that looked like it was slightly assisted.
Now that's SRP Racing Team on the inside line. Vigo's on the outside, and there's a bit of bit of previous here. One of the Brabham Esports TCRs is off, and Kairos, I think that was us, that got involved with another TCR. I think there's more to unpick in that story than we were immediately let on there because, yeah, there was all sorts going on. But these are the dangers of multi-class traffic. I was talking actually with Nolan just before this race started. We were saying this track is so long and so wide that traffic and safety cars may not be a problem, but maybe we'll have to reevaluate just a little bit.
Nope, not at all. Because you have the radius of the corners over here, they're not like 90 degrees. I think the only 90 degrees corner you kind of have is maybe the last corner in the Dunlop chicane, so it's kind of like very complicated for you to try to navigate. As I'm seeing Sin City Racing in the pit lane, one of the first few cars, looks like they got a penalty of sorts.
Yeah. Penalty box, of course, is where you have to serve these penalties. Oh dear.
It missed the stall.
Well, that's yeah, quite a big miss of the box there from them, and they've had to reverse back in. It's not a great start to their opening, their first ever IVRA race. The TCRs are still embedded within Porsche Cup traffic. That's Hell Racers, I think, making their way through, and just in the background there. And this is the Kairos car that I think made contact with another TCR, almost in sympathy to Miguel Vigo going around for Geodesic. So not sure what happened to make that happen, but either way, it was all a bit chaotic. TCR has now got a 2.5 second gap at the front with Jason Landry and Tim Matska for Impulse and Maniti giving chase in a little duo. The rest of them a little bit further behind. The first run through traffic has very much spread apart this field as we're about to get a bit more of the story here in TCR. Trek Esports making it free wide into turn 3. That's what made the contact for Brabham Esports. That sent them wide. They come back on into Geodesic, and that's what sends Miguel Vigo around.
Yeah. It's those complicated things. You have to pick up your corners appropriately. And I was kind of expecting this kind of danger to happen, to be very honest with you, Ian, because, again, you don't have 90-degree radius in the corners or something that is more manageable for you to go into these cars. There's a difference in downforce. If it was a GT3, maybe this would have been played out a little bit different, but that corner number 2 is so tricky for to navigate. So going 3 wide over there, I expected someone to be the odd man out, so not surprised for Brabham to go off the track, but the rejoin, that could have been handled a little bit better, but nothing to do over there, of course. I think that was a race incident in my point of view.
Yeah, it was, I would agree. Just the dangers going 3 wide into turn 3, really. There is Kairos, who are having a bit of a battle towards the lower part of the Cup field right now. They're just behind Philip Hammer in the WS Racing Esports Porsche. Philip Hammer, by the way, an absolutely unbelievable Skip Barber driver. Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually know he drove much else, but there we are. He's no newbie to iRacing. As we go back to the sport field, Eclipse have gotten in front of SRN Motorsports. Jason Gerrard has had a nice start to this race, up to 8th place from outside of the top 10 in that Mercedes. And now he's all over the back of Chris Wally in the number 150. Although the top 6, sorry, are very much fighting between themselves, getting away from the rest. The GT, as down the inside goes Impulse into 8th place. The Sport Field, the GT4 Field, very much uninterrupted so far, and so we've got a nice race going on here, but the lap traffic is about to interrupt all of that, Lorenzo, over the next few moments. It can't be far away.
No, it can't be far away. I would estimate, just to see where the last car in the first car in GT4 Field is, and where I'm just picking where RPC is. So RPC is just coming into the hairpin, going to the 300R. So I would expect maybe in the next maybe 3-4 laps to catch them up that kind of field. So I wouldn't be surprised if something happens. And then it gets more complicated, you know, because now you're gonna have to deal with cars that are kind of limited in downforce, much more than the TCRs at a certain point of view. But now you have that pickup, which doesn't handle as nimbly as the GT3 does. So we can expect maybe an incident over here. I just hope it isn't dramatic stuff moving forward.
Let's hope not. It was very dramatic for Lipa Esports. This car in your view right now, down towards turn number 10, got tapped, we think, ever so slightly by RPC Esports. That sent them off down at the hairpin. We have, by the way, had a penalty maybe for one of the cars for an incident so far in the race. It's the 222 Impulse car, currently in the lead of TCR. I believe we've had possibly a penalty already, although I'm not entirely sure. Slightly confusing for the moment. We'll try and get on top of those, and especially that one with RPC Esports, which we believe that may get reported at some point. And of course for Fiercely Forward off of the start, which maybe will be talked about as well. They got spun around on the home straight of this race, so plenty to go through. But Nolan, it's going to be a bit of a recovery now for Lipa Esports. Got tapped towards turn 10 earlier, dropped outside the top 5 from the lead of the race, so they'll have a point to prove. And they are proving it right now with a dive down the inside at turn 5 on Impulse, round the outside for the number 15, and they're going to run side by side down towards the hairpin.
Down through 300R. Impulse Racing trying to see if they can hold firm, and in fact they will. But Lipa going to switch it back to the right-hand side. Won't risk a dive bomb, though. Down over into the chicane. It was a bold attempt, but decided to back out of that one a bit too early, I reckon, to be making moves like that so early on. But eventually, of course, they got it tapped, and they still got that back-end damage out that they were struggling as a result of that one. All on the mostly on the right rear, but a little bit on the left rear as well, that these guys are still working with. And while that damage doesn't look like much, barely perceptible on the cameras here, it is very much still going to be impacting how that car handles. These cars can be so sensitive to damage. As well as that, you've also got the fight for 18 started to pick up in the sport categories. One of the Aston Martins tries to work his way up through the field.
Plenty happening, and we are about to see the Cup cars come through on the sport category cars for the first time today. There go the top 3 through on the reigning champions of Fiercely Forward in the Porsche ATRS. Now down the inside for second. Kevin Tavares leaves them room into turn number 1. And I have a feeling here, Lorenzo, Tavares is playing one of the most conservative drives we've seen for quite a while. He seems completely unbothered anytime anyone overtakes him.
Yeah, it's that conservative game, you know, trying to work the fuel gauge, try to work also the incident limit you can get. So just try to be as safe as you can. The one thing you really don't want to damage, and I think Nolan said, this car is very sensitive on the damage model. So you really don't want to pick up a damage early on and kind of have to nurse it throughout the race and lose performance with your car. So not surprised to see Kevin just lean back a little bit and be conservative as we go through. And we also have a battle for third on the sport division as Team Boisingfeld in Lena Hartberg just trying to catch up the Spanish Spaniard of Alejandro Castañeda and on the front straight as the Snaky still goes on non-stop.
RSR have been able to get away a little bit. 1.2 seconds is the gap as we go around the final corner for the leaders in the Cup category. For the leaders in sport, it's down towards the hairpin at turn number 1. Slipstream here for ATR Esports. Maybe they'll try and go from third to first in a matter of 2 laps. It's Antonis Despotakis who is at the wheel. Did qualify that car into second. Now he's returned to second after a poor start. He's looking up the inside. RPC Esports don't want to give him that one right now, but he's going to take it from them. ATR Esports going to dive down the inside towards turn number 1, Lola, and we've got a new race leader.
Indeed, we do have a brand new race leader as ATRS is up and past RPC. So the battles continue to shake on up. 15 laps deep into a 154 lap race, and Joe Goderstad still trying to close into the back end of Antonis Despotakis, but he's got to now struggle with all of this sport traffic just up the road. This is going to get dicey. They're going to move to the right-hand side through 300R. The 12 going to be able to use this lap traffic to keep the 31 at bay. I don't think anybody's going to risk going 3 wide of the chicane this early.
Forward.
That was fiercely forward. You mentioned, yeah, Lorenzo. That just got out of shape there in the the Mercedes. Excuse me, 102.
That was a little bit weird, to put it mildly, right there. Could have gone wrong. And if the contact was made, we would have had probably the big one that could find this race.
Absolutely. Thankfully, it stayed clean down towards turn 10, and just look at that in the background. It's absolutely crazy. Kevin Chavarez taking a more conservative approach, you would argue, which is probably not a bad thing at this stage. Now they can really open the taps and make their way through a little bit more regularly as they leapfrog from car to car, grabbing slipstream as they go. On board with Impulse we go right now. Another ATRS Esports car in front of us right now. This is Mario Bogut down towards turn 1. He's going to dive towards the inside of SRN's McLaren and make his way through on lap traffic. Oh, that was close in front. ATRS thought they had an open door to go through there, but it turns out that it was going to get slammed pretty quickly. Up towards turn 3. This is just crazy. Through turn 3, they're going into 100R, where all these different cars have got different levels of grip going through here, and it makes things very tricky indeed when the line is not that big. The dive towards turn 5 is where this one's going to have to be completed. And there they go through, but I mean, they're going through the GT4s now, and it won't be too long until we're back onto the TCRs once again, which is going to make things even worse for, well, not worse for us. We're going to enjoy it, of course, but for the drivers, it is a real headache.
And it's worth noting that the most difficult portion when it comes to lapping traffic is that first pass, because that's when everybody's still very bunched up in their own little packs. Every time you lap them, though, from here on out, it is going to get easier and easier because they're going to be more and more spread out as time goes along. It makes you hold your breath, though, when you got all these battles shaking up at the exact same time as the race leader going to bully aside Sven Demmel in the Huge Axe Gold McLaren 570S GT4. But's got that fight for the lead in the sport class, picking up as well as looking over, for her second place, as it'll be HPDS Academy to the left-hand side of Hoinsingfeld. Hoinsingfeld goes defensive, and they will hang on to that spot in their Mercedes. Right behind, though, you saw Alpine Stars geodesic racing the 162, attempt to make an attack on the 198, saw the open door, weren't able to capitalize on it, though.
This is very close in GT4. It's all playing into the hands of Michal Limod in the RSR car, but second down to 9th now is all in one train, which is really quite remarkable. A nice start, though, from Hoisingveld, really taking up into second place. That's Leonard Hartenberg, who's gotten up into that position right now. Beckham Jasir just in third behind. Then the first of the McLarens for geodesic. First of the McLarens from anyone in fourth place. Then we've got Ingersoll round, and we go on board with another one of the McLarens. Daniel Muth down the inside, down the outside. And Ingersoll have gone for a move almost by accident there. In their defensive position, they've almost had a dive for fourth, but they won't go through on that occasion. They'll stay single file just for now. So this battle for second will continue on, but it's only going to make things more tricky. We mentioned, or you mentioned, Nolan, that things are going to get more spread out as this race goes on. We're nearly half an hour in here, and this is not spread out at all.
Not spread out at all, and it will be as the race goes along, but I think this is what we can expect to see here, just this tightly knit, almost pack racing on the road courses here up until that first run of pit stops, as now you can see the good old weaving left and right as Team Hoysenfeld desperately tries to break the draft. Leonard Hartenberg doing the work here, and I don't think HPDS is too happy with that. You can see them flash the headlights disapprovingly, seeing that in their rear view mirrors as your entire sport category thunders back down into turn number 2, and right behind them you saw ATRS Esports race leaders starting to pick their way through the leading groups here. This is where it's going to get tight though, because these are the guys that are going to be fighting together most aggressively out of anybody.
It is not a big gap between them, although that last little bit of traffic has extended it to over a second. I think possibly for the first time today we've got a gap bigger than a second for the overall lead in this race, and it's taken us nearly half an hour to get one. Here's a replay in the final few corners. What's going on here for Sabelt Esports? Oh, I think that's them, and that's a dive, and it's a spin in front of some of the GT4s. That is a mess down there at the penultimate corner. It was indeed Sabelt Esports making the dives, and yeah, that's what happens really. I think a misjudgment really, or maybe a bit of over ambition. Oh, there's a spin for RPC
no.
from second place down in towards turn 10. They go round in front of the field. They'll drop way down. The pole sitters overall, they had to reverse and spin out of there to get back going again. They will lose so many positions from Matt Nolan, and they've got damage.
Big damage. Well, you can tell they are crabby. That's essentially going to be game over for RPC at the moment. They had such a strong start, but it has just fallen apart for these guys. And going to take a look at the replay and throws it way in, and that's just clumsy there. There was no way that was going to stick. You can tell the McLaren GT4 was not expecting that at all, and for good reason. That was a dive off from about 4 car lengths back.
You could have to say, Lorenzo, probably that was a bit too much down towards turn 10. Way too late on the brakes.
No, he was trying to send the dive from Shizuoka or something like that. He was trying to send the dive from the west side of Japan, on the west tip to the eastern tip of Japan. So that would have never worked. But I'm quite surprised to see the Deutsch. I think that was a Deutsch payment interceptor car, the McLaren that got into the contact. Still kept it on the road despite the hard contact on the side, on the side swipe.
Yeah, seemed to be going all right actually.
Yeah.
Despite the damage, which you'd be surprised about because it was a heavy hit after all.
I think that hit was like, how fast? About 110, 120 side swipe? That could have been so bad.
Yeah, very much. Could have been big damage, but looked like they've gotten away with that, thankfully. We've got Impulse Racing 1 and 2 in TCR, which we've gone back to now. A little bit of a fight for second. This field has been split apart a little bit by the last little bit of traffic, so and it's about to again with the second passing of the Porsche Cup cars and the GT4s from the sport category will be here soon. But I mean, I feel like some of these teams, Nolan, could have exercised a bit more caution in the opening moments of this race, because RPC Esports already back into the pit lane with damage repairs to do. And, you know, if they'd have just broken 50 meters early or so, they would have lost a few tenths of a second, but they'd still be in the running at least.
I think part of that has to do in part to the anxiety of the, not anxiety, but more the excitement of this being a new racetrack, as we're going to go 4 wide down the pit straight. The 2 Cup cars splitting your sport class for Alpinestars Geodesic Racing. Brilliant stuff. That's your fight, I believe, for 5th place at the moment as these 2 drivers are going at it. But, you know, just as we were mentioning about being careful, we get that. And that is because I think all the excitement of this being a new racetrack, and a really racy one at that, is invited in a much more beat and bang type of fashion here today. It's putting on a great show for us. I just hope we have enough cars left by the end of the race at this rate.
I have already seen that. I believe we already have 2 retirements, actually maybe 3 from this race in the opening moments. So yeah, we may well see quite a lot of those out the race. Let's see down the inside for Impulse, who had a nightmare on that front straight there. Got caught behind one of the GT4. That was the Ingersoll Rand Mercedes GT4 there. That they just got caught behind on the front straight. They didn't want to duck out, so they didn't sideswipe the Geodesic McLaren, I think it was. And so they just ended up losing places and lost their place inside the top 5. They're now down to 7th. I think, in this one, with Kevin Crosney just in behind. A few places gained for him in the opening moments of this race. But it's very much a different look to the front of this race compared to what we've seen in the opening moments. We've got two pretty big contenders, Lorenzo, either out of the race in the form of Geodesic or in the pit lane in the form of RPC.
Yeah, we expected damage for the RPC car, and unfortunately, they're gonna be stuck for quite a while in that pit lane. The good thing is if they can get out quickly, and I don't think that's going to be the case, they might need a few safety cautions and then try to get the lap back with the wave rounds. But I don't think that's going to be the case for them, as we still see the battle with the TCRs. And that TCR, I think, is going to start to be scrambled soon, because the GT4s, I think, might be able to catch them in the next 5 or 6 laps. So if they keep going like this, that's where we're going to truly see the separation maybe in the TCR class, not just these 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 car trains that we are seeing right now sometimes.
Yeah, we have got a couple of trains of TCRs going on right now, although they are mainly limited to just 2 car battles for now. We've got a 4.2 second lead for the leader, Christopher Ems. Then we've got Jason Landry and Tim Matska fighting over second. Prema and Ingersoll are going at it for 4th. Then RSR have got a bit of a train behind them. That's a 5-car train for 6th place, all the way down the field. And there it is, you can just see it in the background. So we are seeing some staying trains, as we've got SimCity Racing in the pit lane, as well as RPC and Sabel Esports as well. It means that 7 cars out of the 55 have already visited pit lane in this race, despite the fact we are very much early in terms of pit stops. Only half an hour or so into this race. So, yeah, plenty of time going to be lost by those in the pit lane right now. Out the final corner for Visceral Esports in this one. That is Aztec Sim Sports Visceral defending from Trek Esports, then Impulse over this 5th position. They make their way down towards the start-finish line right now, passing the SRP at TCR Hyundai down towards turn 1. And Aztec Sim Sports Visceral will hold on to that place, although go a little bit wide. Trek Esports may try and go down the inside here, side by side up towards turn 3. There is not going to be a move just yet, but it very much feels, Nolan, as if we've had a bit of a calming in the last few minutes.
I'm not surprised, though, we saw Drake back out there down towards turn number 3. It's such a one-lined corner that's hard enough to take as it is when you're on your own, let alone going side by side. In fact, I saw somebody that made a track guide of this track a while ago, and he said, you know, sometimes you get understeer, sometimes you get oversteer, and then I think we'll all know who I'm talking about when I point out what the next quote was. Some game developers would kill for that type of replayability. So it is a very unique corner on a very unique track. And now Drake going to attempt an overtake down into the chicane. Not going to happen. Whoa, way deeper. Robert Goldberg, where are you going? Visceral Esports going to lose the spot anyway to the 33.
Way too late on the brakes there into turn 10. And Visceral lose out to both Trek Esports and Impulse Racing as well, who are up to 6th. That was just a misjudgment entirely from Robin Norberg, who's had a great start to this race, by the way. He qualified 13th, much to the surprise of me. And he was into the top 5 briefly, and now gets pushed down even further, as down the inside goes Kevin Crosney, and Robin Norberg drops to 8th place in a matter of moments. It just shows, Lorenzo, how quickly it can change around this circuit. And I've got to say, I'm kind of surprised at how many drivers we've seen outbraking themselves into turn 10. It's been a bit of a hotspot for that so far.
Because it is so tricky for you to find the braking spot that you can actually overtake and try to be safe with it. As we try to see on turn number 1, that is a really good defense for the time being. But I don't think that is going to be enough leading to the Coca-Cola curve. Of course, it's going to have the inside, but I don't think that is going to be enough for the Deutsche Payment to try to make the overtake on the outside. No, not at all. It's going to be actually stuck for a little bit, and Kevin Crosney is going to have to manage to overtake the TCR and be back a little bit. I'll go for aggressive moves.
Stint in 7th place was short-lived, ever so slightly, and so Norberg back through again. But we'll see how for much longer. Crosney has to swing wide to go through on the Brabham Esports TCR, just on one of the Brabham Esports TCRs, down towards turn 10. Jump over the curbs down there. This time Nürburg hits his braking point with very much precision. Into the final corners they go in this race. A bit of a settling though, as we were mentioning there. End of lap 23 coming up right now at Nolan. 40 minutes very nearly into this race. It's going to be on the mind of the drivers, just a little becoming on the mind of the drivers, that we'll be starting to see pit stops in the Cup and Sport categories in particular. We'll start to see the first pit stops being made before long.
It won't be too long before we see those first pit stops start to take place, or at least the first scheduled pit stops, it should be noted, started to take place. There already has been a few, but I think it's safe to say a lot of them have been under less than ideal circumstances, as one by one drivers continue to work their way through, which now I think is going to beg another question. How are you going to react to pit stops if you're in the middle of a giant pack like this? What are you going to end up doing? I think you might have to try to risk pitting right around everybody else at this point in time. You're not going to be able to break away from anybody. You may as well just embrace it, as Deutsche Payment Interceptor tries to look up the inside of Ingersoll Rand. Rand's going to defend it and try to attack outside of the Geodesic. Might have made a little bit of contact with the tail end of the 162 there.
Close again. This is the biggest train on the racetrack, especially the biggest train in the sport category. And so it's Geodesic who have come out on top for now. They're still leading the train with Justin Rehm. And it goes all the way down to 9th place with Jason Gerrard in the SRN Motorsports car. You can just catch a few glimpses of it in the background there. There it is, the Mercedes. Got the Aston Martin not far behind as well, but that's for German sim racing. We're 7 laps down on these guys, 8 laps down on the overall leaders, but yeah, not great. They are part of this sport train, I suppose, if you are part of other categories as far as you're concerned. But down towards the final chicanes, final corners, go the GT4s. Geodesic will continue to lead this train around, and everybody else just fighting for positions within that. But at least if you are within this train, Lorenzo, it's a perfect opportunity to save fuel, and I don't understand quite why in the first stint of this race more teams aren't doing that.
Just to try to dictate their own pace and try to break away from potential people that are actually slower. But then again, if there's one thing that is very hard for you to save, is fuel in the GT4s. You don't have the clutch, so unlike what you have in TCRs and also in the pickups, you kind of have to lift and coast, and doing that effectively over here is a little bit more complicated. So that's why I think GT4 is being more aggressive on the pickups. I kind of expected to see that aggression in the start. Maybe a few teams kind of like Maniti, like we mentioned earlier, being the more conservative team, trying to go for that fuel management. But the rest is kind of like right on the ball that I expected for them to race on.
It's the battle for 6th place in TCR. Biggest TCR train we have, being headed by the reigning champions, Team Huisingveld. Sven Glatzel at the wheel of that one for now. Opted for the Veloster this year, as opposed to the Audi that everyone had last year. We'll do a look to the outside from RSR, who were previously leading this train, and regain 6th place by the looks of it, or indeed pull out the way of their teammates there. Oh, that's an awkward moment as the Mercedes GT4 from the sport category just gets unsettled in front of their teammates. Slows everybody up just a little bit. The gap grows to 1.2 seconds. The RSR sport category car currently in the lead, of course, with Michal Limon. 3.5 seconds is now the gap after that small bit of a mistake. It is always a bit awkward at Nolan when you pass your teammates on the road and then slow them up as well through a tight section. That's an awkward one for RSR, but they'll get over it, and they're still in a nice place, especially in the sport category with over 3.5 seconds worth of a lead.
And over in the Cup category, the fight for 7th place started to develop as Kevin Crossley for Deutsche Payment and Black Dog in the 87 just got by Robin Nürburg, driving for Visceral Esports in the 96 Porsche 911. That was for 7th place down towards turn number 1, and now Crossley started to build that gap up, and Up in front of them, they've got also 5th and 6th place, which is also trade hands between Troy Esports and Impulse Racing. So at the moment, these guys have a good bit of clean air in front of them. At the moment, the next closest bit of lap traffic these guys will have to worry about is actually just now crossing the start-finish line in the back end of the sport category. That's got to be a relief for these guys. They just went through so much stress over the last 10, 15 laps or so, working their way through all this lap traffic. Now, though, they've got the ability to just kind of sit back, relax, and settle into a bit more of a rhythm now that they've gotten through a good brunt of that, at least for now.
It's, yeah, free track for now, but it won't last for much longer in this race. It's going to be pretty much a constant from this point. We come up to was 1/6 of a distance in this race. Trying to work this out in regards to how many pit stops they're going to have to make today in the Porsche Cup category. Unclear for now, but we'll get a better idea as this one continues on. It's the battle for 4th in sport. We've seen plenty of this so far. Ingersoll Rand finding themselves sandwiched a little bit in between a couple of McLarens right now. Into the final corners they go. They're not very much clear of traffic for now. Fighting their way through the TCRs for the first time. This is the Full Send Racing pairing that have been running together for most of the race so far. Out over the anti-hook curves on the outside line of the final turn. Up towards and over the line now for the leaders in sport. Looks like Geodesic have got a nice little bit of an advantage over the Mercedes, and I guess, Lorenzo, in these opening moments of this season, of course, we're going to be learning a little bit about these cars and the strengths and weaknesses of this one. Fuji Speed were quite a good place to work those out, really, with a real long front straight, but some real technical sections as well.
Yeah, and that's I would say, some could say actually, it is the nature of some Japanese tracks. You don't have a track that kind of drives, for example, like Silverstone, where it's fast flowing, or for example, I even rode Atlanta, where we just went a few weeks ago for the Petit Le Mans, where you have like fast flowing corners and it's a very, very, very short lap and fast paced. Here you have a little bit of a mix of everything. You have a fast section, which is kind of like a little bit of sector number 1. Then you go into a more slow section with hairpins and high angle curves. You exit that leads into the slowest section, which is sector number 3. As we see Jasir trying to look for a overlap on the TCR, a little bit of room trying to make that overtake on the Team Hoistingfeld, but it's gonna have to relegate until sector number 3 starts, thus breaking his GT4 with the Team Hoistingfeld GT4 that is right ahead of him.
Very interesting that the Hoistingfeld TCR there just halting one of their rivals for the sport car just a little bit. The gap opens up ever so slightly, and it was mainly because of their teammates there. Very interesting to see whether that was coincidental or not, but yeah, some team play already happening, and maybe that is going to be a factor throughout this one. That just in the foreground there, you can see Ingersoll Rand also have a couple of cars in shot right now. You see their Mercedes running down in 5th in the sport category, about to get onto the back of their TCR of Alaji Torres, who had a good qualifying, drops now down to 5th place, which is still not bad, but it's a little bit further down than maybe where they'd want to be. Much rather be up here maybe with the battle for 2nd in TCR. Impulse Racing have really got a control over this TCR race for the moment. Nolan, it's a 1-2, and Jason Landry is continuing to see a gap open in front of him for the 222. Out in the lead of this race, they're very much controlling the rest of the field.
They very much are, and at the moment, that's exactly what you want to do early in this race. You want to be that one that is able to control the pace, because then you're going to be able to dictate who goes where later on. And I don't think that AT Racing or RS Buttkicker wanted to push the issue too much at the moment. Of course, RS is that GT4 that's right behind them, but he's not being too desperate trying to get around these guys. And I think Tim Matzke is content to just kind of sit and ride around. He knows there's over 100 laps left to go, which is still well over 2 hours. So there's no need to be throwing it up the inside so early here. You've got so much time left to go. Why risk it all in the first hour or so when you could be risking it over in the last hour a little ways from now? He's just got to make sure that he maintains that pace, so he's able to stay up right next to him and be able to fight it out when they get down deeper into the race, assuming that Landry makes it that far as well.
Long way to go Lap 29 currently being completed in the opening round of the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA for 2022-23. That scheduled pit stop in the background there. Are we a bit early? I would have said we're a bit early. But it looks like Hosingveld have come in. They have. Lennart Heutenberg has come into the pit lane. Seems to be the only sport category car to be into the pit lane, Lorenzo. Do you think this is a bit early, or do you think there's or do you literally think they're just out of fuel here?
No, it's kind of like expected for the GT4s, but also they've been running slightly more aggressive, I think, than the other teams. And then Heutenberg, if there's one thing I've learned about them, they throw some very intricate strategies in comparison to the other teams to try to make it out on top, as we see. I think one of the might have been the Deutsche Payment GT4 that was coming out, and Hugo Luis with the very big attention to the car, just jumping out of the Jackson, coming out of the pit lane in a little bit.
Driver change here as well, of course. Florian von Minkwitz is now at the wheel, and he's now rolling as well. Let's see how long the stop was. I reckon it was just 42.5, just a fuel by the looks of things. Although I'm not entirely sure on whether they can take tyres and fuel at the same time. Maybe they can, but either way, 42.5 second stop for Team Heutenberg, not bad at all. And now we'll wait as we get towards the end of the lap with the rest of the cars to see just how normal of a strategy that is, and whether anybody is going to respond with a pit stop here in sport for any of the others. Out of the final corner they come now. Is there going to be anybody diving to the right hand side? Nobody making it obvious, and now Geodesic do, along with HPDS as well. Second and third, Beckham Jasir following in, so it very much is the time in sport, Nolan, to be making your way down pit lane. Heutenberg just got the pick of the bunch right there, really, with a free pit lane to themselves, which has got to count for something.
So into pit road now for a solid chunk of your sport field. This is going to likely continue as this race continues to develop. Sure enough, coming into pit lane this time by, you're going to have Sapphire Simsport Alpha into the lane. Behind them, Fiercely Forward. Actually, both Fiercely Forward cars going to be making trips down into the lane. As you can see, Rem already spooling up those back tires. He wants to get out of that pit box there for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, as he is really eager, I think it is safe to say, and might be trying to get some extra heat into those tires before they leave pit road as well. Still got cars filing in behind them, as well as a few of the Cup guys now. Both ATRS esports cars are in, as well as Impulse Racing.
That's the 12 and the 15, both in after 30 laps of this race. It looks like it's going to be a full stop for these guys. We are being informed, by the way. It did look a bit weird. It's just a visual thing, so don't worry about that. But either way, Antonis Despotakis has had a nice opening to this race for ATRS Esports. His work is done. Now time for Nick Luedeke to get into that one. Pretty multinational lineups, by the way, for ATRS. Got 3 nations represented in both cars. Now we have the American Luedeke in for the Greek Despotakis. Dropping down the order. I haven't seen that car up on the jacks unless I've not been looking. Towards the end of the pit lane, of course, after their pole position in that qualifying session. Luedeke will be on his way very soon. So we got the overall leader in sport also into the pit lane. It's going to start to get very busy down there very soon, Lorenzo, and it already is, really.
It's kind of is already. Oh, as we see, okay. A little bit of a team decision right there as the other Apex Tech car comes out in front of the Nick Luedike's car. But the problem is there's 2 full sends, and I think there's also a GT4 trying to break a separation out of them. So Luedeke might have to be a little bit more aggressive than he probably wanted to coming out of the pit lane and try to cut the deficit and be behind his teammate for possible fuel saving.
Loads more stops on this next lap. ATRS managed to jump their teammates there with Ollie Peacock. Managed to get in front of them somehow. Their lane time was a lot shorter, as Kevin Tavares from the lead now is into the pit lane. Pretty much everybody is here. Not sure anybody's going to be able to continue on for one more lap. Certainly none of the main contenders, but Kairos Esports and Visceral Esports both stay out there one more lap, which is an interesting call from the Porsche Cup category. But of course, Nolan is going to put them in a good place a little bit later on in this race. If this stays green the whole way, then they'll be in a good place if they're saving this fuel. The only danger you've got, of course, is that you are hung out to dry, and you're especially in trouble if there is a safety car.
Oh, for sure. So these drivers are going to have to really hope now that luck turns their way. That's one of the huge risks about trying to get yourself sorted on an early pit stop run. You just have to rely that everything's going to kind of go your way. But for the most part, things have been running smooth. We've had a few big shunts here and there, but so far nothing that has warranted a safety car. Everybody from those shunts has continued on back to the pits of their own will, and look at how busy pit road is. Basically everybody that's left is hitting it all at once here.
Yep, the sport cars in again at the end of lap 30 for them. But this race no more easy to work out in terms of how many laps you need to do on fuel here, because of course they don't know how many laps their race is going to be, despite the fact the Porsche Cup cars certainly do. So that's a confusing one for them. But we've got the likes of Sven Demelin, Antti Salminen, Daniel Muth, Sven Groot, Austin Herfjord, Niels van Payne, all of them. All the remaining 6 sport category cars into the pit lane. We've still got 2 remaining out there from the Porsche Cup category as well, by the way. That is Keras Esports and Visceral Esports, who follow one another in right now, as the TCR leaders are also in. This is obviously a demonstration, Lorenzo, that we do have limited fuel for these TCRs. Normally, if they had free reign, they'd be able to go a bit further than that.
Oh, they would have gone about an hour and a half, even more, depending on circumstances on the fuel gauge. So, not surprised at all to see them coming on the pit lane this time by and go for the fuel stop. So now, unfortunately, that's where the TCR separation, I said because of traffic, truly starts. But this is where we're gonna see if an off strategy is gonna maybe try to bring some cars that are worn into the fold back into maybe a train of maybe 1-2 cars that are trying to follow one another, maybe be into competition. But one thing we're seeing, and I'm not surprised to see that in all categories, is tires being changed, because the track is slightly hot, and the fuel and the tires did not perform well on the second stint. They kind of die out quickly in a track like this, where the tires do die quite easily, especially on the left-hand side.
Certainly do. So new leader with the 2 in from Porsche Cup. We've got a new leader overall. Here's Ollie Peacock in the 13 ATRS Esports car, not the one we expected to see. Here is the battle. Pedro Berger is just in behind Ollie Peacock. He's one of the fairly few drivers to be staying in the respective car actually after the first round of pit stops there. But he has done. 54 seconds, 54.2 seconds in the box. Slightly shorter pit stop there, Nolan, but I think the pit lane tonight is the most interesting thing to note. 1 minute 24.9 is lane time, 1.6 seconds quicker than Maniti Racing. So I don't know quite where they found that time in the pit lane without speeding, to be honest, but clearly they have done somewhere.
If I had to guess, I would say they were potentially just took a little bit less fuel in their box, or maybe they were just that much more aggressive on their actual pit entry. Some drivers do have a tendency to brake a little bit earlier just to not risk sliding through. Maybe they braked even later just so they could get away with pushing it to the absolute limits of what you can get away with when you're trying to go into your pit box here. When you're on older tires, especially in the Cup cars, it does make somewhat a little bit of sense there, because obviously the Cup cars are more likely to slide out since they have not the best anti-brake locking systems that some of these GT4 touring cars do.
Certainly don't, as the top 3 are now together. We've got Nick Ludecke in the wheel tracks now, Pedro Berger in the Maniti Racing Porsche, in the background of Ollie Peacock, who is leading this race side by side, very nearly between the two, as they have to negotiate Team Huitingveld. And Tim Matske comes into the pit lane for Maniti Racing from the lead in TCR. He was able to go a good 2 laps longer than the other Impulse cars were. Also able to go longer were Brabham Esports, both of their cars, but not long stops at all down there, Lorenzo, only just over 30 seconds, which once again shows about the fuel, and it shows about the tyres as well, which are much less of a concern when you're driving a TCR.
Yeah, because, you know, you just have to put the front ends instead of the back ends, instead of the full pit stop. The back ends, they, you know, they're just like for cosmetic stuff. It's kind of funny for us to say, oh, they're just for cosmetics, even though it's kind of like necessary for you to have tires. But interesting nevertheless. But even then, I would be surprised if there's a team maybe at the end portion of the race goes for a one tire strategy stop. For example, just on the left-hand side on the front to try to balance it out, the difference in the pressure of the tires, try to build them up and see the car is going to be unstable during the run in the initial laps, and then try to level it out at the end of the race and maybe be better than some of the other cars. That would be good to see.
It would. Got a very interesting race coming up with still 120 laps to go as we go over the line now. Plenty of racing remaining in this one, as we got traffic that is pretty much going to be a constant now for the leaders. Pedro Berger having to look forwards and backwards at ATRS Esports Porsches. As we got side by side further back. This is for 9th place. Excuse me, this is further up. This is for 6th place. And it's Sasha Engelhardt trying to make the way through on Lucas Jarrett there in the Trek Esports 33. We're on board with him now. Losing out. So 6th place now for Just Payment in the 87. It's a great start from them, considering they started outside the top 10 as well. But no variation really in terms of the lengths of pit stops for these teams so far in this race. Jarrett's looking to use that geodesic TCR to try and go through. Not able to do it. And so it's going to be 6th place for the 87. A very impressive start there, Nolan, from Just Payment to be 11th to 6th place. I know we've been racing for an hour now, but even so, they've made good progress.
They certainly have. Trek Esports has been kind of on the up and up from the start of this race, and they're going to continue to work their way through. They have lost 2. They originally started in 4th, but I think the bigger story is definitely going to be for that Deutsche Payment Black Dog car. They're now going to be up 5 spots where they started this race. And how about this for another side-by-side battle in your sport class? This is down into turn number 1, and Daniel Muth in the Deutsche Payment Interceptor going to back off. Thought it was going to allow HPDS Academy to take that one away, but now the McLaren fighting back as the Mercedes ran too wide out through turn 1 and 2, but he can't fight the outside line of 3. Going to go for the crossover, though, and the McLaren's going to have the outside of 100R.
Not an ideal place to be on the outside, though, for them, and so going to have to stick in behind. HPDS Academy, by the way, not a good pit cycle for them, dropping from a battle for 2nd. Now they're having to hold on to a top 5. And looking backwards rather than forwards as they were earlier on, which is a little bit of a surprise for the 1-9-8 team. They did come in a lap or 2 earlier than some of the others, but wasn't too bad. Defensive again, or well, sort of half defensive and half trying to make his way through on Maniti Racing. It's all gone a bit wrong, and that is the McLaren through into 5th position. So HPDS Academy continue that poor pit cycle with a pass down around the outside from the McLaren. The Maniti Racing TCR really facilitating that one a little bit there, Lorenzo, but it just showed that the TCRs and GT4s are not that far apart in terms of performance.
No, they're not. Aerodynamically, the TCR is better toward the corners. In speed, the GT4 is better. So it's kind of like it's a way to even out both ways. Just looking at this battle right here, which is very interesting. Pedro Berger was actually trying to make the overtake of Nick Ludicky, but just couldn't get the performance. Now here he goes for the overtake. Now Pedro moves back to P2 just before the straight, but got held up because there was a GT4 car that allowed actually Ollie Peacock to retain P2, and Nick now is in the lead for the time being.
It's all change in the top 3 of the Porsche Cup category, and this is why. Ollie Peacock making his way through on some TCRs. There's contact there. More contact with the outside line. That's it, Full Send Racing car, and then it was side by side. 3 wide briefly around that right-hander, and Maniti end up wide with Pedro Berger. So Ollie Peacock leaves the inside line open for their teammates ever so slightly. They eventually swapped places, but Berger was able to follow through and get back into 2nd place. That was all a bit awkward there, Nolan, really. And it all started back here at turn 5, really, with that little bit of contact.
most certainly did. So that is a bit of unfortunate news for these drivers here, as they're going to start to now work their way back up and through this field. And 78 car, Medici Racing, trying to see if he can regain some of that lost time down here over into the chicane in the fight for the race lead, trying to run up towards Nick Ludek in ATRC Sports number 12. So far, your top three separated by less than a second, which after over an hour of racing in your cup category, again, it really says a thing or two about the level of competition that you get in this league. Heck, even Porsche Esports Super Cup races aren't like that sometimes.
Absolutely. It has been very entertaining so far. Not if you're participating. I wouldn't like to be on one of these teams right now, really. It's be a bit stressful, but for us, very entertaining indeed as they get towards the end of lap 37. I still get the feeling, though, that Medici are just holding something back so far, and have been. Let's see with Kevin Tavares earlier. Pedro Berger is showing a little bit more sign of wanting to get involved in these battles a little bit more, but even he is not going for it everywhere, as maybe we have seen from some others as they embark on the back of one of the sport category trains that we have going around at the moment. Struggling to overtake the 187 of Daniel Muth at the moment, and so there's a bit of a trend. Oh, that's it. Maybe it's a bit further down than that, but either way, there's a huge number of cars just up in front of them. Down the inside for the leaders on the huge S cars. We've got a car off again. I think it's Kairos off with Ingersoll Rand in the TCR, in their TCR. So goodness knows what's happened here, but I'm afraid Lorenzo Kairos have not had a good start to the race. I've already seen them in contact with one of the TCRs. It looks like it might have happened again into turn one.
Yeah, just want to look what happened again over here on turn number one. No. Just go for the dive of his life.
Wow.
And very nearly up and over. Wow. Kairos with a big misjudgment under brakes. And not only, Nolan, will that be damage for everybody there, it might well be a penalty as well.
On top of the penalty they already have, I was actually about to just mention the 17 there. Jeremy Lamier for Tower C Sports, they already have a 10-second penalty for failing to stick in the fast lane in the run down to their pit box. So this is just insult to injury for them at this point in time.
Certainly is. And as I mentioned just before that replay, saw them have contact with one of the other TCRs earlier, as we've got a change for second in sport. Ingersoll Rand have been able to get through on Team Hoisingveld. There it is. Happened into turn number one, as Alejandro Castanera made his way down the inside of Florian von Minkwitz, who's having a real baptism of fire into this race. Speaking of battles for second, Ollie Peacock looks like he's made his way through as well. Side by side very nearly, and it was around the Medici TCR. I wonder if the Medici TCR facilitated their other team car losing a place there. That would be an awkward one. Certainly allowed Liper Esports to close in a little bit, as the four leaders are separated by only 3.5 seconds after over an hour of racing. Let's see if it was the Medici TCR that got involved. Not really. Berger did get a poor run as a result of it, though. He tried to squeeze as much as possible there, Lorenzo, but Ollie Peacock was not going to be denied that place, and it's an ATRS 1-2 again.
And I think the Brazilian tried to, just go for the cutback on the exit of the corner, thinking, oh, he's going to bash this corner. Ollie's going to bash the corner on the exit, then I might be able to get him. But the problem is, Ollie just kind of half parked on the impetus and managed to get away, kind of like unscathed on the way out. So just managed to make a very safe overtake. Slightly aggressive, sure, like you said it, but was a clean overtake nevertheless. It was well executed. The only thing is, it created separation between them. 2.9 seconds, now nearly 3 seconds separates leading Peacock and Berger. So the only thing who has to say thank you very much is the number 12.
Absolutely. And now we've got a free-car fight.
Fray.
Yeah. Now we've got a free-car fight, not for first, but for second. Oh, that's a dive. Lightpert straight down the inside. Oh, and they've got around. It was too late on the brakes in the end. Lightpert have thrown it all away, arguably, there. Into turn one. It's going to be an awkward one to get back going again, that. A late dive down the inside. They were trying to take just Beniti. I think they ended up trying to take 2 in 1. Or was it even a mistake? It could have even been a mistake. Oh, it's too late on the brakes. There was always going to be contact there, Nolan, but I'm not totally convinced that they even meant to do that.
I don't think they did either. You could see like the tire tracks being left behind. They were borderline locking up there as they tried to slow it down. I think they just braked way too late, getting caught off guard with where their car positioning was. That's going to open up the door now for Beniti to go on the offensive, as now ATRS will have a bit of damage on the right-hand side of the car. Beniti trying to switch back though through the chicane, and so far Ollie Peacock holding on just fine in the ATRS Esports number 13 car, but I have a feeling he's not going to be the happiest of campers in that regard as Beniti Racing continues to pile on the pressure. Now that they are approaching a host of GT4 and touring car traffic, and this is going to get tight here because now he is closer than ever as they hit that front straightaway. I can almost guarantee you here, Pedro Berger is going to make that run here on Ollie Peacock down towards turn number 1 this time by.
He is going to have a run, but is he going to use it? Let's see. He's tucked in right now. They're closing in on the sport category. There's a bit of a defense, but not too much from Peacock. Down the inside from Pedro Berger, who is free wide now. They brake late. They get through on the Eclipse Mercedes. And through goes Pedro Berger for the Beniti team. So that was a nice move in the end. Up to second place, although this is where he got past for second by Ollie Peacock not so long ago. He holds on this time just a few laps later. So just hang on to second position, but 4.5 seconds. You get the feeling, Lorenzo, that Ollie Peacock not too disappointed that he's lost that place there, because he's allowed his teammates to get more than a 4-second lead, which was unheard of earlier on in this race.
Yeah, I think it's the largest gap we ever had all race long in the peak in the Cup category. So it's kind of like a job half all done, you know, for Ollie Peacock. You know, play the blocker guard for Pedro and create a gap. But then again, this would have surprised me a little bit, to be very honest with you, because what happened is I think the gap when Beniti came to the pit lane was around 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. So if he can maintain to about this 4, maybe 4.5 second gap, it's still a very doable race for Beniti at the end of things. The only thing that he cannot contend with is the fact that he has an Apex Tech race car that is just as racing behind him, and he's slightly aggressive as well if he wants to be.
Over the line again for the leaders overall, as it's pretty much constant at traffic now. Ingersoll ran there in second place, fighting with Team Huizenveld and Geodesic. That's the best non-Mercedes for Geodesic in 4th place, sticking with the lead as well. You'd expect that from a team of their calibre, really. They were 4th in the championship standings last season, but that's mainly because they retired from 2 of the races. The 4 they did finish, it was first, second, so they did quite well. Ones to look out for here this season, no doubt, as Chris Beats is out there for SimCity Racing. The first ever IVRA race for SimCity Racing. A relatively new team on the scene. And inside the top 10 in the opening moments of this season. Same can't be said for their Porsche Cup car, unfortunately, as it's free wide with Liper Esports in the middle, going towards turn 5. They make their way through. I'm very lucky that it's a wide circuit. I've got to say, Nolan, we were talking just before we came on air, I briefly mentioned this earlier. We said there's probably not going to be very many safety cars today, or even incidents, because this track's so wide. But looks like this first 42 laps at least just left me re-evaluating a little bit.
Incidents, yes. Safety cars? Well, we're still yet to see one, and we're almost at that 1/3 distance. But of course, they are never that far away, are they? Just when you think you might be safe, there will be a safety car that will pop up in the most curious of ways, is what I find tended to happen. I remember the first ever safety car I actually ever saw in the IVRA ClubSport series, for the HyperX series at least here. It was all the back in their summer series. I believe it was in 2020, I want to say, in their 6 hours of Watkins Glen, when one of the GT4s actually ran out of fuel in the middle of the boot section over at Watkins Glen International. So it's interesting. It's not just for crashes that this can happen. Even like a misjudged pit call can result in a safety car period if you end up, really misjudging it. So far, a lot of these guys have been pretty on point with the pit stops. The only mishaps we've really seen have been drivers actually inside their pit boxes themselves.
If I may, just to clarify one thing real quick here, you guys are talking about safety cars. If that safety car happens, it's not hashtag blame Lorenzo, okay? Just let me make this real clear to you both.
We're we'll try not to blame anyone, hopefully, but for now, we're clean and green, and for that we are very grateful indeed. On board right now with Sven Group in the Impulse Racing Mercedes, looking for a top 10 right now, just behind Torque Freak Racing. Torque Freak, of course, Lorenzo, one of those teams that has just been around for such a long time at this stage, know exactly what they're doing, not only in IVRA but also in iRacing in general. Good to see them inside the top 10 right now. Sven Group applying the pressure to them, but very experienced team.
It's a highly experienced team, ranging from all kinds of categories, having a solid team in LMP2s, also having a solid team in, had also a very solid team in prototypes, and the LMP ones, so let me just prototypes in general. And I think the newest team, might be wrong here, might be the GT4s actually. They had teams I saw in GT3s, TCRs, they won TCRs if I remember, they won the Creventic Endurance Series. So it is a team that has very, very deep roots in terms of endurance racing. They know what they're doing. So of course Sven ran into some trouble early on in the race, but don't count him out just yet. There's a lot of races to go. I got more than 3 hours left, so it's all doable from over here. You can still catch back, especially if you get the safety caution.
Yeah, expecting around about 4.5 hours here today for this race, if it is green, as we said earlier on. We've been seeing a lot of incidents so far in this race, Nolan, and a fair amount of penalties actually as well, to kind of update on them. We haven't really been speaking too much of them, but for the most part, the real main contenders in these fields have been avoiding penalties. I know RPC had one earlier, but they took themselves out before they even got round to serving it.
It had a couple of cars that had some penalties, and in fact, 2 of them back-to-back were both for the same thing, for not sticking to that fast lane. Among those was that 17 car that we saw nearly roll over some time ago. And another one of those drivers was actually the 168. Now, he was taking a penalty that he had actually gotten from another incident earlier in the race that had happened. So once again, another case of just insult to injury on that one. Most recently, the 77 car also has a 10-second penalty, but of course they are already down and out of the count. So it's one of those things where it's one of those things you do it for the consistency, but I don't really see how they're going to be serving the 10-second stop-go penalty, seeing as they are obviously no longer present in this race. Still got a lot of drivers now caught in a bit of a bottleneck here, as one of the Cup cars is going to go 3 wide to split the TCR field. That was Visual Esports' 97 entry, and he's got Noah Chilla for WS Racing Esports right behind him, battling for the last spot inside the top 10.
And what that McLaren stuck there. Oh, that was close. The huge ass McLaren having to duck and weave a little bit through on the TCRs and struggling for legs a little bit towards the end of the straight there, lifting off, and it was a dive from Impulse in the TCR category. I think that is just to put a lap on one of the cars a bit lower down. It is indeed fiercely forward, 3 laps down on the overall leaders in TCR. So that was just another lap being put onto them. But it's been a dreamy opening to this one for Impulse Racing. They've got 3.4 seconds between them, but 11 seconds over the next car. I'm not entirely sure how Tim Matsko lost quite so much time actually in the pit stops, because he was right with Jason Landry before. For whatever reason, he has lost out on quite a lot of time in that pit stop phase, and so dropped back quite a bit. But it's not too big of a surprise really, Lorenzo, to see Impulse doing so well in TCR. We saw them 2nd and 3rd at the end of last season, and you know it's that we know that they're very quick. I guess the only surprise is that Team Huizinga, surprise to me at least, that Team Huizinga are not really challenging up towards the front at all at the minute.
Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you as well. You know, it's a team that you normally expect to see out in the front, as we see Apex Tech has to fight for impulse, going on turn number 1, and I think finally, Peacock managed to make a little bit of a stout defense, but Velgood's gonna have the cover on the inside. They go side by side here. Ewan is a little bit of a tricky exit, and now the corner is gonna favor a little bit, maybe Velgood, because he had the overlap.
Oh, contact.
Oh no!
Light contact, but still retains the place and will defend into turn 5 as well. The impulse onto the provisional podium by the looks of it, although there's a bit of a cutback now. And maybe Peacock will try once again to go through. So it takes a nicer, smoother line through those 2 bends in the road, through the right-handers, and now down to turn 10. Outside line, no way through. Switches to the inside, then back to the inside again. Will there be a dive here at the next right-hander? Possibly. Peacock down to the inside of the impulse. Number 15. It continues side by side, and this is the great thing about this final sector. You can continue to switch back again and again and again. The battle will continue on and on and on. And it is for Ollie Peacock right now. He gets himself to the outside line for the final turn. He's not going to do it there, but he is going to get the run onto the front straight here, Nolan, and maybe into turn 1 he'll finally retake that 3rd place.
Dive on for turn 1, almost inevitable, as Ollie Peacock has got the left-hand side. Still trying to get the nose in there, though. Look at Velgood defending all the way to the pit wall. The 13 moving over to the left-hand side. Still can't pull alongside, though. He's not tucking in the trap as much as I think he might have wanted to. Gonna dive it in, though. Will he go for the crossover at turn 1? You bet he will, but the Impulse Racing 15 covering him off. Here comes Peacock now back to the right-hand side. It's just a carbon copy of the lap before, side by side for 3. And I think finally Impulse Racing is going to have 3rd place secured. Took them over a lap to do it, though.
Yeah, it did take them about a lap to manage it. Although Peacock's not going to let them go that easily. Not quite. He's going to stick behind and maybe surrender to the inevitable now. Got interesting word through from the YouTube chat once again. From one of the team members saying that the 13 is a bit damaged from contact with Maniti that I don't remember happening. Maybe there was. But the pace is suffering as a result, just that little bit. And that's even more reason in my eyes, Lorenzo, as to why these guys have been battling so far, or so hard so far in the race. I'm a bit surprised because so little damage, as you mentioned earlier, can really affect these Porsche Cup cars.
Yeah, Dean Nolan also said that as well. They're very, very sensitive. If you get a contact, especially in the front end, you lose average, and I mean averagely speaking, about 0.2 of a second per lap, 0.3 of a second per lap, and it might even be cosmetic damage for a Porsche or something like that. But it does affect the aerodynamics, how the airflow of the car goes through in the back, even the head at the back bumper kind of gets away about 0.3 of a second as well. So I think the damage model for the system in this car, I think, was very well adapted to try to make what would happen in reality. So this is why people say it's might be boring racing from the outside, because they're trying to race like gentlemen. They're not trying to door bang each other around the corner. They're trying to make clean overtakes, and it usually is a car that demands precision for overtaking.
Certainly is. Now the battle
what happened
just
to Pedro?
not entirely sure. Well, what has happened to Maniti here? Pedro Berger, I think, is disconnected.
Back.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's back again. Don't worry. He's back again. Don't worry. Minor heart attack there, but Pedro Berger has returned. I mean, it's always a concern, Nola, and it would be a concern to Maniti, certainly. They might even be thinking about trying to pull him out of that car as soon as possible. But I mean, he's got good 12, 13 laps to go yet, as we've got a smoking engine coming out of the final corner here.
Ooh, remember that contact we saw early on in the race?
Yeah.
With the fiercely, I think we're starting to see the dividends.
Well, or maybe we've got a second in. Oh my goodness me!
Oh.
Right over the curbs. Towards the end. I've never seen that happen before. That was turn 13, 14. And I don't know if you've ever seen that before, Nolan. I certainly haven't. Those curbs have just blown that engine.
I've hit curves like that before, and I have gotten broken engines, most notably at turn 6, I think it is, over at the WeatherTech International Raceway at Laguna Seca, but I've never seen the back end of a car get picked up before. I guess that is the one good thing to note. Those are rear-engine cars. The engine's in the rear, not the front, so that makes perfect sense why it would be in the rear like that, because the rear was what that took all the hit there.
It certainly did. Gone out the way, and the reigning champions have had a pretty disastrous start to this season. Fiercely forwards Porsche down in 18th now. Their Mercedes not doing too much better. They're up to 14th now at least, with TJ Young still at the wheel. But yeah, it's not been an amazing opening to their season there, Lorenzo. Bizarre crash though,
To say the very least. Can we run that again? Oh, thank you. Here you go. That is so weird. Because I've ran that curve when I was doing laps, I think with the Porsche Cup around this track, just for fun. I know you can head aggressively with the front end, but I also hit it with the back end. It didn't kick me back that aggressively on the P Cup. I'm slightly surprised. Maybe an offset in the suspension, or just rode deeply into the curve. That was a weird incident, to put it mildly. I didn't expect the car to kick you like that. Maybe a strong suspension, harsh suspension. I don't know, man. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I've never seen anything quite like that, but there we are. That's why you don't go near those anti-cuts on the outside line. There are a fair amount of them around. This is the fight for ninth in the sport category. GT4 cars, of course. SimCity Racing have just been able to get away from this as Mike Young gets really under pressure now. Talk Freak Racing also under quite a lot of pressure from Impulse. Ben Groot trying to look to the inside at turn 10 there, but he couldn't do it. Going to have to wait for a better chance. Hugh Jass in the McLaren just in behind. Don't forget that the best Hugh Jass team managed to get second in the sport standings last season. I know they were 167 points off winning the title, but even so, it's not a bad. It wasn't a bad season for them. So we see this battle for ninth place in sport. The leading battle in the overall race is coming down. It's lap 50. We're about third distance now, Nolan, and this has been a battle that has been developing over the last few laps. It's finally coming to fruition a little bit now.
Yes, it certainly is, as we continue to work our way further and further into the race tonight. Four-way Mercedes battle. There's a look to the inside. Torque Free Racing going to lunge for the inside of SRI Motorsports Black, who breaks a little bit earlier. They're going to check out the Hellraisers Porsche in the number 29 car. Impulse Racing can't find the way through. Make that a spot gain for David Barraclough in the 181 Mercedes-AMG GT4. And I think Mike Young kind of let him have that one a bit easier there. Didn't want to risk anything like that. You mentioned that lead battle coming down, though, for the overall race lead. Continuing to drop, as that's now under a second.
It certainly is. 7/10, 3/4 of a second. It is hovering around there. Sven Groot also looks to the inside at 5. Oh, that's close between the two Mercedes, but SRM Motorsports are going to hold on to that place at least, and Sven Groot still can't find his way into the top 10. Whether he's trying to pass Torque Freak or SRM Motorsports, we're talking about Torque Freak as a real long-standing team in iRacing. SRM Motorsports not far behind them, if they are at all. Not entirely sure which one was conceived first, but either way, both of them very much stalwarts of the iRacing scene. Sven Groot trying to slash all that down at the moment and get inside the top 10 for the first time in a little while. But half a second is the gap between the top two. Once again, hard to know how hard Maniti are going to fight this because of what we've seen so far in the race from them, but Ludeck is going to have his hands full here, Lorenzo. Pedro Berger's really been just closing in steadily reeling this one in, but we're not far away from pit stops, so it does remain to be seen how eager he's going to be to get through.
If Pedro is smart, and I would pick him up on, and if he does, if he's not, I swear to him, I will pick up on him on WhatsApp, and I will make his life a hell of a misery. he can save fuel right here. He can save a lap of fuel, so he has to play smart over here. He has a 5-second gap to Impulse, which is driving hard. Impulse is catching up. You're still early on in the race. You haven't even reached halfway point. You're reaching halfway point after the pit stop is actually done, about a 10-12 laps after. So you have to play smart over here. If he finds an opening and wants to go for it, and no Pedro sometimes is aggressive and he finds the opening, he will go for it. Go right ahead, but I think the smart move is save fuel. You still have a gap you can work on.
Interesting from an ATRS point of view as well, of course, because they led for a little bit during the last stint, didn't do a lot of fuel saving, did a lot of battling instead. And that meant they went 1 lap shorter last time as SRN got really served there by Sven Groot. That was round turn 4. Oh, and you end up in an awkward place of right here, being right in the middle of the road. That was not nice for the driver down there, but losing out on a lot of places as a result there for SRN Motorsports. They dropped to 12 with Mike Young still at the wheel. And here it is, the leading fight. Pedro Berger looks to the inside, doesn't go for it. Forces ATRS to have a look at the RSR at TCR. Not able to do it. And so they will go through single file this final sector. But it is interesting from an ATRS point of view here, Nolan, because last stint they went one. Oh, that was contact between Maniti and RSR. And this is going to open a bit of a gap between the two leaders.
If I was Beniti, I would be fuming right now. I mean, you don't often see touring car traffic getting caught up in a lead battle like this one. A little bit of door-to-door contact, though. Honestly, if I was the RSR by butt kicker 267 at the moment, I probably would have just backed out. I mean, these are the two leaders, nose to tail fighting behind you. Don't get in the way. You've got a decent gap back to the next car you're fighting. You can afford to lose a 10th or 2 just by tapping the brakes a little bit earlier, but instead, we're left with that contact, and that gap's going to build up now to 0.6 of a second as a result. All that work that Maniti put in over the last couple laps, gone. He's going to have to start reeling all that back in. Hopefully the lap traffic up the road will be able to help in doing so.
Oh yeah, it's pretty much a constant at this point. As we close in on 100 laps to go already in this race. We've passed a third distance, at barely the hour-and-a-half mark in this race. A pace really, really high at the front. ATRS on the last stint went 1 lap shorter than Maniti, so they ideally like the fuel a little bit here, I'd imagine, because they didn't make 31 laps either. And if this race is going to be 5 stints long, then they do need 31 laps on all 4 remaining stints, including the one we're on right now. Let's see, a little bit of a lift off there from Pedro Berger. We'll stay on board and listen in a little bit to see just how much fuel's being saved here, but not loads, you would imagine, from Maniti. They're just staying behind ATRS as things stand. And there's smoke up in front. Doesn't look like anybody's off the road, thankfully. But that is always the worry. Towards the final corner. Berger going to have to swing a little bit wider to get that run onto the front straight. And maybe use the 34 with TCR and the slightly worse run that ATRS got as a result as a means of going through here. Going to benefit from the slipstream. Bit of a short shift into 6th. But let's see just whether we will be closing in and looking to the inside here. There is a look, but mainly due to the traffic, you'd imagine. There's certainly a bit of lifting off. And now traffic is once again, Lorenzo, going to split up this fight.
I don't think so. I think the traffic is going to make this much closer than it probably should be, because Pedro's going to commit on the corner. The Apex X is going to be held up on the outside, so it's kind of like they're still bunched up. They're going to be bunched up all the way down to the hairpin, maybe even at the inside of the hairpin heading to the 300R.
Oh, that was close. And 3 wide towards turn 5, very possibly here on the inside of 5-Star Motorsport, who are very much in the middle. And Big One Club as well on the outside line, who lose out to Impulse. I think that's them going 1 lap down. But Maniti have benefited a little bit. They have closed in. They maybe have the chance now to go down the inside at turn 10. Late on the brakes from Pedro Berger, who will try to make this move. Outside line for ATRS. Side by side between them at the chicane. Berger shoved out, but it was a first attempt at least from them. Nolan, once again, an attempt going into the final chicanes.
And all the while, Impulse Racing started closing the gap as well. It was 1.6 seconds. It's down to 3.3. It's about to be a three-car fight for the race lead if this picks up much longer. If Pedro Berger wants this race lead before Impulse Racing gets him, he's got to get by him and quickly here. Takes the later apex and the wider arc. That's going to give him a great run down the pit straight. And this time, ATRS has no lap traffic to help him out. Berger, will he look over to the right-hand side? Yes, he will. No defense this time around from ATRS at the number 12. Looks like they're going to finally resign to second place. The Maniti Racing pulls alongside for the race lead in the drag race down into turn number 1. Dead even on the braking point. ATRS not giving up just yet, but Maniti is through.
We click on to 100 laps to go, and Maniti Racing are the new leaders. Great pass from Pedro Berger, eventually making his way through. And for the team that finished 4th in the Cup standings at the end of last season, they're now into 1st ahead of the new team, ATRS. So 1 and 2 for them, and it certainly looks like Pedro Berger has just got that little bit of an edge over the car behind. So it's a gap that's only extending for now as the leader in TCR actually just gets negotiated there. That's the 222 being passed, but and again, Lorenzo, we're really close to more pit stops at the line. It could be 5 laps until we see ATRS in once again here. So this lead might not last for too long. We saw how much the order changed during the last pit stop cycle, and of course you mentioned Impulse as well. That they may well get into the fray. So a lot can change over the next 10 laps.
Oh, absolutely. I think this can continue on the trend that if Maniti opens up, I would say maybe a 2-second gap. This can start to get out a little bit out of reach as we're seeing still the battle between Ingersoll and Alpine Star Geodesic for the GT4 for the sport class. Team Hoisenfeld just trying to, for the time being, follow suit into this 3-car train. But if it becomes a little bit of an elastic gap between the Porsches of Maniti and Apex Tech, I'm starting to wonder if Impulse can become a factor over here and start contesting that P2 that Ludicky is right now holding. So it can become slightly complicated for them, maybe in the next, I would say, 5 or 6 laps.
Into the final chicane for the sport category leaders. I say leaders, this is a fight for second place. Justin Ramos managed to find his way through on all of these guys, and now the McLaren is not looking so bad after all. 2 Mercedes just in behind with Ingersoll Rand and Hoisingveld just trailing. There's a 3-car fight for that second place in the order, and Hoisingveld are going to be probably in before long as well. They're coming up towards the end of lap 53 for these drivers, and it was only 27 laps on the opening stint for Hoisingveld, so if they do that again, then they'll be in at the end of the next lap. But you don't imagine that is going to be the case for now. It is interesting, though, that in qualifying, Nolan, we were speaking about the Mercedes and just how strong they were. Well, in the race, the McLaren is really coming into its own.
I think the McLaren is one of those cars that might just be better on the long run. Sometimes that is how cars work. Some are much better suited for a longer run, and I think the McLaren might very well be one of those drivers based on what we're seeing here. I mean, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing has really been holding their own up in second place. Neither of the Mercedes back here have been able to work their way through. Remember, in qualifying, it was a Mercedes 1, 2, 3, 4. The first McLaren back was all the way in 5th. But now that same McLaren is now up to 2nd and has been holding strong for some time now. And I have a feeling Rim isn't about to let that position go anytime soon.
No, absolutely. He's going to try and stay in front for all he's worth at this stage, you would imagine. Although there is an Ingersoll and TCR coming up, maybe trying to help out their teammates. Of course, it's just a coincidence that they are on the track at the same point at this stage. But either way, it could turn decisive. To the final corners they go, with Rain very much the one under pressure out of the 3 of them here. Slightly shallower lines into the penultimate turn, just to cover off anything. And once again, you're seeing the lack of difference between sport category and TCR category cars, especially in the final sector. There isn't much to choose between them, but once they open the taps on the straight, these sport category cars are a lot quicker. and they will be able to dive down the inside at turn 1 at least. These guys 3.3, 3.4 seconds off the leader as well. Michal Limon is a driver we've not seen very much of so far, but it's mainly because he's just been driving on his own, leading this race. And Rain will continue on in second place, just ahead of Ingersoll Rand, so no drama there with their team car, thankfully. And both of their races can continue on pretty much as they were. Ingersoll now down in 11th place in the TCR category after their contact. It was with the Kairos car that they got involved with down at turn 1, where we really saw the 17 spinning and going up, going for over for a roll. As we do now have a pit stop from Ollie Peacock. Now, Lorenzo, you get the feeling this is partly due to the damage that they've got, which is holding them back in this stint.
Yeah, they were losing pace bit by bit once we saw the contact on turn number 1. I don't think they're going to be able to repair it and try to avoid time loss. But if it is something like, let's just say 30 seconds or something like that, maybe you can get while you're doing the tire stop, because I think they're going for tire stop basically every single pit stop over here. Is going to have a driver change as Fraser Smith is going to take over the car. So go for tires, you get maybe 3/4 tenths of 4 seconds of repairs, as you can see on the right hand side, just below the number where the damage is located. Maybe the dents on the back right hand side is not too much, it's more like cosmetic. So just try to navigate that damage would make a whole lot of difference. Maybe take about a tenth or 2/10 seconds per lap in for the Apex Tech Racing team, which might bring them back into the race.
Well, let's see. Fraser Smith has got to get down off the jacks first and get back out there. See just how long that takes, as Huisingveld are now in at the end of lap 55, so they will have to go a bit longer that time. But even so, a little bit worried or worrying for them in terms of how far they're going on fuel. Either way, Fraser Smith is out now. 62.6 seconds there, Nolan. That is longer than a regular stop, but the damage repair, you would imagine, is absolutely worth it based on what we've just seen in that most recent stint.
I would wholeheartedly agree with you on that one, as the 13 is off and away. Hopefully we'll be able to keep up and fight for that race lead once more. Maybe they got some of that damage fixed as well, fingers crossed. But you know, they've been having a good race so far, so not surprised if we saw them cycle right back through to second place. It should be a very fun race overall for them. I mean, it's been a good one so far. They just now have to wait for the rest of the pit stops to cycle on through.
It'll take a little while just yet. Lap 60 maybe will be the next ones for the... Oh, as Ingersoll are off. That's Alejandro Castanera from second, where he was third at the time in the sport category. What has gone on here for Ingersoll? Castanera looked like he was in the final sector there. I think he was just coming up towards the final corner. Although it was hard to... Oh, no, it was at the turn 10, and this is... There's a lot of things going on before this. Here it is. 3 categories altogether. There's a bit of contact with the Porsche Cup car, and then there's further contact as well. Hard to know really there, Lorenzo, where to lay the blame there. Bit of a complicated one. Unclear just quite who was it from on that occasion. Sorry, go on.
No, I was had wonderful things on having the mic muted. But I was gonna say, Uthman Alawi just had the car throwing basically into the grass and lost the braking, but I don't know. It's a little bit of a 50-50 from my perspective, because it looks like the Mercedes kind of like blocked the way in to try to prevent the Audi, try to go on the outside, and then having the cutback on the exit out of the chicane. So it was a little bit of a 50-50 move. Hard to judge, but of course, if you have to blame it on someone, you kind of have to blame it on the faster car, because you could have given a little bit of leeway to the slower car going to a very tricky corner like that.
A very difficult one to call, and we'll wait and see what race control decide to say about it, whether they indeed do end up investigating it or not. As out wide, Trek Esports just up in front, I think that is, for 8th position. Excuse me, it's Orion just up in front. That's Akira Owata down the inside of one of the sport category cars. They won 9-2. A nice run from Kaniskan there, and through the middle he's going to go. Oh, very nearly looked to the inside line. Has to go to the outside as the Mercedes was in the way. It's a long way round here, but it does give you the inside for the even longer 100R. He can't hold it round there, though. He will stay behind for now in this battle for 8th place. But meanwhile, we've seen a pit stop for the 198. And that was just a lap later than the Huisingveld pit stop. But it's dropped them quite a long way back by the looks of things. I'm sure that will rectify itself in due course as well. Down to the inside again towards turn 10. Visceral looking for a move on Orion, and they're pretty desperate to get through at the minute, Nolan, but they're finding little luck in making this move. Still have to wait behind even into the final sector.
Try to go for that crossover through 11 and 12, but no dice. Going to try to take that wider arc now to set something up as they get closer and closer to that front straightaway. The 97 looking low, not going to make that entry though on the right-hand side. Swings it out wide. We'll now have that draft all the way down the very long pit straight. Second and third place. Meanwhile, for ATRS Esports and Impulse Racing have both come down into pit road when this has been going on. The battle still raging on with that draft. Does the 97 have a taste to make that move down to the turn number 1? I think Orion has the draft of the Mercedes just up the road. He's going to go defensive on the inside line. The 97 car going to attack anyway from the outside of turn number 1 right as they hit the GT4 traffic. And forcing out wide is going to be the 97. The 45 didn't leave the 97 any space to hang on to that move.
Just barely, I would say, but shoving them out wide certainly through turn 1. And they will hold on to that position. It's no longer a battle for 8th place, but one for 6th. As we've seen ATRS Esports and Impulse Racing both in the pit lane. Pascal Costa has gotten into the Impulse car. That's the only driver change happening down there, as the geodesic McLaren in Sport also makes its way down pit lane. Where are they in relation to Huisingveld, though? They are very much ahead of Huisingveld. They've had a very long stop there, 1 minute 23 stationary, which is very long. Down the inside for Visceral again. It's almost like watching a replay. And once again, they're not able to make their way through. Outside line, can't do it into the final sector either. It's just going to be a load of switchbacks for them. A load of more defensive manoeuvres from the Orion team as well. And they're going to stay in the same places. Pit stops are going to have to be considered now for these two as well. There's all sorts of cars in from the sport category out the final corner. Will Visceral now try and make the move? It looks like this battle is going to go to the pit lane, is it? No, not quite. They're both going to stay out here. And maybe now the chance will come for Kaliskan into turn 1. Half defense from Orion. And it's not quite enough. Kaliskan to the inside line for Aztecs Influx for Visceral. He's later on the brakes. He blocks the Orion car on the apex, and now he will be through. Shoves them out wide, and finally, Lorenzo, that pass is made.
Yeah, textbook maneuver right there. Just cut back to the outside of me, like pretend that you're going to the outside. Hunted car stays in the middle. You find that opening as soon as the braking point starts to begin. And just commit towards it and clean overtake. Didn't slide the car or anything, just managed to navigate to the line properly. Made the overtake. That was a good move. Now, do they battle for one more lap? I think it's doubtful. I think they might be coming to the lane this time back.
I think a lot of the Porsche Cup cars are going to be in here, including Pedro Berger at the front of the race. Did 31 laps in the first stint. If he does the same again, he'll be in, and he does. So at the end of lap 62, Pedro Berger is into the pit lane, along with the 92, you'd imagine as well. I think that's the yellow and black Liper car in the background. It is indeed. Then we should have the 87 in as well. Remarkable progress in this stint from Sasha Engelhardt to get up into third place. Visceral also in as well. Not Erdin Kaliskan, who we just saw battling away, but Robin Nurburg instead in the 96, and then Trek Esports also should be in as well. That's your top 5 as they run right now. All into the pit lane. Visceral Esports staying out with their other car, but see some of the pit stop times for some of the others. It looks like Fraser Smith has had that little bit of a longer stop, and it has hurt them just that little bit. But it remains to be seen here, Nolan, whether the 12 after their early stop can actually retake the lead here.
Like they will be trying to retake that race lead as now drivers started to cycle through, and the running order about to get restored back to the natural order of things as well, as there's a big gaggle of cars just leaving the final corner in the sprint down towards pit entry along that pit wall. And there's once again traffic trying to get around each other as everybody's trying to figure out a way around everybody else. There is Beniti out of pit road and the dash down towards turn number 1. And they will still be up there in that second position for the looks of things of the 78 cars. So Beniti ends up getting out without losing the spot, except for Visceral, who still, of course, has to pit themselves.
Certainly do. But Kevin Tavares is back into the Porsche that will surely retake the lead of this race pretty soon. 2.7 seconds is their margin over ATRS, and that's Impulse Orion up to 5th, although they have to make a stop yet. That's the 44, the other Orion car down, still in the pit lane. Sven Group also in now as well, in the 157. That is after a nice 60 laps for him, another 30 laps in that car for them. There's the 187, which came in a little bit earlier on actually, on 59. So that was slightly early from them. But even so, shouldn't be too much of a problem, as we now do have a fight between Fraser Smith and Vince Peters just in front, who's got into the Visceral car. You can see it, battle for 8th. This is the problem now, Lorenzo, for the ATRS team, is that they've got a lot of work to do for the remainder of this race as a result of that longer pit stop.
Yeah, but nothing they can do about it. You know, they can have the longer pit stop. They're probably gonna have to rely maybe on a yellow flag to try to get back within contention and make sure that the car is still competitive. But look, for the looks of things, they looks like to have a slighter better pace than the S96 Sports Visceral car. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fraser pulls up and overtakes maybe in the next lap or two. Using the traffic, you can see the Brabham car right in front to make that overtake slightly or easier. You know, just for the traffic towards your way.
Doesn't seem that those positions are going to change into turn 1, despite the traffic maybe getting in the way now. There it is, one of the Brabham cars that has taken the lead now, because we've got Impulse in from the front of TCR. We approach on 90 laps to go in this race. There is the 3rd place Brabham car, by the looks of it, or it was at the start of the lap. He is now leading. Jordan Bachmeier qualified that one. 4.5 seconds up on RSR. 10 seconds ahead of Beniti in 3rd currently. There they go, making their way down towards the final couple of corners, as the 97 stays out for that little bit longer, and now will make its way down pit lane. Udin Karskan has had a good final couple of laps there with a nice overtake and able to stretch the fuel as well. All will benefit this team later on, provided it stays green, of course. May well not benefit them if it doesn't, but that's the roll of the dice that you have to make. Driver changes being made. I have to say, Nolan, I've been a little bit surprised with the frequency of driver changes so far in this race. Stints are not even an hour here, but for the most part, teams changing almost every stint.
Well, don't forget, these drivers do have a minimum number of driver time that you have to fit in, depending on how many drivers you have driving your car in that particular race. Everybody's got to have a relatively even turn, or at least meet a minimum time in the car. I think that's what a lot of these guys are trying to do. They're just trying to make sure that they can get all the drivers to fit that minimum time. We actually saw at one point where a driver or a team was given very, very harsh penalties because they didn't restrict that, as one of the Mercedes you see just there having a bit of a big spin as well. That was actually around through turn, I want to say that was 6, right down at the hairpin there. But again, we've had a lot of teams before that have been penalized for not adhering to the driver time limits. I have a feeling nobody wants to be that first team to get that penalty this season.
A maximum of 3 hours for any driver here this season in any given race. That would mean if it ran to the full distance, you'd need a 3rd driver to help you out. But not looking like we're going to do that today, by the looks of things. A very, very fast pace that we have right now. in this one, down towards turn 10 for the recently pitted Fuji McLaren. This is the current 7th place in the order. It is indeed making their way through on one of the slower cars to get ahead of HBDS, and just putting a bit of distance in between themselves and the rest of the field. But it's very much a changed order compared to what we saw earlier on in the sport category race, Lorenzo. But I guess you could say that about all 3 categories at this point. We've had a lot going on so far.
Yeah, we had our fair share of action, drama, and some interesting things. To put the interesting things as seeing the Fiercely Forward car just blowing up its engine on the exit of right after the Dunlop chicane. But yeah, I think we kind of expected this to happen somewhat, to have this fair share of drama. It's racing, and you're getting cars that have so many different aspects in terms of downforce, of the car handles, in terms of speed and things like that. So I wouldn't be surprised. It kind of calms down and maybe picks up right after the final 30 minutes. If we still have action on the track, maybe battling for the top spots, the top 3 spots in the podium. But other than that, it's pretty much a calm race after the first hour and the first few passings of the faster cars on the TCRs. Let's just say the GT4s and the pickups.
We've had 6 retirements so far in the race, mostly as a result of those multi-class traffic moments. 4 Porsche Cup cars, the Claris Esports, RPC Esports, Sabelt Esports and Geodesic have all had to retire in the opening moments of this race, although we haven't seen a retirement now for more than 45 minutes from the Porsche Cup category. Fiercely Forward from the sport category are also out, the reigning champions. We saw the engine blow for them. That's by the end of their day. And Tri Racing very early on in the race actually ended up out of this, already 3 laps in. Half of the Audi TCRs were out of the race. I'm not sure what happened to Tri Racing, but they are also out. But it certainly seems, Nolan, as Lorenzo said there, that this track has found a bit of, or it's found a number that it's comfortable with, and the 49 cars we have out there right now have gotten into a nice rhythm, and the traffic is flowing a bit better than it did earlier.
And again, I think part of this has to do with the fact that now all the traffic is spread out across the whole of the racetrack. I mentioned this right when they first started hitting lap traffic, really early in this race, around lap 20 or so. It's always going to be worst on those first couple of passes, because that is when everybody is still super bunched up. So you got a lot of battles constantly taking shit with one another, constantly evolving, constantly changing. But now, as everybody is spread out across the entirety of the racetrack, these guys will have that ability here to get themselves functioning throughout the rest of the race.
That was contact, and that's damage. That is damage for Impulse. That was not a good angle to have hit at either. There's got to have been suspension damage there on the rear, although it's behaving all right so far. There was certainly contact. It was with the Big One Club TCR Honda. There was contact through the right-handers at turn 8 and 9. Here it is. Here's the contact. And that seemed like a real misjudgment from Impulse there, Lorenzo. For whatever reason, they just turned in on the Honda, and I'm not entirely sure why.
Visual awareness maybe, but it happens. But no damage. The car looks straight. Looks straight? No, the car is slightly offset. I'm just looking on my side, the benefits of having some race things. But the offset on the wheel goes slightly about, I would say, 5 degrees to the left hand side though, so there might be some steering wheel damage or suspension damage on that Porsche for the Impulse team. Don't know how much that affects in terms of race pace though. Apologies.
It may well be. Let's see, Eclipse Racing team have got things wrong. Oh, the penultimate corner, and that's a heavy hit on the wall for them. The 150 certainly out of the running for a big result for them, I'm afraid, in what I believe is their ClubSport debut here today. They've certainly done their fair share of GT Sprint Series racing, but Eclipse into the wall, I'm afraid, and looks like they're still running, actually, without having to come in for Chris Chariton, but that's one of his first laps out of the car. Not particularly inspiring confidence for him there, but we are just about 68 laps into this race, coming up towards the halfway mark here at Fuji. For now, we commentators are going to step away for just a few moments here on RaceSpotTV, but we won't be leaving the pictures. Certainly, we'll be taking a ride on board with the Impulse Racing Porsche Cup car. Take a ride with Pascal Costa here around Fuji Speedway as we enjoy RaceSpotTV fan immersion. welcome back to Fuji, lap 72 of this race. We are approaching the halfway mark in the opening round of the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA here for the 2022-23 season. It's been a very, very interesting one so far. Just settling down a little bit now. We'll have a proper run through when we get to the halfway stage points, when we get to that stage in 5 laps time. But my name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Nolan Rempel and Lorenzo Bonda for this race. Nolan, there's been a fair amount going on throughout that most recent fan immersion, or the only one. But it's been mostly happening in race control by the sounds of it.
10-second penalty has been handed out to the number 96 Visceral Esports machine for a collision that they caused about an hour ago now with the Trek Esports number 33. This was way back when we saw the Visceral Esports car attempt to overlap Trek Esports, and it did not go to plan. It resulted in spinning out Trek Esports, giving them that big gap of them in the first place. Well, they've just been slapped for it with that 10-second penalty. That is going to be big then, as that is really one of the first penalties that was handed out to a car that is, well, still in the running. Most of the other penalties handed down have been to cars that have since eliminated themselves from competition. But Visceral Esports was fighting for the top 5. He is still 3 seconds back. Well, he's going to be net 15 seconds back now.
Yeah, that's going to really set them back quite a long way. It's still very close, really, in the overall. 7 cars separated by less than 30 seconds, which is pretty outrageous at this stage in the race. But yeah, currently running 6th is that team. Currently Vince Peters at the wheel. They'll have to come in, serve that penalty at their next pit stop. I don't think there's a limit in terms of 3 laps or 5 laps or whatever. I think you can just do it at your next pit stop, which is what I remember from before. You do have to do it in the penalty box, though, of course, as well, as you've maybe noticed at home throughout the broadcast so far today. But yeah, not too much to worry about for them just yet. Just when they get to the pit lane, got to remember to actually serve that penalty. We're on board with one of the fights in TCR. There's been some changes here in this category recently. SOP Racing Team, the team we're on board with. The Assemblies for Geodesic is the team just up in front there, in front of us from on board here. It's the fight for the last spot inside the top 10. But as ever here, Nolan, as when you're a TCR car, you've got to be looking in your mirrors almost as much as you are looking forwards.
You certainly have to, especially since in the touring cars you've got 2 major classes barreling down on you. You've got first your sport class full of the GT4s, and then you got the Porsche Cup car guys working their way through as well. Heck, even back when the Radicals were in play, you still had to keep one really sharp eye out in your touring car field. So at the moment, SRP Racing Team, you see running 11th place. We ride on board with them in the dash down towards turn number 1, sitting right behind Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. This is the fight for that first spot or last spot inside of the top 10. The 262 and the 243, both still on the lead lap in your touring car field. They have still not been lapped up to this point. I think that it is worth noting. What is a bit unusual in these IVRA races is the fact that pretty much everybody in all these classes, at least within their respective classes, are still on the lead lap for the most part.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. I mean, if we were to get a safety car, I'm sure there are a lot of teams hoping that we don't. Then there'd be an utterly unbelievable amount of cars on the lead lap. To be honest, in all 3 categories, it's remaining very, very close. Although one of the wider circuits that we go to on the schedule this season, Interlagos, a lot narrower. Imola, very much narrower. So is Mid-Ohio, so is Barber Motorsport Park, so is Suzuka. Very much feels, Lorenzo, as this is one to maybe ease the teams into the ClubSport Series a little bit for this season, because the rest of the circuits are about half as wide.
Yeah, but the thing is, this track might be wide, but the curves don't help you out too much. I think only maybe the hairpin and going into the Dunlop chicane are corners that, because the track wideness kind of helps you out a little bit. And the 300R, of course, I forgot about the 300R. But there are some corners with real there are blockers for some cars if you are trying to get away on traffic. Especially in critical situations. So, despite its wideness, highly technical track, and I think the key point I wanted to make is if you have to manage traffic very well here, because you cannot be taking, for example, Barber and Mid-Ohio for granted, because you're going to be basically under constant traffic every single time, right? You're not going to have a moment of breath or clear air, depending on circumstances, how you try to take those tracks. So, and they're back to back, so you have to navigate maybe the first 2 rounds appropriately, and try to nurse these 2 rounds that I just mentioned more carefully, so you really want to get out with really good points.
An interesting schedule for the ClubSport series. I mean, in the GT Sprint series and Endurance series respectively, we've got much bigger circuits that are more widely recognised for, I suppose, international world championship races, I suppose, in real life. That makes life a little bit easier, but ClubSport series are taking on some different circuits, because after all, the Endurance and GT schedules end up looking fairly similar towards the end. Getting word through from race control, by the way, that we've already spoken about the penalty box that the drivers have to serve it in, but it has to be within 90 minutes of when they get the penalty. And considering, Nolan, that the stints are all below an hour for all 3 categories of car, it shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, unless somebody forgets, I suppose, which is not too difficult to do, but unless somebody forgets, you're not going to end up running over that 90 minutes, you wouldn't imagine.
No, I would certainly hope not, but it wouldn't be the first time I've seen drivers kind of grow a little bit lax, although from what I understand as well, race control will be more than, shall we say, happy to remind you that you still have a penalty yet to serve as well in your stim before the end of before it gets to that point. I know that's at least something that a lot of other race controllers have a tendency to do. They'll give you a little reminder if you're getting a bit closer. It's like, hey, just so you know, you still got to serve this. If you don't, it's going to get a heck of a lot worse. Take a look at the replay. Oh, that was one of the Mercedes getting spun out by the full centering car. I think that was one of the SRM Motorsports machines.
It certainly was. As we see, speaking of sport category cars, the leading battle start to emerge. The McLarens just keep getting better as the day goes on. RSR by Butkicker and Alpine Star and Geodesic Racing are about to do battle for the lead of this race, and we're coming up towards the halfway mark. At the end of lap 77, half points will be dealt out to all of these teams. And so, there's 5 points on the line each way for these 2 drivers. Be 50 for the halfway stage win, if you want to call it a win. And second place is 45 points. So, points worth having here, Lorenzo, and maybe that will be factoring into the mind of both of these drivers when they're fighting this one out, because so far we've been speaking about this one as if with an eye to the end of the race, as so many of the teams will be, but they've got to think about those points at the halfway stage as well, because Geodesic will want these 5 points and RSR would rather not let them go.
Yeah, and I think it's very important that we have to be mindful of these points make a difference. We saw that being nearly a tiebreaker in the series. Was kind of a tiebreaker over here in the ClubSport, so they have to be playing with their heads and seeing where they're going to be at the end of things, just to, oh, okay, we were P3, we were granted this amount of points, so we can play with the margins a little bit more and maybe be aggressive towards the end of the race if we are allowed to be more aggressive, maybe go for more points at the end, because of course it doubles up a little bit, but that makes a true difference coming down to the final round, where you really want to have that fat to burn in comparison to the other teams, because you were consistent, not just at the end of the race, you had a good result at the end of the race, but that halfway made a lot of difference for you as well.
And towards turn 1 for these 2 leaders in sport. 1 lap to go until the end at the halfway stage for these 2. Kevin Tavares is still in the, well, I think he's around the other part of the lap at the moment, maybe coming up towards the final few corners. He's about to take 50 points for the Cup category. Impulse Racing about to take a 1-2 there, as the 2-3-3 has 4.5 seconds over Tim Matskett. Very much have a handle on that TCR race, as we've been speaking about all day long. But through 100 are these two go into turn 6 afterwards. There is, speaking of the Impulse TCRs, there is one of them just making a run out of turn 6 and towards the next braking zone at turn 10. Doesn't look like Geodesic are going to be close enough to overhaul RSR for those points. They're going to have to stay behind, and that little bit of traffic might have just sealed it there. So at the completion of this lap, we'll have a bit of a rundown of the order. And we'll start with the sport category since we're looking at the leaders right now. Top 5 here being led by RSR by Bookkicker. Ted Lowendick at the wheel right now. We're focusing in on John Butt for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. They are in second. Dush Payment are in third after a really good start to the race for them. And they're only 4 seconds away as well. Ingersoll ran fourth with SimCity Racing on their debut up inside the top 5. Good to see for that team in particular. Just watch out for Team Huisingveld down there in 11th as well, by the way. Longer stop for them on that last one. And so that's why they found themselves so far down. They'll be ones to watch throughout the remainder of this race. At the halfway stage in the Cup category, we've got Maniti Racing leading with Kevin Tavares. He's got just under 4 seconds over Pascal Costa, and then ATRS Esports are in third. Only 5 seconds separating the top 3, or 6 seconds maybe, in this category. Lipa Esports are fourth with Dennis Spearmans, but then it's Just Payment who are in the top 5 here as well. A really good start to their season. They're in the 87. And finally down to the TCRs, where we have an Impulse Racing 1-2. The 222 currently leads by 11 seconds ahead of the 233. Then it's Maniti Racing bending off RSR by Bookkicker for now, doing a pretty good job at it. And then Brabham Esports, 5th and 6th for them at this stage. So that's your halfway top 5 as we go back to the Cup category, and a dive down the inside from Dush Payment, I think that is. A fight for 4th. And Lipa Esports may well have just lost out in that one. They have indeed. So Dennis Spearmans didn't want to fight that one too hard, although he's coming back into turn 3. Down the inside he goes. It's going to give him the outside for 4, but it won't matter. He'll keep the other Porsche behind Full Send Racing's TCR, and so he will take that 4th place back again. And then once again come under fire into turn 6. A real topsy-turvy battle between the two of them, Nolan, but Lipa Esports have held on for 4th for now.
That was a textbook defense there for Lipa Esports. They saw the opportunity with the Full Send Racing Hyundai Veloster, and they took full advantage of that one, and Lipa took that spot back. And honestly, I think Deutsche Payment and Black Dog tried to run it back down to the inside, but they got a bit unsettled over on the curbing, which is why they lost so much time. But look at now how much they've already reeled that gap back in, and now with the 5-Star Motorsports Mercedes checking up Lipa Esports, you have a feeling here that that 87 car is going to be through before too long. The 92 still holding strong, though, on that inside line. When the 87 will have a much better apex off of the corner, I think, again, this pass will be inevitable unless Lipa Esports puts out one heck of a defense down the front stretch here.
Going to have to be a real big defense, and I don't think they'll want to really put that one out there this early on, but saying that, we are in the second half of the race now. Who knows? Inside line for Kevin Crosney. Back into the car for a second stint in this one after starting the race earlier. He will now take charge of 4th place. Slightly dangerous there from Dennis Spearmans to go in front of the TCR quite so abruptly there. But either way, they were expecting it, and so at least continue on, but it will be 5th place for them on this occasion. Then it'll be Vince Peters just in behind. You see the 96 in the background of these shots as well. Lipa Esports here, Lorenzo, beginning to fall back ever so slightly, and that's very contrary to what we saw in the opening stint of the race.
Yeah, but then again, we have to give him props because you're still within the top 5 given the circumstances you were just through in the early stages of the race. So, excuse me. So, given the fact that they were battling for the lead at one point, were relegated to nearly into the top, having to fight for the top 6. Now, still contending for top 5, not far away from P3 of Nick Ludicky. From Nick Ludicky. So you're still battling. You're still within the 5 for maybe P3, but you still need that something extra to get towards the P3. You have to give them props for their ups and downs and still be where they are right now, even though they're still suffering pressure. They're now suffering pressure from Visceral Esports.
They certainly are. That may well be a fight that just reappears again in a few moments' time. Racing Bell ducking and diving on the front straight there, making their way through on a TCR and letting the 87 through as well there. But Lipa are just about going to have the legs to do that one into turn number 1. They'll make it on the brakes, but it's very difficult to make it on the brakes there, Nolan. You can't forget that the Porsche Cup cars do not have ABS, and the GT4 cars in the sport category most certainly do. And that creates a bit of a difference in the braking distances of both of those cars.
If anything, it actually kind of backs out the braking distance a bit more for the GT4s, because while, yes, they do have ABS, that does extend your braking range by a little bit because you can't slam on the binders as hard. It's more the touring cars that you have to worry about. The touring cars also have ABS, but they are, of course, front-wheel drive, which allows them to grip the surface that much more, and therefore allows them to brake that much later as well. So you mentioned earlier it was dangerous to kind of cut in front of the touring cars that was braking. I think it's kind of lucky that touring car cut him a brake. It didn't just run him over into the braking zone there of turn number 1. Here's the 127 car. Ted Lowenday for RSR by butt kicker. Trying to fend off Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing's driver of John Bodefer in the background in the 162. These drivers separated by less than a second, as they have been for the last 5 to 10 laps or so. But so far, Alpine Stars has not been able to close in the gap to RSR, who continue to lead the way in their Mercedes-AMG GT4.
About to extend as well, as Geodesic have to wait behind the Impulse TCR, which is a good example of what you were saying actually into turn number 1. You saw the Impulse TCR just able to go a little bit deeper on the brakes there compared to the Mercedes. Now Geodesic will make that move at turn 6, which is for some reason called hairpin. It's not really a hairpin, but there we are. They're through now. The gap just over 1 second. I have to say, it's one of the slowest moving leading battles I've ever seen in terms of Geodesic putting the pressure on. They're really not doing a lot to do that. I'm sure they're trying, but traffic not quite falling their way at this stage. That was a bit wide from Ted Lowendick into turn 10. The gap comes below a second once again. And it will be a great chance for us, Lorenzo, if indeed these two do start to fight properly. Be a great chance for us to really see the strengths of the Mercedes, weaknesses of Mercedes, and vice versa as well for the McLaren, because we don't get to see that too often. We haven't seen very much inter-manufacturer battling so far in TCR. In sport, I should say.
Yeah, it will be interesting because from what I know, I haven't driven the GT4 way too much lately. But I know the 570S has historically issue with the braking, because whenever the car is kind of like cold on tires, or even when it's slightly hot but it has already some rubber wasted into it, the back end starts to kick in a little bit more than usual. So you have to be more daft. You cannot be daft on the brakes. You have to be more cautious on your approach towards the braking. But you can push the car a little bit more than usual. It is faster in some of the maybe I would say faster corners, as you guys can see right now, even though it has a little bit of draft in advantage for beta floor. But from what I know, the MG is good on it's good on traction, grips up basically everywhere, but I think has a little bit of a higher tire rate wear than the S7, the 570 does. So it will be a very even battle, because both drivers know how to drive these GT4 cars very well. So you don't have a clear-cut the favorite into this battle right now.
It is not an easy one to call just yet. Through the final, or the final sector, excuse me. Below half a second now. McLaren just homing into view, becoming larger in the mirrors of Ted Lowendick, you can imagine, and slightly narrower line though through that final corner. It's not going to give them the best exit onto the front straight. And so it may be a gap that extends again, although Lowendick still feels the need to break the slipstream, fend a little bit. McLaren not really gaining that much in a straight line, certainly benefiting from the slipstream, but I don't know in a side-by-side drag race whether the McLaren would be heavily fancied. And now towards the corner, it very much looks like the geodesic car was just lifting off ever so slightly on the way down there, Nolan. So maybe that is going to be the call from here on in. Maybe they were just exercising a bit of caution because of the Porsche Cup cars around, which have complicated things a little bit as well.
I think it was the caution for the Porsche Cup cars, because as soon as the Hell Racers Porsche made that look to the inside, you immediately saw Bodefer back off, did not want to take that risk. And in fact, he almost was able to attack the 127 because of that, because the RSR Porsche, or Mercedes, excuse me, was forced way out wide. It was just unfortunate there was a second Porsche that was there to disturb the party. Otherwise, that very, very easily could have been one heck of an overtake. But now, John Bodefer is going to have to try to fight his way back up to the tail end of Ted Lowendick and work his way back up, and I'd imagine might be able to get him this time by here onto the front straightaway. That's going to be a really big if he can stick close with him through this final sector of the racetrack.
Hardly too late on the brakes actually from Lowendick there into turn 10. It was must have cost him a tenth or two. But once again, the overall race leader is not too far behind them this time, so that's not going to settle any nerves. Final corner again, we go on board now with Geodesic in the 162 McLaren. Getting through the gears now, we'll really see just how little this car gains in the slipstream of the Mercedes. It doesn't seem to quite have the legs of that car in front, although eventually the slipstream becomes more powerful and they can eventually get a bit of a run. Not in any danger of running out of any gears towards the end of here, but yeah, no real straight line speed there at all. There was a little bit of lifting as well, as you will have heard from on board, but not really with the straight line speed there, Lorenzo. The newer Mercedes, seemingly that little bit quicker. There's always that question about Geodesic and how much of that straight line speed they're really using right now.
So I'm not surprised to see the straight line speed of the Mercedes. I think it's been a recurring topic of how good the AMG really is on the front straights in comparison to any other cars. It kind of blows them out of the water. And also we have to take into effect that we are driving in a track that has some elevation already, so the turbo engine does favor a little bit more the Mercedes, even though even then the McLaren is also twin turbocharged, so on paper it would be able to level it out. But for now, from what I know, is like also the AMG does have that straight line speed. But I wouldn't be surprised if John is playing a little bit more conservative than usual. They're kind of managing the gap to also the Deutsche Payment Interceptor car that is about 5 seconds behind. So I think there's a little bit of a chess game involved. Regardless if the Alpine Stars isn't being able to reach the RSR car.
Let's see this time around. Impulse of split things up a little bit into turn 10, but it's not exactly huge margin again. I feel like we are going to experience deja vu here slightly, with no look down towards the inside from the McLaren, and no move made at all. In the Porsche Cup category, we've seen a change of position for Vince Peters, who's gotten through on Dennis Biermans. Official Esports getting through on Leipert. And so that's a change for 5th place for the 96 team. And yeah, very strong race from them so far. They find themselves in quite a lot of traffic at the moment as well, incidentally. And that's not going to help anybody particularly. And it does seem that we do have a bit of news actually from race control, Nolan, on this Leipert 92.
That Leipert 92 about to lose a full minute on his next pit stop when it comes on in, because he has been handed a 60-second time penalty. The reason? An unsafe rejoin over in turn number 1. This took place still within the first hour of the race, is about an hour and 20 minutes ago, but this was when the 92 went off track on the inside of turn 1, but then slowly crossed back onto the racing line with cars approaching that had to scramble to avoid him. That has netted them a 1-minute stop and hold penalty in their little penalty box. So that's not good news for the Leopard Esports number 92 car. They are going to have a big struggle now when they come back down to pit road, and all of a sudden, all that work they've been putting in all of this race, it is gone just like that. They could very well lose a lap over this.
Yeah, they'll lose, well, a minute, as it says, but let's see, where are they now? 30 seconds off the lead. Yeah, they'll nearly drop off the lead lap as a result of that one. So, yeah, that will be pretty hurtful. Of course, with the safety cars and the situation regarding that, I want to stay on the lead lap to benefit from those. We go back to another battle in the Porsche Cup category. Trek Esports are trying to close in on the other visual car, but more pressingly, they're under pressure from Orion just in behind of Mike Dam. This team a little bit, well, they were a little bit off schedule earlier because they had a 23-second stop for something. I don't know whether they made a particular mistake during one of their stops, but either way, that has set them back quite a good deal. But it has allowed them to maybe climb back through the field once again as they approach the third pit stop of what is expected to be 4 stops here today. Quite remarkable, Lorenzo, to think that we are already approaching the penultimate stops of this race, but it really is flying by at the moment. The pace of these Porsche Cup cars is always that little bit surprising, and the real setting up for the end of the race is about to happen, really. Not too long to go.
Yeah, not too long to go. I think we're going to be seeing that pit stop coming down on maybe lap 90, starting at lap 90 to 95 maybe. If anybody's really aggressive on the fuel save, I don't think that it might be able to happen. But if it does happen, it will give anybody that went down lap 95 who's still within race contention, will give him a good edge on other cars. But yeah, we're on to a very thrilling finish of a race, and I think there's still lots of things up in the air. We haven't seen any yellow flags, so let's keep going at it.
Absolutely. No yellow flags just yet in this one. I believe, well, I can't say for sure, but there weren't very many at Motegi either in the opening round of last season, so I don't know what it is about the opening round of seasons and the clean and green racing, but that's certainly what we've had. Oh, that's not very clean though. Somebody's missing a bonnet there. One of the Mercedes. It's impossible to tell who it is because there is no, most of the paint is not on it anymore with the lack of it's the Eclipse. And that must have been, I didn't see the bonnet fall off during the contact, but that must have been when they spun at the penultimate corner, not long after their second stop of the day.
It was.
And yeah, nosed into the wall, and that must be where the damage was gathered there, Nolan. I can't believe they're still lapping so well with that with that front end damage though.
And they did get that damage from that wreck some time ago, but they are still chugging along. They are just, I think, trying to, at this point, conserve what they can get and maybe fix a little bit at a time during the next pit stop or two. I believe we still have 2 cycles left to go after we finish up this one here. And speaking of which, you got 2 cars already into pit road, 15th and 20th place respectively in your sport category. So they're already a little bit off cycle for the 2 of them. How about the fight for 10th though in TCR at the moment, running down towards turn number 1. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing trying to hang on against SRP Racing Team. And gonna go down into turns number 1 side by side with one another, and solid run for the Silver Racing Pro Racing Team as well, who manages to just cling on.
Tried to use the traffic to the advantage of the SRP car just in behind there, but wasn't able to, and Geodesic will hold on to their top 10, which has not been the best race for them overall, I suppose. Their Porsche Cup car was out very early on in the race, and thankfully their sport category car having a much better time of things, but struggling to cling on even to a top 10 here in TCR. And now there's going to be a run here for SRP again down into the final chicanes of the lap. Let's see really tucked in behind. You can barely see them anymore. It's going to have to be a bit of a dive on the brakes, though. They're just going to ease off towards the end of the straight, and they won't go for it there. Big bounce over the curves from Geodesic particularly. A nice run from SRP. A look to the inside now. A nice little switch back into 13. Inside line here gives you the outside, though, for the penultimate turn. And so it might not be the best place to be. Very long left-hander, this one. Even though you do clip the apex very late. Same story, really, at the final corner as well, where SRP are going to try and run out wide and get that run onto the very, very long home straight. And it might have just clipped the curve on the inside line there, which might stop them from going through at all. Once again, they're very, very close to the Geodesic car up in front. Are they close enough? Is there enough straight line speed in this SRP at Veloster at the moment to really get through? So close behind. And now they will duck to the inside line at turn 1. Later on the brakes, and finally they'll get that move done on Geodesic there, Lorenzo. But these moves in the final chicanes, in the final sector of this lap, I should say, always take longer than you'd expect. The battles just seem to go on and on and on through there.
It's kind of like an easier said than done scenario for you to make those overtakes. You kind of have to be patient because you're usually going to be side by side. The thing is, those corners, they kind of have a wide radius of attack, right? You have so many entries and exits, and you're still going side by side. There is no definite line like you probably have, for example, at turn number 3 going to Coca-Cola, maybe going through the hairpin, and also going, even at Dunlop has kind of like a certain line for you to make the overtake. So this ambiguity of the lines you can take as they're going to go at it once more makes this a little bit more nerve-wracking if you're trying to shred time on someone else, as right now that's not their main concern. They're just battling for positions because the car that is right in front of them, like you said before, is more than 7 seconds away.
Into the top 10 again for SRP, which is good news for them, as the fight for sport category first position continues on, although it's not a real big fight right now. End of lap 90, and Pascal Costa is in. But getting a little bit worrying now for Impulse, who will need to do a couple of 32-lap stints to not have a splash and dash later on in this race. The number 12 has been able to go finally 1 lap further, although they'll need a couple of longer stints as well, really, in this race. I get the feeling, Nolan, that some teams may be banking on a safety car coming out at some point, because otherwise I don't think the likes of Impulse and certainly the 13 ATRS team, they are not going to make it without needing a splash of fuel. Oh, that's contact down towards turn number 1. That was with German Sim Racing, Force End Racing, getting into the back of the Aston Martin. And that was one of those misjudgments. Another driver, though, Nolan, just pulling in front of the TCR cars in a braking zone, which is where you can't really do a lot about it at that point.
And Mikel Garcia couldn't be faulted for that. As soon as he saw what was happening, he slammed on the binders as hard as he could. And there's just nothing you can do, though, in that instance. I mean, you got your brakes, and that's about it. And we talked earlier about the risks of pulling in front of the TCRs, and that is exactly why. And we've even seen that a couple of times, even in other series, both in the real world and in fact in the sim as well. Heck, even safety vehicles aren't immune to that. I remember there was at one point where it was on a street circuit race some time ago. It was a Formula race, not Formula 1 by any stretch of the beast, but it was a open wheel race. Car pulls in front of a safety truck that was still on the track and jams on the binders to make a hairpin. That safety truck locked up right into the back of the Formula car because it couldn't avoid them. You have your brakes and that's it. If somebody has got better or worse brakes in front of you, there's nothing you can really do about it except just kind of hang on for the ride.
Yes, also in TCR you're slowing from a lower speed as well, which doesn't help. Which doesn't help when you're in the faster cars. Ted Lowendick makes his way down pit lane as well. He's right on the bubble in terms of making it on fuel as well. Lap 87 is his pit stop this time. The 162 able to go a little bit further. Did 29 laps on the last stint, so we'll probably be able to do 29 again, you would imagine.
Oh.
And then we'll only have a few left as we've got Safety car out. Wow, it's perfectly timed for RSR, but
Oh my
I'm
god.
struggling to find the reason for this safety car right now.
I think it was with the Kyle Garcia or something of that nature, because I just noticed he's the one that towed.
Ah. So, Miguel Goss, yeah. Here we go. We saw, oh, and had to avoid. There's big suspension damage on this car, and in the end can't get it back in time. So the caution is thrown. The safety car will be out. And this is going to change the race, especially in the sport category, because let's not forget, Lorenzo, that Geodesic were waiting to make a stop there. And now they're going to have to do it under caution, which is never ideal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like pit lane is going to be very busy, so we can expect a few pit stops coming up along the way. I think if there's a team that kind of got benefit from this, overall might have been the Apex Tech number 12, because they pitted right as the pace car came out. So nothing they could do over there. They're already pitted into it, and about like 10 seconds later the pace car comes out. So they are able to do that pit stop, then come out. They're not going to get penalized by it. So man, this could work on their favor, because they might jump the whole train of cars once this goes up.
Let's see how it pans out with regards to that. So yellow flag out there at the moment. We're going to have a bit of a wave by first of all, just to make sure that everybody's in the right place. But I'd be very worried, Nolan, especially for these Cup teams, these Porsche Cup teams, who are on the 31st lap of their stint right now. I know we're running at safety car speed, but surely they can't have too much fuel left in that car, and goodness knows what's going to happen to them if they have to come in for emergency service. I don't really know. Because, yeah, there won't be much fuel in those cars that are still out there.
Well, that is one thing that is actually within the safety car regulations, and it is one that the race controllers actually advise. Obviously, you're going to get penalized if you come on down before the open pit road, but it's just an end of the longest line penalty from what I understand. So what they have is, if you know you're going to run out of fuel before pit road opens, just come on in and take the penalty, because it's going to save everybody so much of a headache at the moment. And I think that's what a lot of these guys are going to have to struggle with as well. Still waiting on some drivers to catch on up at the moment. The last car, the safety car line, is, well, right there, coming around right in front of that safety car. It is one of the touring cars. Most of the other drivers are still catching up, which is making most of our sport and touring car classes. A good portion of the Cup guys are already tucked in behind the safety car line at the moment. But you know, this is big. We don't often see safety cars deployed, and this one is fairly late. We're just at the cusp of that last third of this race getting kicked off. This could be a hectic restart.
Very much could be. We've got a bit of time to wait until then, of course. The lead lap drivers expected to stay to the right-hand side for the moment while the wave-by happens. And then we've got to wait for them to get back onto the back of the train again. So it's going to be at least one more lap until even pit lane can open here. But let's see how many teams need fuel. Because of those cars on the lead lap, there are 9 cars on the lead lap in the Porsche Cup category, and overall 7 of them are coming right towards the very end of a stint here. Kevin Tavares is going to pull in, I think, as are most of the others here. Let's see.
No,
No,
don't worry. It's the procedure that they have to do the waiver rounds first. So everybody's doing the waiver rounds. Once the waiver rounds are complete, then the pit stop process begins. So everybody can pit. Once everybody actually are inside the line, right, inside the strain line of the safety car within the SCP. Once everybody's inside the SCP, then everybody can pit, and then a second round of waiver rounds begin. And once everybody actually are within the line, and then we have the leader sets and everything, we can begin this race again. So expect maybe this to be open in maybe the next lap or two. So this might be a big difference. I don't think they're going to be worried in terms of fuel, because they can kind of clutch it out a little bit.
Fraser Smith has come in nevertheless, and so has the 187 from Sport. Not entirely sure when the geodesic car came in either from Sport, but they have also recently made a stop that has gotten, yeah, they've gotten to the end of one lap of a stint now as well, so very confusing at this moment. But yeah, we've had a bit of a reset here. I reckon, though we will have the pit lane open at the end of this next lap. Although we are still waiting on a few wave arounds here, trying to work out who needs to be waved around in GT4. We're not entirely sure. Top Freak Racing are the first sport category car. I think you can see them in the train there. There's the first sport car, first in the train. The 222 needs to be the first in TCR as well. I think they're a long way back at this stage, but I think we are going to see pit stops this time, and I think, Nolan, we could well see pit stops from almost everybody here, especially in Porsche Cup. It's couldn't be better timed for some people.
Wholeheartedly agree with you on that one. If there's ever a point where you wanted to come on down and get a free pit stop, do it under the safety car. You don't know when you're going to be getting another one, so definitely come on down and get them all sorted as soon as you possibly can. Now is the time to come on down into pit road. Once, of course, pit road opens, if you do so prematurely, well, you're going to be finding yourself in a bit of a world of pain. Also expect for the procedures, once pit stops are completed, for all the Porsche cars to be cycled up to the front of the pack. Now, this is what they also do in their endurance series, but that is where the LMP2s are automatically put up in front of all of the GT3 Pro cars as well. Now, that is done for safety reasons. It is done to make sure that the Porsches aren't running over any of the slower classes behind them, because, let's be honest, the speed difference between the Porsches to the GT4s is a lot greater than the GT4s to the touring cars.
Absolutely, just to make things a little bit safer for everyone. It seems that, although I'm not entirely sure, it seems the pit lane may well be open this time around, but we'll find out soon enough. Everybody stays to the right-hand side anyway, because they need to let those cars that need to be waved around go through. But now that process is complete, it looks like we're going to see some stops, not from everybody, but from some, but not Tavares. So it doesn't look like pit lane is open quite this time. So they'll stay out again. Let's make sure that none of these cars have to come in here, because otherwise they'd be in a bit of bother with race control. Trek Esports have had to come in. The 33 has had to come in. And so pit lane not open this time, but Trek Esports have had to come in anyway, Lorenzo, and we believe that they're going to have to start this next restart from the end of the line as a result.
Yeah, and I'm still looking over here to see if the pit lane is open, because from what happens if the pit lane is closed after the after the safety caution has been thrown out, the yellow flag has been thrown out, you can take an emergency pit. But what happens is you take the pit stop, but you have to get an end of line penalty because the pit wasn't open. So that will be done after on the second round of the wave rounds and everything to reorganize the pit. So expect some teams to get that EOL maybe because of that emergency pit stop, because that was so late, and we were talking about this so late in the process. We were going to look what happened to Miguel Garcia. That would look like with the Deutsche payment Porsche Cup right there, and the car was just undrivable after that.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Sorry, if I may cut in here really quickly, I want to also point out this was the exact same lap that same touring car also sent the GT4. So he already had prior damage, and this just exacerbated the situation. No wonder the car was undrivable.
Yeah, then we're about to see the result of that down to... Oh dear, yeah, this is not a good onboard. I know it's a right-hander, but shouldn't be turning that much, and there we go. Miguel Garcia pretty quickly there, Lorenzo, decides that is not a car that can be driven around anymore, and so... has to tow back to pit lane, and that is the reason for our first safety car of the day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be even surprised about that, to be very honest with you. So those are and he put it up in a safe spot, and that is one of the safe spots. I believe you can actually tow the car and bring it out and take the yellow flag out. So pit exit is now open, so those who actually had to take the pit the pits, basically the emergency pit, they can come out and not have too much of a trouble. Also, pit lane is also open, so expect that pit stop to be quite crucial for this one, because what I'm seeing right now is not going to be a full pit stop on the last pit stop. This is going to be, I think, kind of like 2/3 of a pit stop coming to the end of the race.
Yeah, I think they're going to take on more fuel this time, and then for the final stop won't quite be a full tank because of the amount of laps that are remaining. Don't need one, but let's see what these drivers elect to do this time. Through the final corner they come. We have had it confirmed that pit lane is open. I'm impressed with some of these Porsche Cup cars. I've got to say that they've been able to make their way through, but laps under the pace car have certainly done some good for them there. And they've just been able to make it. Trek Esports weren't able to, and so they will have an end-of-line penalty, you would imagine. But Kevin Tavares is going to lead them in. There's 3 cars between himself and Vince Peters in second, who also has a penalty to serve, so I'm not sure how he's going to do that, or if he's going to do that under caution. He probably can't. We'll have to wait a little bit later for that one. Oh, that's a late decision there from someone to come into pit lane. I think it could have been... well, I'm not entirely sure, but either way, into the pit lane for everybody. And this is going to be in all 3 categories, really, Nolan. We're going to see a lot of pit stops here.
A lot of pit stops indeed, as about at the moment, about half the field is making their way on down and into pit road. This is what happens when you get a pit stop that's right on the cycle, though. Everybody wants to come in because they can get a run that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to get. The only drivers really staying out are those that pitted just prior to the safety car coming out in the first place. It's good news for some of those drivers, as they're going to be able to get wave arounds now from their from their pit stops and from their race leaders. So a couple of drivers will be able to once again get their laps back, as pit road busy as ever, just like the first stint.
It is. There's the view from the end of pit lane, as the safety car train is still coming past on the right-hand side. You can see, which is the first of those Porsche Cup cars going to be getting away. We already know that ATRS and Impulse are going to be leading 1 and 2 because they had a pit stop just before the caution came out. They managed to stay on the lead lap as well. Out the pit lane they'll go. Oh, and coming to a stop there on the exit of pit lane was the huge-ass car. There goes Maniti, their first of the Cup cars. And after that, it is a bit of a mess. It's a bit of a shuffle. We've had different leaders now then in 2 of the categories. ATRS Esports leading in Cup. We've got Ingersoll Rand leading now in the Sport category as a result of all of this. They have made a stop. And we still have Impulse Racing leading in TCR, Lorenzo, but the order very much shuffled about.
Yeah, the order over there kind of like shuffled up a little bit. We didn't even see Maniti, for example, Marcel Arang's car, kind of like featured within the top 3 basically all race long. So seeing them over here in P2 is slightly surprising. Of course, the 222 with Martin Aschet and also Christopher Ems in the car have been kind of like dominant. I expected them to see that dominance coming out really early, but then seeing RSR by Butt Kicker, Impulse, and now Team Hoisingfeld not far behind him and being able to contend for the race as well, kind of like blows open all over again. Of course, there is some separation between Siegmund and Team De Vries, which is the 248 of Team Hoisingfeld, the Impulse 233, but nevertheless, the race is open on all categories. I would say more so in the TCRs, in GT4s than the P-Cubs. I think P-Cubs might have some things in between that kind of like made this more open than usual.
Quite possibly, but then again, they will all be passing the slower cars in front before this safety car period ends, and they'll be able to benefit from that. Few wave arounds, by the way, for the cars as well. We've had a Ryan race team. Both of their cars have been able to wave around, and so have Hell Racers. They've now come in after their wave around, and they will be making their way to the back of the train pretty shortly. You just sticking out of line right now. And now the Porsche Cup cars are now splitting with the rest of the field here, Nolan. But it remains to be seen just how many of the problems that is going to alleviate in this restart.
So it's going to be interesting then to see how this restart is going to go. You can see the Porsche Cup class now starting to work their way up to the front of this field, as is per the regulations. Drivers are allowed to cycle their way up to the front of the field. This is to allow for the faster classes to be able to take off without having any sort of problems here on the initial start. So that is all going to go off without a hitch from the looks of things. And it's a fairly simple process, and one that by now a lot of these drivers have had significant practice with due to the safety car period seen in races past. And it is good to see that, you get all those fast cars up in front, so that way we don't have any of that classic early race chaos like what we had over the 6 hours of the Glen, when on the restart lap, we saw ourselves with a 20-car pileup in the S's.
Well, let's hope we don't have that. But yeah, it could well get a little bit crazy. Don't forget that despite the fact that the Cup class has been split from the rest, the Sport and TCR cars are very much intermingled. Still waiting for a few of those Cup cars to come around and join the rest of the train here. Not entirely sure what they're going to do with Trek Esports as well, because they did definitely come in while the pit lane was closed. Hearing end of line penalty, but it doesn't look like they're going to the end of the line for now. Maybe we will have another lap under safety car here after this one. But it very much feels, Lorenzo, as if this is a bit of a reset of the race, really. 57 laps to go. We're very much now down towards the very end of the race, and we're going to kind of see a similar phase as to what we saw earlier, where we got the Cup cars catching real big groups of Sport and TCR traffic in the early portion of the race. It seems like that's going to happen all over again.
Yeah, and this is going to make the Indy race more interesting, because it's going to have that feel of shootout race of sorts, right? Because you're going to have that effect of now the cars only have to be mindful maybe of 2/3 of a pit stop, so you can play with fuel more. So I think this becomes of an aggression race mixed with the fact that you have to think of a possible overcut, and that overcut working at the final pit stop, and maybe depending on see how it will be decided. Of course, if you go green all the way at the end of the race, who's going to come out on top, because now since the Cup category is all bunched up one together, is going to be dictating more and more who's going to get that benefit at the end of things. But nevertheless, it's going to be a very frenzied restart once we actually get the restart going.
For some reason, Pascal Costa now leads with an overtake under safety car. The 15 and the 12 have exchanged positions there, but I don't exactly know why.
I want to say, this is my guess, I want to say that when Nick came to the pit lane, Pascal was actually leader of the race for a slight little bit, but I might be fully wrong.
I don't really know quite why that is the case. I think they were both in the pit lane when the caution was thrown. Maybe Costa's pit box is further down the pit box, so he was technically in front, but Despotakis made the pass in the pit. I don't really know. Just making up possibilities. The end of line penalties are about to be handed out as we've got a Cup car in. That's Hell Racers Tershine again in. That's Nicholas Helm, just looking to benefit from another late stop. But Impulse Racing leading this one right now. Pascal Costa has just a small advantage over the rest. He will lead the field away very shortly when we get back underway in GT4, excuse me, in Sport I should say. We've got Ingersoll Rand leading, Francisco Barrio Nuevo leading there ahead of HPDS Academy, and Eclipse Racing Team, who despite the fact that they had no front end not so long ago, they are now in third place in this race in Sport. So that is a bizarre turn up, but that's the situation they find themselves in. There they are. Let's see if they've got any repairs done there it looks like they have done. Christiansen looks a lot more settled than what he was at the start of his most recent stint. I want to circle back a little bit to penalties, Nolan. We were speaking earlier about the 90-minute limit that they had, but that all changes when a caution comes out, and so it's changed particularly for the likes of Lippert and Visceral, who still both have penalties hanging over their head now.
It certainly does. For obvious reasons, you're not allowed to serve a typical penalty in your penalty box when the safety car comes out. Due to there being a safety car, it basically makes the penalty null and void. So any penalties up to that of 100 seconds are going to be allowed to be converted into EOLs, which are being served actually as we speak at the moment. So that's why you see some drivers fading over to the rear of the field, along with drivers that came on down before the pit entry was open. Otherwise, your penalty will be reset for that 90-minute allowance timer. So if your allowance timer for those 90 minutes would run out during the safety car, obviously since you're not allowed to serve it, they simply just reset that time for the next run. So you essentially get a free pass if you have more than 100 seconds based off of your penalty. So that's the basic ruling, that what I've seen here on this one. And it should be fairly straightforward from there. So you see a few drivers cycling their way back to the rear. Looks like for the most part, though, everybody has served those penalties, save for those 3 teams. So we'll be seeing them make their way to the rear of the field, and hopefully they'll be able to work their way back up and regain that lost time. I think at the end of the day, though, even on a train as long as this one, I think these guys would rather take that EOL than having to sit 60 seconds while everybody's flying by at race pace.
You'd think so. And this one over the line again. The light's still on at the top of the safety car right now. Impulse Racing are having to go to the back right now. They're suddenly dropping down from where they were. And that's a big change for them here in this race. You've seen how impressive they've been so far. Been pretty remarkable, the race that they've had so far in the race. Of course, now they've swapped their TCR lead for a lead in the Porsche Cup category instead. So taking over the lead there, Maniti Racing down in TCR, Hüttingweld second, Brabham Esports third, Fuchsend Racing into the top 5 as well for the first time in a while. SLP Racing Team in that 5th position here as well. We just tick on to lap 99 of this race. Kind of very difficult to keep you concentrated at this point here, Lorenzo. For some of these drivers, maybe not used to being in this particular position in such a league as IVRA. This is a fairly long safety car period and a long time to stay concentrated for what is going to be a very intense restart.
Yeah, you often don't see this kind of a safety caution procedure being thrown out in leagues, because normally the safety caution, the yellow flag, is more applied for oval races. It's kind of like more optimized for oval races. There is, of course, it is being done for road races, but it has to be done manually, and even sometimes it might be a little bit wonky for you to try to organize it properly. So that's why you have these elongated pit stops. So the job that is being done by IVRA has been quite unique. You don't see that in many other leagues. That is why I like IVRA's system of, you know, getting everybody bunched up one together in the line, try to merge with the pace car. At least you have a line and make sure everybody caught up. Then you have a second phase and a third phase, and this, for newcomers, might become confusing because we are not used to this kind of environment, even myself included, because I kind of had to a little bit off. I tried to get one of my teams into the entry series. For us, it's kind of a little bit of an interesting aspect for you to negotiate, because none of the drivers, again, are used with this kind of thing for you to go towards, but it's still very well developed because it isn't usual, as we're going to go the green flag this time by.
We are indeed. So when we tick on to lap 100, when we have 55 laps remaining, we are going to go green flag racing once again. Impulse Racing have been leading for much of the race in TCR, but that's all changed with an end-of-line penalty for both of their cars, among others. They've taken the lead in the Porsche Cup category for the first time today instead. HyperX Esports just in second in behind them, not far away at all. They'll be pushing them all the way, but Beniti Racing, who were leading before that safety car, are very much poised in third as well. The lights are off on the top of the safety car. It's about to take a hard right-hand turn towards pit lane, and then we are going to see a restart here on this time around. Going to be Pascal Costa in control of the field, making everybody wait impatiently to get back racing once again. There goes the safety car. Now Pascal Costa is in control of the field with just 55 laps remaining in the 700 kilometers at Fuji. We are green flag racing once again. Impulse Racing will take things underway with ATRS looking to catch any slipstream they can. There's weaving around as tyre temperature tries to be regained by some of these drivers. We've even got free wide in the background of the Porsche Cup category for the first 6 or so. It's a single file start though, Nolan. Pretty calm so far, but going to be even crazier further back because the Sport and TCR cars are all mixed together.
Oh, look out! Big trouble! One car locks up and sends the WS Racing Esports machine wide. Somehow we save it. It looked like that was the Trek Esports 33 car that got out of shape, locked the brakes up, and that sent the 23 scrambling as they went 3 wide through turn 3. They managed to save it though. Still 3 wide, deeper in the field as well as Hellraiser's Turnshine falls back to the WS Racing Esports machine driven by Noah Chilla.
Cold brakes and cold tyres, all sorts going on for those at the moment as we go down towards turn number 10 now as well. For the leaders in the Porsche Cup category, a slight look to the inside from Ryan, I think that is, in there right now, but nothing doing. The sport category cars really not too far behind them at this stage. We go to the some of the more leading cars in TCR. I think that's 4th place now for SRP Racing Team. It is indeed Full Send Racing have been displaced from that one. Miguel Angel Reyes has been able to get up into 4th here. Lorenzo, this is a big move from them. They were outside the top 10, of course, before this safety car. Their race turning on its head in moments there.
Yeah, it just has to show the confusion of getting those very tricky safety caution restarts. We saw that in Endurance Series at once in Spa, like leaders just going to turn number 1 and completely botching the entry of the corner. So this is natural, man, and this is what I like about these restarts, that you have to be prepared for these kind of situations. Some people are not prepared for this, so this is what I like, you know, a little bit more of a hard-stopping restart than usual, as we're going to see Leonard on the inside. He's going to make that overtake on Chris Chatterton. So Team Hoisingveld finally making that draft going to be P4 now, kind of like challenging P3. But expect this, if that ever happens again, become quite usual, because now they got through the first time. Can they make the mistake on the second time? Is going to be hat-tick as the second time, maybe? We'll never know. But very calm first restart despite the few contacts.
A little bit of contact here or there, but it was mostly clean through those opening moments of this restart. Pascal Costa was able to hold on to his lead in Cup. Francisco Barrio was able to put on a great start in Sport, but further behind, all sorts going on. Chris Chatterton once again under fire for Eclipse Racing Team. It's no longer damage that's holding him back, but it looks like he's just not able to stick with those around him right now. Ted Lowendick's just in behind here as well. Can you believe this RSR car so far down after the race that they've had? They were leading before that safety car. It's all crumbled underneath their feet in this one. Thought they were going to look up the inside in towards the penultimate turn. Not able to. But RSR here now are going to be one of the teams to watch throughout the remainder of the race, because you'd have to argue that based on pace, they are out of position right now.
That is, of course, one of the really big challenges when it comes to safety car periods. You have to make sure you get your gambles, your pit stops right. For RSR, it has not paid off. They're all the way back 7th place in class and trying to work their way up to the field. Huge defense for Torque Freak Racing. There will be no attack from Eclipse over on the left-hand side, who, by the way, under that safety car period, have gotten their hood fixed, and Ted Lowendick spins it around in the middle of turn number 1 all by himself. Took too much curb. He's going to get himself rejoined with the racetrack, and we're going to keep it green. no problem so far, but the 127's days go from good to bad to worse.
All on his own as well, especially frustrating for Lowendig in that one. He's ended up down in 11th. He's just in front of SimCity Racing right now, but outside the top 10 for this team after leading 10 laps ago. Remarkable change in fortunes for them. And now he's back indeed into TCR traffic as well, which is not particularly helpful. Got Team Huizingbeld leading once again in TCR. Maniti have been displaced. Marcel Erang was not able to hold on to the lead, and Fabian Siegmann is off with the lead now. Absolutely flying on this restart. There he is in the background. You just got a brief glimpse of him. Here's the other, one of those top two that were fighting over the lead earlier on. Now Stars Geodesic Racing, now 7th place. Not going quite as bad, but just goes to show, Lorenzo, that despite the fact those two were 1 and 2, they weren't exactly loads quicker than those around them. It's not going to be an easy job for them to be able to get back to the front, and even though there are, there is quite a lot of time remaining, but it might be enough for them.
I think he's going to take something extra, because right now the gap that Hereford has is about 8/10 of a second, and even though it's not enough for you to get on John, and John has more than a second to try to catch up to Chris, and that gap kind of matters a lot, especially if you are within those trains. You're not going to be able to close down the gap as much as you want to. I think I just saw a hit. The hard point just go to P2 on my timing screen, as the HPDS trying to have a little bit of a second run, and not far behind Ingersoll. So that battle for the lead on Sport still pretty much open, and that's what we like to see,
It is open here as well for the overall lead. Pascal Costa has converted a nice opening here. ATRS Esports second, Maniti Racing third. The three of them getting away from the rest, with Sasha Engelhardt not quite able to stick with these guys. But now, Omar Atkin just behind the 87 for now. So let's see, out of the final corner for Pascal Costa, out over the curbs a little bit. Down towards the start-finish straight. This race, I feel, Nolan, that this race is really going to kick off in Cup once again when the traffic has to be negotiated, and it sure will be very soon.
We know that. Despotakis knows that at ATRS. Costa knows that from Impulse. You saw him defend all the way down to the pit wall to try to break that draft, but it did absolutely nothing as the 12 continues to stay right up on the gearbox of the number 15. Behind him, you've got Pedro Berger from NET Racing in the 78 car. Still tucked in line as well, the top three. Separated by about 1 second apiece. As one by one, drivers start to circle their way through this race. Within the final third now, 50 laps to go, this time by at the line.
And still one pit stop remaining as well, which could be absolutely crucial a little bit later on. Let's not forget that Impulse and ATRS made a much earlier stop than Maniti did. Maniti came in under the safety car. ATRS and Impulse came in on lap 91, at lap 90 and 91 each. They should be able to make it on fuel, you'd think, and you'd hope. But whether they can, or their pit stop will certainly be longer as things stand. 7/10 of a second between Ingersoll and HPDS Academy. Here is the leading fight in sport once again. It's been a bit of a recovery here for Team Huizingbeld. They were up in second place in the first hour or so, dropped away with a long pit stop. It just shows, Lorenzo, what a safety car can do. Now they're back involved with Hugh Jass as well, who we've barely spoken about all day long.
Yeah, I know, and I think David Haynes is going to be very appreciative of the fact that his team is going to be fighting for top 3 at the current moment. But yeah, it's interesting, thinking that this gap is kind of like, I was looking at fluctuating, still very wide open, as I know Orihuela is going to get that draft coming up into the start finish line. It's a long one. That it might trim down to maybe half a second. So still, I wouldn't say the Spaniards are like safe in Ingersoll Rent. So they're still very open. The problem is does Hugh Jass and Huizingbeld play the safe card, try to ride along, or do they go for the aggressive move and then be the hair that pulls everybody else in the train?
absolutely. It's a difficult place to be. A little bit of a gap out to nearly a second for Ingersoll Rand. Qualified well, of course, in this one, but didn't seem to have the race pace earlier. Now they've certainly lit things up a little bit. And so just able to pull a few car lengths. Not as big as the gap is in TCR, though, of course. 4 seconds now for Team Huisingveld. The reigning champions have finally woken up a little bit in this race. They've been pretty anonymous so far, but now are leading by quite some margin. Just look at this now. Maniti nowhere to be seen in the background. There is the Maniti TCR just in that shot. 4.7 seconds. That is, excuse me, that's a really huge gap for this point in the race here, Nolan. I mean, nearly 5. We didn't see this at the start of the race. Obviously, it's a different situation on a restart, but even so, 5 seconds is very impressive.
Especially, I think the fact that it's on restart is even more impressive because it was never really this big all throughout the entirety of that first run in the first 90 laps or so prior to this. And already he's pulled that gap out in only about, what, 5, 6, 7 laps or so? I mean, that is proof that Team Huisingveld is absolutely flying at the moment with one Fabian Sigmund in the race car at the moment in the 248. So, Marcel Ehring struggling in the Maniti car. He is pulling away, though, as well from Sim Racing Pro Racing Team and Miguel Angel Reyes in the 243. So I think he's going to just be sitting around in no man's land for a little while.
Good work. Oh dear, that was wide for SRP. Just out over those yellow curves, and based on what we saw earlier, you don't want to go near them. It was a different corner, but even so, it will stick in the memory as one of the Mercedes powers on through. That's fiercely forward. Not their 101, which is out of the race, of course, but the 102 instead. It was started really quite a long way back in that train, and they are a lap down as well on the leaders in sport. So we'll only really be able to gain one position on the SRN at 174 for them, as we got side by side in the background. Impulse are on a recovery. That was dispatching of RSR for Tim De Vries. He has managed to do that now. He's up to 9th place, but there's a lot of work to do here for Impulse, Lorenzo. I feel like they have a better chance than some of the top runners in sport have of getting towards the front again, because they were so quick earlier, but they're going to feel really cheated out of a race win if they don't end up anywhere near it today.
As we see the battle between Ingersoll and also Fulsen, the car that is actually surviving this, not far behind, not far ahead of them, is actually the car that should have been winning. Actually, we were seeing the 233. The car that was leading was the 222. So 222 is having a resurgence. He's putting up the laps. It's not far behind also from Stephen Moorcup for P4. So they're still not out of the fight, but the problem is because you had that separation between the GT4s and the TCRs, the natural flow was like to break a little bit. Side-by-side leaders on sport.
Yeah, Ingersoll Rand are going well here in TCR, but it's side-by-side for the lead in sport, and it looks like they've been taken there. HBDS Academy have gotten the lead away from Francisco Barrio-Nuevo, but they go wide out turn 1, and maybe will come into fire at 3. It doesn't quite look like it, thankfully, on that occasion. So the 4 of them are going to stay for the lead here, Nolan, but that looked like a pretty easy move on the front straight, really.
The HBDS just got such a better drive out of that final corner, and you see them side by side in the drag down to turn number 1. And I think Ingersoll kind of backed off a little bit early as well. Just like drivers before, didn't want to risk fighting that one out. So Ingersoll Rand is going to be back down to 2nd. They've got the huge-ass gold McLaren trying to do battle for 3rd. Just behind this grouping here, Team Huisingveld still just hanging around at 4th in the wings.
They are just waiting in the wings and maybe saving a bit of fuel as well. Let's not forget how early they've been stopping so far. That's caution, that safety car will have helped them a bit, but they'll maybe need something as the gap overall has extended to just 2 seconds. Pascal Costa has got a bit bigger of a lead right now as well. Maniti applying pressure to ATRS there, Lorenzo, but it seems that there was a bit of drama between these two, maybe.
Yeah, because Pedro Burger tried to make the overtake on Antonis Despotakis on a few laps ago. But the thing is, Antonis fighting hard on turn number 3, had a little bit of contact on Ensign with the Pedro. They both had to slow down. That's why the gap increased from what was 1 second to 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds. And I think Pedro's getting fed up with the fact that, okay, that apex tech is being too slow. I cannot get through. I need to make that overtake and get closer because that impulse car is waving auf Wiedersehen.
And into traffic they go all over again. Lots of pressure being heaped onto Despotakis right now as well, though. Not ideal place to catch one of the TCRs, but they have done and get through. That's fiercely forward, going wide to facilitate that one. But is there a good enough run now from Pedro Berger to be able to make his way through into turn 1? Going to benefit from the slipstream. Although Despotakis will have gotten a little bit from that TCR there and weaving around as well. So maybe there'll be a bit more of a spirited defence, and it looks like they will be. Pedro Berger not interested. Goes to the outside line, breaks late, gets alongside. It looks like he's going for the over and under. Downhill, trying to get the traction, trying to put the power down, and he has done, but I mean, nowhere near close enough for making a move on this occasion. So this is going to be frustrating at this point, Nolan, but we're back into that first hour madness of traffic because there's a lot of slower cars in front of the Porsche Cup leaders right now.
And there certainly is, and that slower traffic is not going to be helping out Impulse Racing in the slightest, as they've been struggling, or they've been not struggling so much, they've been trying to build up the gap, and they're just not able to do that if you've got a large group of cars like this right in front of these guys. And Pascal Costa have to really work for this one here, but AT Racing still running back there in the 3rd position, trying to make a move here for that 2nd position, but again, so far not been able to make a gap of any kind on the ATR Z-Sports number 12 car. The fight for 2nd gonna rage on for some time.
It is, and the fight for 4th is also going to rage on. Oh, as the 87 gets hit a little bit by the 97. Going through the final corners, side-to-side contact with Brabham Esports as well. As the TCRs are focused in on their own fight, they're not focusing in on those Porsche Cup cars trying to come through themselves. Out through the final corner they go. And maybe there'll be a bit of a change there, but that was all very close. We really are back into the madness that we saw just at the end of the first hour. Coming down towards turn 1 they go again. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any changes on this occasion. The fight for 2nd also, Lorenzo, looks like he's been put apart by a couple of TCRs as well. We'll go back to the leaders in sport. This is a remarkable fight to be having so deep into a race. And it looks so much calmer than it does around the first sector right now as well.
Yeah, it does a little bit, but what I like also about this sport battle is coming back to it, because right now the battle for the Porsche is kind of like broken down. The gap has winded up a little bit. What I like about this is kind of like any mistake whatsoever for any of the cars is going to be costly. Even though, let's just say, you botch one turn, you don't lose one spot, you lose 2 spots, and you have to go back all over again. It's kind of like going back to ground zero, to stack 0. It's going to be tricky for you to negotiate that moving forward, as I think the lead gap was already shrank to half a
big
second.
contact! Loads of cars on the road. There's at least 4 Porsche Cup cars involved here. SimCity Racing are one of them. And so is the 87 for Dutch Payment there as well. They've gone around at turn 10. It must have been involved in traffic because there's a couple of TCRs off to the right-hand side as well, I think. This has been a big incident in the course of this race. The gap overall has come down. Oh, it was Visceral who got into the 87, and from then on, Nolan, it just got worse from there.
It wasn't quite over. You see one of the Honda Touring cars having to go evasive action. He went in through the chicane, and they got hit again right off the track. So this continued well after the fact.
Goodness me. Wasn't really even on the racing line there, just got completely sideswiped. I think that was the 97 again, trying to recover. And so some very, very positive and encouraging days turn into real nightmares for some. The 97 drops to 12th place after being involved in a fight for 5th position. What it has done though, Lorenzo, is heaped a load more pressure onto Impulse as well, because for whatever reason, that last little bit of traffic, even though these three weren't involved, it has shortened the gap to half a second.
Yeah, I was going to say that before everything happened because Pascal went through. Kind of everyone bunched up right after. The gap shrank to half a second. Then I saw Antonis try to make overtakes at the exit of the chicane, and then Pedro had it was just when the contact happened that Pedro was getting out of the corner. So it bunched up all these three together. So a worst case scenario kind of became a best case scenario for Apex Tech and Manini, just the blink of an eye.
Remarkable. We are seeing quite the final third to this race. Now, Nolan, I know there's quite a lot of news in the race control side of things right now, and a very big penalty. Well, certainly the largest in terms of time spent in pit lane, the largest penalty we've seen today.
You thought 1 minute was bad, try 2, and it's handed down to the RSR 127 machine. That was absolutely disastrous for them. The reason for this was under the safety car period. They continued past the field without prior instructions, and as a result, they gained a lap on the leader when they shouldn't have. So they have a 2-minute stop and hold penalty. Now, as a result of that one, that's effectively going to take them out of competition.
Absolutely is. Although the other team that they were battling with earlier, Geodesic, have been able to recover a lot better. They're now 5th. They're involved in a 6-car leading battle for the win here in the sport category. It's really ramping up to an exciting final hour and a bit of this race. We're not too far away from these teams being able to pit and make it to the end as well. 10 laps, 10, 12 laps, and they'll be able to make it to the end from there. Out the final corner for these sport leaders. This is a nightmare though, Lorenzo. If you're a Porsche Cup team looking at this, it's an absolute nightmare. We are going to, very quickly though, we need to do a couple of things behind the scenes. So we're going to have a very, very quick fan immersion. Let's enjoy this leading battle in the sport category on board with Ingersoll Rand in 3rd place. Welcome back to Fuji, where this battle at the front of the sport category is getting no more spread out, it's fair to say. The Porsche Cup teams just at the moment making their way through some more sport category cars. And Nolan, we've got news of a pretty big incident involving a couple of those Cup category cars.
It started with WS Racing and Noah Chilla. He was side by side with the Maniti touring car. No contact was made. The 23 though lost control and slid. He saved it, but that sent the Hellraisers Terscheim Porsche scrambling. He ran into the 219 Brabham Esports touring car, and both of them went hard into the barriers at turn 5.
Down the inside for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing as they get back onto the podium in that McLaren. Oh, Ingersoll get right into the path of a couple of others as well into turn 10 there. But either way, That puts two McLarens on the podium as things stand, and who would have thought that in the first couple of hours of the race where where anything that wasn't a Mercedes was just absolutely nowhere. Here is the incident we were just talking about. Oh, a bit of a slat, oh dearie me, and the big hit for the TCR especially into the wall face first, and that's going to be a fair amount of damage to contend with throughout the rest of this one, if indeed they do. But the sport leading battle has split up into a couple of trios now. Three Mercedes trailing with Ingersoll, Huysingveld and Torque Freak, and then we've got at the very front of the field the huge-ass McLaren, HPTS Academy and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in free for the lead as Huysingveld are down the inside. It's turning into a bit of a nightmare for Ingersoll here at Lorenzo, because they started this restart in the lead. They're now clinging on to a top 5.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening to Francisco Bairro Nuevo over there on the restart, now getting pressure by NT Samlin on the Torque Freak GT4. Of course, there is some aggression that I expected to drivers to come out, but anyway, to make matters worse, 5-second stop and hold for them, according to Nolan.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to serve that at their final pit stop of the day, you would imagine. And so that's going to set them back even further. It was looking pretty dreamy for them when that safety car came out, and they ended up in the lead after it all. But now it is going from bad to worse. The leading battle, though, still as close as ever. Geodesic have actually been able to make great progress. Slightly better progress than I was expecting, actually, in these last few moments. And it's allowed them to have a chance once again at this race win, although they are going to come up against some very strong teams indeed. They pitted later than some of the others in front of them as well. The 137 was so far down early, I don't even know how long they've been out there for right now, but it looks like this is the end of their 19th lap, so this is the same, they pitted on the same lap as Geodesic. It's HPDS who are really going to lose out a lot in terms of this final pit stop phase here, Nolan, because they've got 6 laps, or they pitted 6 laps before their rivals here, and that's going to equate to quite a lot of fuel.
Hey, they're going to have to really be looking at that fuel gauge at the moment just to see if they're going to be able to get themselves all sorted by the end here of tonight's event, and hopefully they won't be having too much of a struggle with that. They'll be able to get their strategy all figured out. This three-way battle for the race lead still raging on in your sport class. We didn't think the McLarens were much of a threat after it was a Mercedes 1, 2, 3, 4 in qualifying. How about that though for Huge Ass Gold and Giovanni Romano, now up several spots. They started back at 28th overall. They now run 15th overall. That's a 13-spot gain for the McLaren. That now finds itself running in the class lead, and there's the swap as well. HPTS moving aside to let Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing through. McLaren 1-2.
Well, this is a turn up for the books. In qualifying, the McLaren couldn't really get going. It was all about the Mercedes, but now we're in a longer stint. We're into the real meat of this race, and the McLarens are showing themselves to be stronger than every lap that goes on. The evening draws closer here at Fuji. It's not going to get dark here today, but the track temperature will certainly be coming down. You wonder whether that's playing a role as well, although it will only be minor changes for this stage in the race, or stage in the time of day. Up towards the line again, and officially it is a McLaren 1-2. Just in the background you can see the Porsche Cup leaders, Pascal Costa leading by nearly a second and a half. It's not a very big lead over the likes of ATRS and Maniti. There's still a lot to play out there over the next hour as well. But we're not too far away from pit stops here, Lorenzo. After that safety car, we think everybody can make it on 4 stops today. It's just a case of when are those stops going to come.
Yeah, and if an overcut is actually worth it, depending on circumstances, if you really want to try to be in parallel with the guys that you're racing against, especially now that, again, I don't think this lead battle overall is still decided. I don't think any of the battles, maybe except for the TCRs, because there's a little bit more of a breakaway, is decided, you know, Ewan. But right now, I think this is so wide open. And there are so many strategies over here in terms of fuel saving and the gaps between the TCRs and the GT4s and the Cups among themselves in terms of traffic that it's too early to call anything.
It is very early. Still, well, I'll say very early. We're obviously in the back end of the race, but still far too early to quite know the outcome of this one for now. ATRS get caught up behind Talk Freak Racing. Into the final sector, they're going to have to make that dive at the penultimate turn. Oh, and they go for a spin! They went for it at the penultimate corner, trying to go through on lap traffic. They've gone for a spin. It looks like somehow there, Nolan, they're going to hold on to a top 3 position. That's remarkable.
And very, very lucky that the Mercedes that was right behind them had the heads-up awareness to be able to scramble right and avoid that mess. That could have been disastrous if they had been hit up the backside, but they managed to escape it with no contact, only some hurt tires and some even more hurt feelings, I'd imagine. But now they're going to be able to get themselves sorted even later in this race. Porsche Cup cars fanning now down the back, or down this pit straightaway here, and we're side by side for P6. In the background, you had just seen back there, Lippert Esports up the inside of Orion Race Team into turn number 1, right as they hit GT4 lap traffic. Here comes the crossover from that 44 car, but Orion can't make the move. Lightpert's up to 6th.
They do have that penalty hanging over their head, of course, but it's a good position for Lippert to be in there, up another place. Tentatively work their way down the inside into turn 3 of one of the slower Mercedes. They've done that now around the outside for Orion, which is not quite so comfortable. The long looping right-hander eventually down the hill towards hairpin. You can manage to get through finally, but it is not easy. So we're going to get a replay here of what happened to ATRS. They dive it deep under brakes. It was just too deep. And they did eventually get help from Talk Freak, but I feel like they were going to go around anyway there. Slight defence once again from Orion, who look like they're back in front of Lippert Esports all of a sudden into turn 10. I don't know quite how that one happened, but either way, Lippert are going to have to remake that overtake once more. Could turn out to be quite a costly error, though, that one there, Lorenzo, for ATRS. I mean, it was entirely of their own doing, really, by the looks of it.
One thing I can say, their tires will be shut up. But here's the thing. Now, why I know that you're trying to go for the move like that, but I think that was too risky trying to go for an overlap like that on the third to last corner, where it's kind of like low chance, just because you really want to close down the gap and try to put up a separation between you and Maniti. I don't know. That was, I'm gonna quote one Louis Migley. That was suboptimal to me, and it came back and bit them in the rear.
It has done. They dropped to 3rd, and now Impulse have got a nice lead of nearly 5 seconds. They've got nearly 10 seconds to a spot off the podium as well. More than 10 seconds to off a podium, so that's a very big advantage for them, and a very good place to be. For Impulse right now. Out of the final corner come another one of the Impulse cars, already fighting for 2nd place. This has been away from our cameras, but Martin Asher has been doing a great job in the 222 here, Nolan. I mean, Impulse have shown themselves to be the class of the field in TCR today, but even they are going to struggle to close that 15-second margin to the leader in TCR. Down the inside into turn 1. That's an easy move. Catching this gap to 1st place is going to be not so easy.
Yeah, 16 seconds in every corner is side by side. It grows out by another couple of tenths, but I think these guys are going to be able to continue to fight with it. I don't think they're going to be fighting for the race lead, though. I think they're going to have to fight it out with each other. The only way they're getting up to the leaders again is if they find themselves with another lucky safety car period. As they're going through the 100R here, your leader is in 300R, already showing just how far out in front he really was, that these guys just can't really contend with that. 16.5 seconds, and that gap is growing, by the way. Impulse Racing so far has not been able to run that down even after he got by the Sim Racing Pro Racing Team TCR.
Here's the view at turn 1 of the front of the sport category. Huge House versus Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. It's not a big gap between the two McLarens that are just edging away from the rest. and mainly because it's side by side for third. Huizinga were trying to get through there but weren't able to. ATRS are going to make their way through in the 13. That's running a lap down now in 12th place. But on board with Huizinga now, inside line, through on HPTS, and there they go. At turn 6, going to be free wide on the exit. This very wide exit of the corner. Still side by side, Huizinga have their nose in front, but the longer way around. Although that little bit of speed is going to get them back on the podium here, Lorenzo, but the Mercedes just looks inferior to the McLaren all of a sudden towards the end of this race.
And I cannot find a proper explanation, as now Torfree goes into top 5, right behind our frame. And now NT Salmonen is on the hunt of Matias Orjuela in front of him, but there's 2 pickups that is separating them right now. It's Ryan Racing Team and also the Lightbird Esports. But still very good battle over here, you know. It's still not decided on the top 3 at the end of the days. But it's looking like we're starting to see a little bit of a frame going to top 3. But then again, you have pit stops and everything. Like I said, Team Huizenfeld pitting right before everybody else does.
And that is no surprise there. They were last in on their lap 83. They are now on 113. So that was a good 3 laps, 2 or 3 laps longer than they would normally do, mainly because of that safety car. Still a fair way to go. Not a golf reference, but still quite a long way to go in this race. Are they going to make it? They should do. But we'll find out a little bit later as we ride on board now with the geodesic McLaren through the long 100 arc. They get a slightly later apex there than Hugh Jas did, just up in front. Maximise the run, the short run admittedly to turn 6, and then out of that corner, much more importantly, and then down towards turn 10 with another Porsche making its way through on the left hand side. Everybody minding out the way as Leipert go down the inside as well as Orion, and we'll briefly split up this battle. It's going to be one that just continues on for the remainder of the race, and it shouldn't be really a surprise that Hugh Jas have found themselves up towards the front eventually. They were second at the end of the season last year, at the end of the 21-22 season. They do know how to find their way to the front, even when they don't have the best of starts. That's exactly what's happened here in the sport category. But it really is a waiting game now, Nolan, for these final pit stops everywhere, really, not just in this category.
And once those final pit stops hit, that's when we're going to really be able to know who's safe and at the moment who isn't. And speaking of pit stops, here comes HPDS Academy in the 190 Mercedes down and into pit road. Meanwhile, you've still got the Cup battle raging on just behind this grouping here. This is Hugh Jas Golden Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, still battling for the race lead in your sport class. They're now approaching TCR traffic in the form of Fiercely Forwards 299. How will Hugh Jas Gold manage this is going to be the big ticket question. This could be the chance that John Bodeford needs to reel that gap in up to Romano and get past him.
Oh goodness, here's Ingersoll Rand down the order again. I think they have regained, well, they've regained some places because of those pit stops, of course, but now down in 5th place, behind 5-Star Motorsport, just ahead of Eclipse, but it doesn't look like they're going to stay in front of them for much longer. As we'll see where HPDS Academy come out compared to Huizenfeld. They've made a slight driver change there. But of course they'll need full tanks, the both of them will, so that's going to be a worry for them. And it's going to lose them a bit of time, you'd imagine, as well, compared to some of the others who absolutely won't need full tanks any longer. And the longer they go, the better it gets, particularly for the likes of the 157 team that's going to have the shortest pit stop, arguably, of everybody. I think they were in most recently of everyone, other than Hugh Jas Blue, I suppose, but even so, there's plenty of these teams who have got quite a long way until their final pit stop of the day. Battle for 4th, though, is coming up towards the line. Right now, 5-Star Motorsport have had a relatively quiet day, but the successful one. They're inside the top 5. And Ingersoll Rand just can't seem to stop losing places. Right now, Eclipse are just behind them. And it's a fight that will continue on into turn number 1. But just over 30 laps to go now. Lorenzo and Ingersoll need to figure out some way to stop losing all these places.
I wonder if they're trying to nurse the best they can the car until the new driver takes over, where Francisco can give the car to Alejandro Castañeda and then have him carry the load until the end of the race, because it will be interesting. You know, even though it's like 5 stints, the driving share has been pretty much the same. We've been looking at the laps here. Both drivers nearly driving the same amount of laps, 59-60 to the drivers specifically. So let's see what is going to be at the end of the day. And apparently Nolan Rempel has some news on Maniti's TCR, I think.
Does indeed. If Nolan, yeah, TCR, while we have a pretty big gap between 1 and 2, more than 17 seconds, there is drama for Maniti. Unfortunately, Nolan, we are about to see a change inside the top 5, no matter what happens at these next pit stops.
We certainly will. We mentioned during the safety car period that cars that entered a closed pit exit while you, or that exited a closed pits, while you technically can, you're not really supposed to, and in doing so, you'll get yourself a yellow penalty. Major Racing got themselves a yellow penalty, which they failed to serve. And honestly, there's not much of an excuse for that one, since you have over a lap to serve said EOL penalties. And they have netted themselves a 1-minute stop and hold as a result that they'll have to serve the next time they come on down into pit road, or it's tacked on at the end of your race.
And that will drop them way, way, way down in this race, maybe even outside the top 10 with that minute. As Ingersoll, no, they haven't lost another place. Torque Freak have gotten through on 2, so I guess they have. but it's been Torque Freak Racing and Nancy Solomon who's been really doing the job there, getting through on both of those Mercedes in the last couple of laps. Hopefully waited until we weren't looking anymore to do it, but there we are. Can't pick and choose. He's now up towards 3rd place. And we'll see now, Lorenzo, whether he can catch the top 2. It's a 6-second margin, but there's still plenty of time left in this race.
Short answer, no, he will not be able to, because he needs to put like really blistering laps and then also get aided a little bit by traffic on the other side. A natural flow, I think his laps have been on the 47 very lows to 46 very highs, whereas Alpine Stars and Hugh Jazz have been very consistent on the 46 mid highs to 47. So it's a little bit of a uphill climb, but well, they can do it, but I don't think they will.
That was SRN off for some reason in the final sector as we've got Impulse in. I wonder if that's for their penalty. It's the 222. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, sorry, it's not them with the penalty, is it? In TCR. Or do they? Somebody has no, that's RSR in GT4, sorry. So getting mixed up wildly. The 222 is in. Brabham Esports also in the 205 from TCR as well. The final pit stops in full swing. The Porsche Cup cars are not far away from stopping as well, surely, in this race now. But the leading gap, nearly 7 seconds between Impulse Racing and Maniti Racing in this race. Impulse, though, will need a longer stop here, Nolan. They have got to be in pretty soon, you'd imagine. And Maniti will be in 5 laps later, very possibly, which will mean 5 laps less of fuel, roughly. And that will save them a bit of time. Won't save them 7 seconds, but it will just make that leading gap a little bit closer.
30 laps left to go at the moment in the 700 kilometers of Fuji as we continue to work our way steadily through what has been so far a really amazing race. And just like every other ClubSport race, there's always something going on somewhere throughout this field, always some battle that is yet to take shape or that is currently ongoing. And if it's not battles, it's pit stops. Right now, it's pit stops underway. And pit road about to become a very busy place. You've already got at least 7 cars currently in the lane. You've got more bound to come in shortly. You've still got your sport battle for the lead still trying to develop, as well as we watch them as they file their way off of the final corner now onto the pit straight. And this time around, I think John Bodefer, if he wants to go for it, might actually be able to make that move here on Hugh Jasgold for the race lead. Closing in with that draft. The two McLarens about to go to war. The 162 makes that look to the inside. The 137 going to stick over to the left, and he's going to lift out early. Giovanni Romano, not wanting to take any risks, backs off and just gives the race lead in sport to John Bodefer.
Change for the lead. These two have pitted at the same lap last time, so there isn't a difference anywhere there. It's going to be a race to the line between these two. And so that is very important from Geodesic to get in front of their fellow McLaren and maybe take home the win from there. But they've got a lot of defending to do, you'd imagine, between now and then. And some TCRs to negotiate as well on this lap as well. Going to catch them in the final sector, which is pretty awkward. It's the difference between them at that section, not particularly big, but it's a nice pass. It wasn't particularly fought over, Lorenzo, at this point, and you get the feeling that in, 20 laps time, Giovanni Romano might not be so facilitating anymore.
No, not at all. I think even less than that. I would say maybe in 15 minutes or so, because the gap is quite considerable to Impulse. So I think they can battle it out. English, such a wonderful language, and still have a comfortable gap to Impulse on the 157. They just need to play their cards right, and who knows. And I didn't even see until now. There is a chance. I know some of the cars are pitting, but their sister team is due to a very good result as well. Who knows? It's not going to be top 3, but I think it's probably looming on the margin of top 6, maybe.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a good result as well. As Geodesic are in, they had to slow behind a TCR though on the way in, so that might cost them a little bit of time, especially if you just are able to get a cleaner run in. Tyres for pretty much everybody on pit road right now, as there's the Torque Freak sport category Mercedes, the first of those to have made the final stop of the day, along with Huysingveld, who also have. They're only half a second apart. Are they going to be anywhere near Geodesic by the end of this stop? I would guess no, but you never know in this race. Lippert behind them both, looking to make their way through in the Porsche Cup category, with just 27 laps to go at the line now for the leaders. Bit wide from Lippert there. Gonna have to wait until the front straight to make those couple of moves. Oh no, we're going to go for it at the final corner instead. Big dive. Huysingveld and Torque Freak both give the room, and they'll lose out on a bit of time. But where is Geodesic? How far ahead are they going to be, if they're ahead at all? Will Huysingveld and Torque Freak Racing have pulled off something here? Well, it's going to be free wide across the line either way, because Huysingveld want this position. Try and grab the slipstream from the Porsche as well. Geodesic already out the pit lane. They'll be pretty far in front of these two by a good 3 seconds or so, with a nice pass there, Nolan, from Huysingveld. Just a simple slipstreaming job. It does look like these two are just a bit too far away to get involved with the leading fight.
Too far back indeed, just for now, but so far doing a good job still on trying to get themselves all sorted here in this race, as we will once more cycle our way further and further through what has been an interesting round of pit stops so far, and definitely not done yet by any stretch of the means. It's at this point now where I think a lot of these drivers are going to be trying to take into consideration, how do you want to play your cards right here? You got to make sure that you make that pit stop at the right time. And at the moment, Romano was committed to the overcut. He is now down and into pit road. It's now the question, where will Romano come out in relation to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing? They have broken clear in that top 2 battle, and now he's got to hope that he's built up enough of a gap to stay out in front of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing when they leave pit road.
Let's see. Romano's already come to a stop. He might well just need 1 lap less of fuel, but we'll wait and see what the pit stop times are going to be when Romano gets moving once again. For Geodesic, it was 43.3 seconds, which is quite long really, considering when they came in. Romano might be able to go a bit quicker than that, and maybe will make this overcut work. There he is. The tyres have been changed. He's already going. And Geodesic, nowhere to be seen, really. Looking, straining on the right-hand side. They're nowhere near. The overcut, very powerful on that occasion, Lorenzo, but surely the pit stop time also coming into effect there a little bit, I guess. 3 seconds shorter than Geodesic's pit stop. And that is a 4.5 second gap that's going to be difficult to close.
Yeah, it's going to be real interesting. But if there's a guy that can actually close the gap by driving hard and having a little bit of luck, it might be John. You know, he's a really good driver with these GT4s, proven time and time again. He has the pace to try to match everybody. But what a pit stop from Huge and basically putting everybody on notice. You know, he's going to have to make John look... I'm not going to say humble, but he's going to have to keep him honest every single lap, that he's going to have to push every single lap from now on. And for Huge, the question is in terms of how you handling the fuel, how comfortable you are. Meanwhile, I've been looking, I think Pedro is still the only guy who's left to do a pit stop in here.
Yes, that is correct in the Cup category. Pascal Costa has made his final stop of the race. I think Vista will have as well.
Leader pitting.
Yeah, and here comes Pedro Berger now from the lead. But Impulse had a pretty big lead before all this, so let's see what it is afterwards. Only 25 laps remaining though for Pedro Berger, of course, and it's quite a few laps fewer than what we saw for Impulse when they came in. They will be able to make it to the end, of course, but they only came in 3 laps ago. But even so, there will be a bit of a difference there. Maniti come to a stop. They're not going to go up on the jacks on this occasion, though. No, it doesn't look like they're going to take tyres for these final moments.
I think they're trying to take a fuel-only stop so they can get out in front of Impulse Racing and see if they can get themselves all sorted up in front. But Impulse Racing already coming around through the final sector of the racetrack. It's going to be a tough ask for them to be able to get out in front unless this fuel-only stop works. Now they're up in the jack, so they will take tires. They took the fuel first and then the tires afterwards. So it will be a 4 tires and fuel stop then for the number 78 Maniti Racing Porsche 911 Cup car. Here comes Impulse Racing in the 15 off of the final corner, blazing down the front straightaway, chased closely behind by Visceral Esports' number 96 entry. And it's going to be no contest, as by the time Impulse Racing passes them, oh, this actually might be a bit closer, and not quite. Pass is made just as Maniti Racing leaves pit road.
They did take tyres in the end, and their pit stop was 5 seconds shorter as a result of the fuel that they did not need eventually, but they're still behind Impulse. Aztec Simsports Visceral get up into 2nd place in the 96, which is a great job from them, but they really haven't taken tyres, I wouldn't have thought here, Lorenzo. Only 23 seconds of a stop for them. Likewise for Trek Esports as well, 38 seconds for them. I think there's been some no tyre calls, or at least only 1 or 2 tyre calls for a couple of them, because otherwise they wouldn't be in this place.
But for Pedro, he has to take tires. It's kind of like he's been, even if you say, oh, Pedro doesn't need to take tires, he can go for a more risky strat. There is some, the wear on this track and for this car is just so huge that it would have been a 12-gauge shot in the foot for Pedro if he didn't take tires and try to just work that gap alone, because the delta would be maybe even 1.5 seconds per lap, and even maybe 2 seconds per lap, just because those new tires make a whole lot of difference going to track like this. So let's just say he would Impulse catches Pedro in the last 3-4 laps. How does Pedro defend? He cannot defend. He cannot even put up a fight. So that's why he got relegated to this position, and he has to now. The thing is, he has to now manage the tires, not overburn them appropriately, and not get lost or stuck in with the other 2 pickup cars that are in front of him. So if he wants to have a shot on Pascal,
best chance of winning the race for him was to take those tyres and try and chase down Impulse. Difficult to do that right now, but look at that. Oh, he's got contact! Contact to the car around. One of the slower cars going around. and it was contact down the straight. Let's see just who was it with. Going forwards towards turn 3, up the hill, trying to stay out the way. It was with a TCR, I think. One of the Brabham Esports TCRs, there was contact. So all 4 of the Cup leaders were in the vicinity there, Nolan, but nobody actually ended up making contact with them, which is, well, a miracle, really.
You saw the Sapphire Sim Sport Mercedes did get turned by the 219 Brabham Esports machine, and while that Mercedes did go into the wall, as you mentioned, very, very lucky escape that he wasn't actually hit. As well as this, while all that was going on, the fiercely forward TCR was actually given permission to tow, and that was because I think they ran out of fuel in the middle of pit road, as they were just kind of stopped there in the middle of the pits, not in their box. So I think they just ran out.
Very possible at this stage in the race, this late stage. Everybody trying to run out for as long as possible. And yeah, not good news for them, but it didn't require a safety car, thankfully, because we have a very finely poised situation right now between the leaders. Vince Peters not far behind Pascal Costa. And then in third position, Trek Esports and Niels Van Handel have been able to get up there. Really surprising almost situation we can see now in the lead of the race. I thought it was going to be a bit more of a runaway win for Impulse actually just before those stops, but that has turned out to not be the case whatsoever. And over the last 22 laps, he's really going to have his work cut out here. It's Costa. Peters not far behind, but I'm surprised Peters is keeping pace with Costa so far, Lorenzo. There's no other way in my mind they could get that pit stop so short unless they didn't take tyres, and in which case you'd surely think they'll be losing speed, but Vince Peters seems to be going at a very respectable pace at the minute.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised as well. But then again, we saw Vince compete for wins already at one of the best wins. He even covered that one even at Road Atlanta against the Manini team not about a year or 2 ago. So it's not surprising to see Vince with this offset strategy and see if it's going to work out for them. Of course, the tires are going to be screaming at the end, at the second half of this stint. So there will be a natural separation, maybe even before the second half of the stint begins. So we can pretty much be confident on Pedro coming up on both Niels Van Handel and Vince and make the overtake. The question is, when does that happen, and is that enough for Pascal to win the race?
Absolutely, it's precarious to say the very least. His lead a bit wide into turn 1 as well. He caught it on board with Peters. Although Costa was able to get a great run down the hill as a result of going wide. So silver linings and all that. But now there's a bit of impulse traffic just up in front. Trek Esports just in behind there, Nolan. Third place for them. But it might not stay as third no matter what happens really in this group. We believe there's a penalty for them as well.
You remember that really big moment that we had right on the restart there where the 23 got sent out wide after the safety car? Yeah, that was actually what that was all about. The 33 was deemed to have pinched the 23 in, causing that initial incident, and that is why they have now gotten themselves a 10-second penalty for Trek Esports' number 33 car. So that is just horrible news for them. They're going to at least lose the top 5, seeing as how they're only 7 seconds up from Leipert Esports, which is currently running in that 5th position. If they only take the penalty and no other service, though, I think they'll be coming out of pit road around that 7th place or so. That is if they come down during the race.
Yeah, that's another good point to mention. I believe they just get applied as post-race penalties, and I don't believe there's any extra penalty for not serving it in the race, although I could be wrong. I believe you just get it backed on at the very end, as Trek Esports get very close to Vince Peters now. Well, are they going to involve themselves in this fight for second place, or are they going to stay behind, knowing that they need to begin to build the gap to those in 5th on backwards? This is all a bit awkward. Through the middle for Vince Peters, maybe he'll have to go. The Olympus Esports Audi, SRM Motorsports Mercedes. Trek Esports pulled to the outside line. A challenge for second, but no way through. Outside line again through 100 on. Not going to work there, Lorenzo, and this is all playing into the hands of Pascal Costa.
Yeah, traffic going his way, and everybody's breaking away on his way. I think Vistro now got lost with the traffic. Now opens up the door here for track, like we're showing up on screen here. I don't know if track is gonna make that overtake. We're going to turn with the Dunlop chicane. What that might do, it might bring Pedro closer, because both the battling, they have the Brabham Esports TCR and Pascal in between them. So this could work in wonders for Pedro if he works it properly through that traffic, those two battling.
Little bit of traffic to slow them up as well. Brabham Esports pulling wide to let them through at the penultimate corner. So Aztec Simsport Visceral still second with their 96, their 97, all the way down in 12th place now, and it's going to be another penalty for them very soon here, Nolan. Another 20 seconds. That car has really been in the wars today, as we've got a battle in sport. I believe this is for fourth place, HPDS Academy and Talk Freak Racing fighting it out through turn one. That was all very aggressive.
Certainly was getting a bit dicey there, as meanwhile Trek Esports with that penalty looming just got up and by the 96 car as well, down into turn numbers 1 and 2. So there's a lot of battles still yet to be decided all over the racetrack. You mentioned, of course, one of the other drivers having a penalty too. That would be that number 97 car. This is for that other turn 10 incident. They just didn't slow down enough, caused a collision. They're deemed at fault. 20 seconds for them. And furthermore, from this one, there was another incident that was actually reported between the 221 and the 138 cars. That incident was on the safety car restart. It has been moved to a post-race review. So, you know, that means that whatever it is so borderline, they just can't make a decision on that one in the moment. That's the one thing about all these in-race penalties. Whenever they do give out these penalties, it's usually very, very cut and dry. If they can't decide, though, prior to the end of the race, well, they just move it after the fact and figure out what to do with it then.
Well, yeah, because otherwise they're going to spend the rest of the race looking at that and getting through none of the other incidents that are in the list, and ones that will get added a little bit later on as well, due to impending incidents that might happen in the remainder of this race. Meanwhile, though, 1 second is the gap between the 1 and 2. 19 laps to go at the line. And so, still over half an hour of racing for these Porsche Cup cars. Well, for everyone really, but the Porsche Cup cars who are going to get to the 700-kilometre mark a little bit later. Side by side for RSR making their way through. One of the TCRs as Trek duck out and will now head their way down the inside as well. That was late on the brakes from RSR, very late. Very nearly ended up in the back of the Hyundai Mercedes. Inside the top 10 for them as well. And now they'll make their way through on that car as well, but oh, that was close. Oh, very close for Aztec Simsports Visceral. There used to be Aztec Simsports Volante, of course, until their name changed back in May. Now making their way down the inside at the hairpin, as is Pedro Berger as well. Oh no, there was contact. Berger tried to make his way down the inside there, and 3 into 1 just didn't go.
That was Alex Koffer that ended up getting sent, and Le Mans was the RSR driver that had this one. Remember, they were already getting bought for a couple of penalties earlier on, but the 127, I imagine, might be getting himself another one there. Oh, maybe not. I think Mark Hujas turned it across his nose. It's going to be a tough fun to look at. We can see they are 3 wide, and actually looking at it that way, I think that 127 just didn't have anything he could really do there.
No. I don't think he did, and I don't think the Hyundai car really understood that there was 2 cars down the inside there, not only one. It's difficult to see, really, the Maniti car. It did sneak up very, very well, but unfortunately it caused a bit of an accident, I'm afraid. So it's kind of the problem there, Lorenzo, making a free wide move, I suppose, that Maniti just hid themselves so well behind that other lap car that you just didn't even realise they were 3 wide there.
Here's the thing, he didn't even cause contact. If you want to pin on I think if you want to say, oh, pin it on Pedro, as track goes for the lead move, gets back by Pascal. Pascal definitely defenses, well done. But I think Pedro kind of like just put the scenario where the RSR by butt kicker should have died should have defended his line or try to keep his line. But that was a little bit of confusion. I don't think that Maniti was at blame over here, even though kind of like at first glance, maybe just because he moved into the inside, just try to stick to his line, kind of looked like that as a form of, oh, I'm making the move or I'm going to make it 3 wide, you know?
He kind of had to at that point.
Yeah, he had to go to the inside. That's the one obvious thing.
I mean, he's in a race for the win here, after all, is Pedro Berger, and he's got to stay with these leaders somehow. Pascal Costa, though, did have to do a little bit of defending in towards turn number 1 on that last lap. Niels van Handel not giving him too much of an easy time of things. And he's going to continue that into the final couple of corners. Even looked up the inside at the penultimate turn. That was very close. Very close between them. Vince Peters going to be enjoying this. He's going to benefit off the back of this, let's not forget. Out the final corner they go. That was a great exit from Pascal Costa. He had the right line, he put the power down perfectly, and he should have got himself clear into turn 1 now. We'll see if he actually has. He's got to get through on a couple of sport cars, and he'll obviously be giving a bit of slipstream away as well, but he's done enough on this occasion, Nolan, to remain in the lead, but he's coming under more pressure with each lap.
Oh, that's going to get tight as the HPDS Academy, no regard at all for the lead battle there, just chopped right across. Trek Esports knows that was very lucky not to end in the wreck here, and obviously this is the Impulse Race TCR that's out of shape as well. He's not about to let Trek Esports through without a fight, and sure enough, he's holding the inside, not letting them go. Really trying to bully that 33 car out wide and give their teammates some breathing room, and give him breathing room he has. Great teamwork there for the Impulse Racing cars amongst their different classes. And I have a feeling that Trek Esports is going to be fuming. They went from being within 0.2 of a second to being a second plus back in the span of about half a lap because of all of that chaos.
It has worked out slightly well there. Oh, that was a lock-up as well from Trek Esports, who will lose even more time. The gap will expand to 1.5 seconds now. The sport category, by the way, is getting pretty close as well. 2.5 seconds there. Giovanni Romano may not be out of the water just yet for the lead there. Florian von Minkowitz is the Team Huisingveld GT4. They're just about to dispatch now into the final corner. He's just under 10 seconds back from the lead, probably too far back with the amount of laps we have remaining in this one. But it's certainly still on in the Porsche Cup category. You get the feeling, though, that Lorenzo, that Impulse Racing are just able to deal with the traffic a little bit better each time it comes along. And it seems that when they are in traffic, Impulse always exit with a 1.5 second lead or something similar. Although then again, it does go both ways, as the famous saying goes.
Yeah, traffic give it and traffic take it. In this situation, I think I'm pretty much going to agree with you. Impulse is just handling very well. I don't think Pascal is getting cars on the wrong spots. He's not being heavily pressured and trying to make any risky moves. He's kind of like passing the ball into Trax Visceros and Maniti's court. So he's playing it real smart. But then again, there's the thing of not overdriving the Porsche, because if you drive the Porsche, especially at a time like this, you don't come back. You don't have a chance to fight back, as Trek has some sort of an issue. Opens up for Visceral. Visceral goes on the outside. He's gonna have the inside on the corner for turn number 10 here, Ewan, but that move is sealed. What happened to Trek?
That was weird. It was just a mistake on their own, really, that allowed Vince Peters back through again. So the gap grows to 2 seconds. Pedro Berger really does need to get on with this, though, if he's going to try and chase down Impulse, because he's letting that gap grow more and more and more, and he's giving himself less and less time to actually close it and then make the move as well. Let's not forget there's only 15 laps to go at the end of this one, and so he is running out of time. Out the final corner, he's still just kind of sat there waiting. More than half a second is his gap back to Trek Esports, who might just come back at Vince Peters right here. Van Handel doesn't want to remain in third place for much longer. Is he going to stick behind? It looks like he is. So maybe here, Nolan, with the gap growing over 2 seconds for the first time in a while, the three of them have decided we actually do need to help each other out, at least for a few moments, while so the impulse don't get too far away.
The problem is you can only really help each other out in the longer straights, so from the hairpin up to 300R and really down the pit straight. Other than that, you're only working against each other due to all the dirty air. Don't forget all that lap traffic. That's going to be more than in the way as well. They have ridden a little bit. It's down to 1.7 seconds, but the gap is still very much up there, and I think it'll be a little bit of a tough ask for them to be able to work their way up so far, especially since it only takes one car from Alpine Stars Geodesic Races to already break up second and third place as Trek Esports works his way around the outside line at 300R, and Medici Race is going to follow suit with this one as well. On the bind is right behind Vince Peters in the Visceral Esports number 96 Porsche 911 as we continue to work our way through what has been a very long but exciting race, and now catch lap traffic at the worst possible point on the racetrack.
Oh, a lot of smoke as well in the final sector here for some reason. Maybe somebody's got around, possibly. Doesn't look too bad. As Azatec Simsports Visceral just have to duck and dive through. That involves the sport leader as well, of course. And Giovanni Romano has done a good job to get through there, but his gap's only just over a second. We're about to see a leading battle in sport as well here, Lorenzo. We could have two leading battles in the final 15 laps of this race. That really would be remarkable.
And remember when I said that if there's a guy that could catch up to Giovanni, it might be John Betafor? Well, it just proves why I think he's one of the best guys to drive GT4s. He's one of the fastest ones as well, as we still see all the Visceral Track and Mini cars being close to one another as they're going to overlap the Frischli 4 TCR. But it's going to become interesting. You still have more than 23 minutes left remaining on the clock. Of course, about 13 laps and a half on still to go. Overall, I don't think it's gonna come down to the wire, in my opinion. I'm not gonna pick a favorite over here because I already killed the other Alpine Stars geodesic car early on, so I'm gonna reserve myself.
We'll see how it gets on. Two McLarens though leading in sport. That's the big surprise. The fact that there's a battle at this stage is not too much of a surprise as Fiercely Forward get right to the field. That's Fiercely Forward getting right in the way there of Geodesic, flashing the lights to show a little bit of displeasure with that, but they'll get through easily enough. And now there's some in-class lap traffic to negotiate. That is Fiercely Forward as well. Wonder if they're negotiating some kind of photo opportunity, or they were earlier. Probably not at this stage. Still a long way to go, but there's no doubt about this gap coming down. Giovanni Romano will be looking over his shoulder again and again, and he will see the same sight every time. The McLaren bearing down on him and getting larger in the mirrors again. Hoisting Velda now 8.5 seconds adrift of this fight. They're going to run out of time to get involved, and they're not really catching that much anyway. So it's between these two McLarens, but the momentum here, Nolan, is certainly with Geodesic.
Going to make another peek to the inside of one of the other Alpine Stars Geodesic. I believe that's going to be one of the other cars down to the turn number 1 as we continue to work our way out through now turn 3. A little bit behind on my end. Apologies for that. I got myself crossed up. But you still have these cars still trying to get closer and closer. And once again, John Betafor has reeled in under a second to one Giovanni Romano, but he has to be able to get up and make that pass. You can tell he's pushing hard as he runs super wide out of turn number 5. Have to be careful not to go too far out, or you could risk that slowdown penalty, but he's escaped it so far. Gap is going to close down to 1/10 of a second by the time they hit turn number 10. Right in front of them, we got the Impulse Racing 222 touring car. Could that potentially play a factor into how this huge ass car gets held up?
It could well do. There's still plenty more before this race ends, of course, in terms of traffic. We're going to see a lot more. On board, though, with the Geodesic McLaren, it's easy to see that this is the car with the momentum right now. And arguably the faster one out of the two today as well. Don't forget they were leading 1 and 2 with RSR before the safety car that has really defined this race. Before then, it was really about those two teams. They had to fight their way through a good deal of traffic to Geodesic, but they've done that. Now they're right back involved again. We'll be getting a little bit of a slipstream. They'll be gaining a little bit. They'll be moving down the inside with Romano. And one of the Impulse TCRs, that was close. Then he went straight to the back of the Liper Esports Porsche Cup car. And now we're going to see if Geodesic have got the legs to get through into turn 3. Oh, there's a bit of defending there for Impulse. Always a worrying one there, Lorenzo, when some of the slower cars begin to actually defend from the faster ones in multi-class traffic, but luckily that one worked out fine.
In a corner that for entry normally benefits the TCRs a little bit if they kind of go side by side and the speed favors the GT4s. But yeah, man, it's at least traffic is being a little bit more forgiving for the GT4s, whereas for pickups it's been a little bit more tough for you to try to handle and try to break away. So let's see how this goes through. Meanwhile, Manini into P3, now challenge Visceral for P2.
Nice move from Maniti finally. There they are. Trek Esports down to 4th. The gap to Pascal Costa continues to expand though. So Pedro Berger needs to do this quickly. He will do. He'll duck to the inside already on Vince Peters. The two of them side by side over the line. Absolutely neck and neck between them. Berger's going to get his nose in front now. Trek Esports maybe will try and follow. But it's going to be an easy one for Pedro Berger to get this one done on the brakes. As I said, Sim Sports Visceral will have to cope with 3rd place just for now. You get the feeling that those two are going to fight over the remaining spot on the podium while Pedro Berger tries to close in on Pascal Costa here, Nolan, but with 11 laps to go, including this one, 3.5 seconds is a very big gap.
It's a very big gap indeed, but it's not an impossible one. They just have to try to work together, but at this point in time, I think they're a bit done with wanting to work together, and they're wanting to just fight it out with each other as well. Because every single lap, the chances of them getting closer to Impulse Racing and taking that race lead continue to grow slimmer and slimmer. I'm thinking the only point now would be if Impulse Racing either has some sort of major checkup or if they have a spin. Those are really the only two possible cases at this point in time. These guys are going to be continuing to fight it out like this, and they're still able to stay nice and close because when one makes their way around one lap car, the others simply follow through on the same line. I mean, watch what they're going to do here with the Archer Brothers 115 as it'll be...
Oh!
Thought it would be to the outside line, so Dominici going to cut it back to the inside, and looks like this will actually break up this pack a little bit. The 30 is going to go outside, and
oh my god,
96 to the outside,
wow,
and make that a spot for Trek Esports. How's that for a pass?
That was an amazing move from Niels van Handel, who gets through onto the podium again. It might not matter in the end, but that move was unbelievable. Down the inside, free wide he went. He's struggling for straight line speed a little bit, so he's going to lose out again, I think, in this fight for the podium. But inside of free wide, either side of lap traffic, into 3rd place very briefly. Vince Peters will be back into 3rd now, into turn number 1. He overtakes the Trek Esports car fairly easily there, Lorenzo, but that one's going to go down in his highlight reel, you'd have no doubt.
Yeah, I didn't expect the cars to go like Moses instead of the with Moses being the TCR and then seeing the CB split by 2 Porsches riding the waves or something like that. I'm slightly surprised that the track kind of pulled that move for starters, and of course just good to see at the end of the day because Vince first had the draft and just had the better exits, but nevertheless that is going to the highlight reel.
It certainly is. It doesn't matter that he lost the position again within seconds. It was still a very impressive move. Pascal Costa is having an impressive drive out front right now as well. 4.5 seconds to Pedro Berger. It may be a gap that's not coming back with only 9 laps to go. This gap is coming back though. Romano versus Butchford for this race win in the sport category. Geodesic down the inside, they look towards the inside. They're not going to break just late into turn 10 on this occasion, Nolan, but the pass surely has to be coming. It's a long time for Giovanni Romano to hold on to this place.
Sooner or later, this is going to come to fruition. You know these guys can't hang on to these spots forever. Not if Betafer wants to go for the race win. Quarter of a second, make that now 3/10, separated them. The gap will fluctuate as we run through these last couple of corners. There's the move to the inside of the final turn, but he can't get alongside, trying to force the huge ass car wide. Takes the sausage curve, but is going to manage to not launch the car to the air like we saw Porsche do earlier on. Betafer now has that long drafting run all the way down this pit straightaway, but he's got lap cars trying to get around him. Closing still as they cross start-finish line. Betafer making that look to the inside. Side by side with Romano. Down towards turn number 1. It's a drag race. Romano breaks that little bit later. Will that be enough to hang on? Betafer still holds the inside lane. We're still 2 abreast as we exit turn number 2. Down for 3. You've got a Porsche right behind them. Fraser Smith wants to find a way through an ATRS, and we're still 2 wide through turn number 3, and gonna be 2 wide again up through 100R.
Through 100R, Romano is not going to have the grip for that, and so Geodesic are going to be back into the lead once again. Impressed, though, with how Romano was able to put up a fight for quite so long there. Thought he was going to lift off and maybe try and come again on the next lap, but he realises that it's now or never, really, in terms of defending this lead. He needs to defend from the front and try and hold on. He hasn't really got the pace to stay with Geodesic at this stage in the race. He's got to stay with him as much as possible. He's got to stay in front of Geodesic as much as he possibly can, and so his job made a lot more difficult. The gap grows to half a second already through the final chicanes, through the final sections of the lap they're going to go, and Romano needs really good speed through here if he wants to just stay with Geodesic. The gap grows to 6/10. It's possibly too big already. A little bit of a half defense there from Geodesic into the final corner. Although there are a lot of lines you can choose. Out of the final turn. And just below 7/10 of a second is the gap, but it's not close enough for Romano to get anywhere near into turn number 1. You get the feeling, Lorenzo, that that might be it, because Geodesic do look stronger.
They do look strong, and I was actually looking at the messages over here, and I didn't bring this up, and kind of makes sense of what our fellow commentator Adam Crane was actually talking about. Sometimes that the brakes from the McLaren, from the huge ass team, looks a little bit more sketchy than usual, whereas the brakes for John look like it is more planted. The car is planted towards the ground, and that makes a lot of difference. If it is sketchy, that even that slight wiggle kills a little bit of the momentum on the rears, also kills the wear on the rears, and makes the car a little bit more difficult for you to extract time and be more consistent. That's why I said again, I said before, if there's a guy that can cut the difference, would be John. Make the overtake might have been John, and now we might see Alpine Star Geodesic GT4 breakaway, and meanwhile Vistro back to P3.
Yeah, nice fight for third place still going on. It's going to be pretty academic by the end, but it's good fun to watch for now. 7 laps to go as they get over the line here. As Ingersoll have found the wall somewhere. That's a horrific amount of damage on the front of their car. Either way, Vince Peters is on the defensive once again from Van Handel. What tricks does he have up his sleeve this time? Outside line at turn 1. Both of them so late on both of them too late on the brakes.
Jeez.
Vince Peters goes way off, and in the end he's going to lose third place very convincingly there to Trek Esports. As I said, Nolan, it won't matter by the end of this, but it's a very entertaining fight, and Vince Peters tried too hard to defend his place into turn 1 there.
Tried too hard, and I mean, hey, it still ended up being a good fight, and I think Handel just barely was able to hang on to that one, so he'll be up now to third place. But it's going to be a tough fight from here. He still has 4 seconds up to second place driver. Medici Racing, I don't think he's going to be able to get his way up there prior to the end of this race, not with less than 10 laps to go. At this point in time, I think he's just going to have to try to defend for third and see if he can walk away from here with the podium.
Yeah, we'll see as we go back to the TCR leader now. Team Huisingveld have got 17 seconds. Their restart was incredible. And ever since everybody else behind was able to get themselves organised, the gap was just way too big. Team Huisingveld looking like they're going to kick off this season where they left off last. 3 wins for them in the final 3 races last season got them the championship. They're going to kick off this season with a victory on this occasion. Looked like Impulse were going to do it for 2 years in a row earlier on, but they have dropped to 3rd and 5th in this race. But we're going to see a great TCR championship, I feel, here, Nolan, over the course of this season. I think we are in all 3 championships, Gerard, because I don't feel like we've learned an awful lot about these teams during this race, because the safety car has made the order so skewed compared to how these teams have actually performed.
It was a very, very straightforward race until that safety car hit, and from there, this race just went off the rails, and that is what I love about safety cars. It really inspires just a new order of chaos to take over the racetrack, and that's what we're seeing here in this race down here today, as we still have battles shaking up everywhere as we continue to round our way closer and closer towards that checkered flag. Side by side at the moment for the battle for 6th place over in your Cup class. In the sprint down towards turn number 3, you've got so many drivers that have yet to decide how these are going to shake on up. And I have to wonder what the points are going to look like coming out of today's race, because it's definitely not going to be what we expected coming on over into tonight.
Well, and we'll have the half points at half distance to factor in, so I don't think even with this win, well, maybe with the win, Huysingveld would get the championship lead, but they weren't really anywhere at the halfway stage. I just wonder how many points they will have lost out on a result of that, because last season they were rarely outside the top 3 at the halfway stage when they eventually went on to win, but they certainly were this time. So it remains to be seen where they're going to end up after all of that. The Maniti TCR, for whatever reason, really going pretty slowly here. Just on the back of the Olympus Esports TCR, or not too far behind them anyway. That's one of the Brabham Esports TCRs as well involved. All of these teams on all kinds of different laps, as the Sport Calgary battle for the win here, Lorenzo's not quite over. I thought it would have been, but Geodesic haven't been able to put this one to bed.
I said that Giovanni had a little bit of a chance. He can, if he stays behind the draft and work out that difference just marginally. And I don't think RSR is going to factor in, because I really don't think he really wants to overtake both leaders while they're trying to battle for the lead with 3 laps to go. The thing is, where does Romano go for the overtake? Where does Giovanni go for that overtake, right? Because he's running out of options, and the gap seems constant, right? He's not closing, he's not getting away, so it's becoming a little bit of a, where do you commit? Because you can commit as much as you want right now. If you commit and just overshot the corner, you're not going to lose a lot of time, because while it's happening behind them, the gap is just too huge of to consider for something.
It is.
And, Team Huysingveld is pitting. Uh-oh.
Team Huysingveld in from 3rd place. I think they, the 3rd place, so they couldn't make it on fuel. And that makes me worry a little bit for some of the other teams, like HBDS Academy particularly, who were only in 1 lap later. There they go. It was a very short fuel fill. Well, I say short, 10 seconds, that's what they needed to get to the end of this race. Remains to be seen, Nolan, whether any other teams are going to be in danger of that, because those who pitted right before the safety car are going to be pretty stretched at this stage.
Still is a chance for there to be several pit stops out even before the end of this race one. Yeah, but hopefully we'll be seeing everybody be good to the end. But it wouldn't be the first time we've seen these races decided on some really wild fuel mileage. It really goes to show that fuel is always going to be one of those factors that you can never really be too safe on. If you're even too safe, even then, you're still not safe enough in so many regards. I've had some cases where I've ran out of fuel after I thought I had enough fuel.
And the problem is for Hardpoint by Delta Sport, the problem is they cannot lift and coast. They cannot do that. They're relegated to race hard and fair against David Barracloud, because they're fighting for 3rd. They're on the main straight, and there's a chance that Hardpoint's coming into the pit, so they're gonna lose 3rd place to Torque Freak. So Torque Freak is gonna inherit that P3 at the end of the day.
2 changes on the podium in the final 5 laps. So Huizinga pit from third, and also so do HBDS. Oh, someone's blown an engine here. Wonder what all this smoke was about. Someone's blown an engine. It's Ingersoll Rand, who have not had a good race. A great qualifying has turned into a pretty big disaster in the race, and there's all sorts of smoke going everywhere now, in front of the leaders in the sport as well. Romano needs to be careful not to end up straight in the back of that TCR there. He's managed to do it. Going out high and wide. Here's the replay. Nice to be sit. Oh, it does look there, Nolan, as if he shifted down too early.
I didn't think that was something that was possible to do in the touring cars, but I'm not even sure it was that, because I went in the car and he didn't even downshift too early. I mean, downshift just right, but you see he does have a little bit of damage on the front end. I wonder if the engine just overheated.
Well, maybe the two go hand in hand, really. But you could be right. The engine could have just overheated and expired on him there. Looks like that might be what has happened. As the fight for the lead in sport is not quite over just yet. Still going at a decent pace, to be fair. But as RSR come in from the sport category, they're quite a long way down now. But either way, interesting to see just how many teams are needing an extra stop here in the final laps of this race. Not a big gap at the lead here in sport. Romano goes deep under brakes there, Lorenzo. 3 laps to go, including this one. It's going to be a very, very nervy final 3 laps for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be tricky for them to negotiate at the end of the day. Who's gonna make that overtake? Just coming back to the TCR stuff, for me, slightly surprising, just like Nolan said, to see that being done in TCRs, because I think they have downshift protection, if I recall correctly. You cannot overly aggressive. Go over aggressive on the downshifting, and unless you go from 6th into 1st gear in a way that the RPM is just so low that you try to stack it up quickly. So it's weird.
It is a slightly strange one, to be said, but either way, it's happened now, unfortunately, for them. And they're going to have to get repairs, possibly for the end of the race. They're not going to cross the line, are they? But they've completed enough to get classified. So that'll be all right. 2 laps to go at the line for these two, as a Porsche Cup car just splits the difference in between them right now. Oh, Huizinga right across the curbs there in the lead of TCR. But just 2 laps to go as they get to the line here. Geodesic in control. But there may be just one final attack here, Nolan. There's certainly enough time for Romano to size this one up and give it one more go.
Two laps left to go in the 700 kilometers of Fuji. It has been a long time that these guys have been underway. Fatigue has got to be setting in by now, but yet, despite all of this, Giovanni Romano still holding strong, still within the second of Alpinestars Geodesic Racing, but the gap is continuing to build. I have a feeling it will be here in the hands of John Bedford at the end of this race as we continue to work our way through 100R for the penultimate time. Meanwhile, for race leader, it will be the final lap, this time by, as Impulse Racing will take the white flag.
And hopefully for them, they'll take the checker flag first as well. Don't quite know who's going to be taking the checker flag first here, though. Geodesic and Hugh Jass have been fighting it out, especially for the last hour and a half or so. Post-safety car, it's been a close fight between these two. But 7 temps just looks like it might be that little bit too much. Romano looks a bit too far back at this point, Lorenzo. He needed a big lap here, and he hasn't had it, unfortunately.
No, and I don't think he's going to be able to try to overcommit and try to get that really strong lap as they're going to open up the final lap right now. He's going to, if he wants to do something, he has to totally commit and do something radically crazy. Get a really good exit over here. Make sure the draft works your way, but I think the wing on John's car is a little bit lower than Hugh Jass's car, so it might give him a little bit of an edge on the straights. But nevertheless, it's got a huge pun, partially intended, result for the Hugh Jass team at the end of the day.
Huge result for both teams. If things stay as they are, Romano goes deep under brakes into turn 1, but he won't do it there. Meanwhile, out the final corner, it's Impulse Racing. A little bit of luck with the safety car gave them an advantage. However, they made sure to press it home, and just in behind one of their TCR entries, it's going to be victory in the first round of the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA. Here for Impulse Racing ahead of Maniti Racing by just over 5 seconds in this race. Further behind, it's remaining up for grabs here in the sport category. Less than half a second between these two at the moment. Geodesic and Hujas going to fight this one right towards the very end. That's TCR going to get right out of the way of both of them. They know what's at stake here for both of these teams. Going to break early as well. You just look towards the inside. They're going to break late. They're not going to be able to do it there. It's going to have to be a really, really late one for them. They've had a nice run off the chicane. Oh, wide a little bit from Geodesic. They have to defend into the final sector of this race. Final moments after 700 kilometres. These two absolutely neck and neck for the win here. We go on board with Giovanni Romano, who's trying to pull off a miracle for his team right now. Will he dive it at the last corner? Will he go for the exit and the drag to the line? It looks like he's going for the latter, but Geodesic have just about done enough. They've got a good exit off of the final turn. They'll weave around to break the slipstream. It's 4 temps. They'll want the line to come as quickly as possible. Romano's not quite going to get there. It's going to be Geodesic who are going to take the victory here in the 700 kilometres of Fuji. After all this racing, less than 3 tenths of a second separate them, as it's a much bigger margin in TCR. Team Hoisingveld will kick off where they left off from last season with a victory here at Fuji. It was an absolute race to the line there, Nolan, but in the end, Geodesic got the sport win by only 3 tenths of a second.
I'm going to be brutally honest here. If these weren't sport cars and these were stock cars, I can guarantee we would have seen a bump and run right there. But that was exactly what you want to see. Was it a close race? Yes. Did it have a photo finish? No. But it had hard racing and clean racing. Both drivers were fair to each other, and they made sure to leave each other space and not do each other dirty. That was absolutely the way to race for a win there. That was absolutely incredible, and huge congratulations to Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing for winning the season opener for the 700 kilometers of Fuji in the sport category. That was a legendary fight.
A fantastic fight between those teams, but in the end, Geodesic will be taking the victory. Maybe a little bit disappointed with only 4th place in the standings last season. They won the opener 1 year ago. They've won the opener again. Unfortunately, a couple of DNFs in the back half of the season did for them, but 2 race wins last season. They're well on their way to doing that all over again. Fantastic driving from Geodesic once again to take victory in the sport category. Let's take a look, though, at the results in full. Just over 5 seconds between Impulse Racing and Maniti Racing at the end there. Niels van Handel taking Trek Esports to a 3rd place ahead of Vince Peters, who really fell off towards the end with those tyres. Lipa Esports round out the top 5. The 2 Orion Race Team cars were 6th and 7th ahead of ATRS Esports. Disappointed with their best performing car finishing down in 8th after their race. WS Racing Esports 9th ahead of Hell Racers, who will round out the top 10. Down in 11th place, it was Just Payment Esports, and then the other ATRS Esports car, Aztec Esports, SimSports, Visceral finished 13th out of SimCity Racing, and then those that didn't finish, Kairos Esports, RPC Esports, Sabelt Esports, and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, all failed to make it to the flag. In sport, it was that really close fight between Geodesic and Hujas. In the end, 2 McLarens 1-2. 3 tenths of a second separate them, with Top Freak Racing rounding off the podium. Eclipse Racing still managed to finish in the top 5 after their spin into the wall. SimCity Racing's debut in this category has gone very well with a top 5 for them. Impulse Racing 6th ahead of Team Hoisingveld, with Just Payment Esports finishing in 8th ahead of 5-Star Motorsport and HBDS Academy. After their late stop, they finish in 10th. Down in 11th in that sport category, it was Sapphire Sims for Alpha, who we didn't get to see much of today. They were 1 lap down. SRA Motorsports, a couple of laps down with Fitzy forward. Archer Brothers managed to finish in 14th. RSR were down in 15th by the end, despite a pole position today. Best Aston Martin all the way down in 16th, unfortunately. Ingersoll Rand with that late damage finished down in 17th, despite taking the safety car restart first. Huge ups were in the team ahead of SRA Motorsports and German Sim Racing, who were the only GT4 not to get to the end. Finally down in TCR, and it's well, there's a couple more. There you are, Fizzy Forward and SRA Motorsports. In TCR, it was Team Huizinveld who took a really commanding victory in the end ahead of RSR by Buttkicker and Impulse Racing, who were disappointed to have their best performing car only third. SRP Racing Team were fourth ahead of the other Impulse car. Geodesic sixth ahead of the first of the Hondas in seventh. Brabham Esports, Beniti Racing and Olympus Esports round out the top 10. We did manage to get an Audi into the top 10 at last. Finally, in 11th, it was Big One Club, who got lapped very late on there by those sport leaders. Managed to mind out the way nicely. Late engine blow for Ingersoll Rand got them to 12th. Brabham Esports were 13th on the same lap as Fiercely Forward. Full Centre Racing and Tri Racing failed to make the checkered flag. Well, there it is. A great race at Fuji. IVRA's first race at Fuji, and it did not disappoint at all. Couple of interviews to run through before the evening is out. And so we will first of all bring in the sport category victors. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing winning in that category. And we'll bring in winning driver John Butterford, who took that car to the line. Welcome, John. Good to have you here once again. A really intense fight between you and Hugh just towards the end of that race. Just talk us through those final few laps or so that saw you separated by so little.
Yeah, it was a good battle with Giovanni. It was a lot of fun to kind of track him down. I got some help from lap traffic for sure to help close that gap, and then it was just getting a good run of that last corner for the long straightaway.
That race seemed to me to change so much at the safety car period. It really switched around the order quite a lot. What have you learned though today about the ClubSport series here this season? Because I'm feeling from a commentary perspective, we've not really learned that much about who's really to watch out for and who's up there. It's just been a bit all over the place for the final hour and a half or so. Would you say you have a bit more of a handle on what this championship is going to look like for the rest of the season?
I think it's a little too early to say how it's going to shake out, but I think there's a lot of good competition in the sport class. I think a lot of people race really clean, so it was kind of fun. That safety car definitely did flip the field, so that made it more interesting. It was just really poor timing for I think a lot of the sport drivers as far as fuel left to get through the safety car period. So it definitely made it interesting.
It certainly did, and we're in for a very interesting season. Congratulations on getting the season off to the best possible start, John. Yeah, we'll let you go to celebrate. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing victorious in the sport category. We are now going to go to the overall winners in Impulse Racing, and Pascal Costa, who took that car over the line. Pascal, welcome to the booth as well. 5 seconds was the margin at the end, but it all came down to that safety car and the hour and a half or so afterwards. What were you feeling about your chances as the safety car came out and you realised that you were going to be able to take the field to the green once again?
Yeah, it was a very good timed stop, I guess. We stopped right before the safety car. We were on our outlap, I guess, when the safety car happened. So we didn't lose that much time. If it would have been 3 or 4 laps later, we would have suffered from that, but yeah, it all worked out pretty well. In the last stint, we took a full service because I could punch a gap between me and P2. So yeah, we made that decision knowing that the other car, the Manetti car, has to fuel a bit less, that we stay still in front, and then after that it was just pushing until the end. Yeah.
Absolutely, and you managed to get a 5-second victory by the end. What have you learned, though, about this championship and how it's going to pan out for the rest of the season here in this race? Does this race, I guess, mean that safety cars are going to be really important and they're going to define races? What do you think is going to be the pattern of races this season?
Yeah, it depends on the track. The past 2 seasons, we saw that a safety car can change everything. If something happens right before the end, you have a bad track position for it, the other team has younger tires and maybe fueled enough because they were on a different strategy. They're on your back after that, or in front of you if you have to pit, and it can change the whole race. Depends on when it happens. In Mid Ohio would be a track that is very tidy, and it is very hard there with multi-class. So maybe there we should see 2 or 3 safety car.
Absolutely, it's going to be an exciting season for sure. Congratulations, though, Pascal, on getting the victory here at Fuji. We'll let you go and celebrate. So congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the broadcast. Thanks, IVRA, for the good race. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much. Pascal Costa, victorious here with Impulse Racing at Fuji. And finally, in TCR, Fabian Siegmann joins us now. Nice win for Team Hoistingville, kicking off where you left off from last season, Fabian. I mean, the gap was very big at the end of that race. Were you surprised, though, that you were able to build such a margin so quickly on that restart?
Yeah, thanks. So, no, it was quite a surprise that we could pull up the gap so quick. I think in TCR we all had some different kind of tire strategies during the caution, and ours was obviously quite good. So we had pace from the very first lap and could wreck the drafts and then drive away. That was quite nice.
Absolutely, but before that, you were very much in the pack, and you were struggling maybe a little bit. What was that down to? Because we didn't see very much of you in the first half of the race. Were you struggling with anything in particular, or were you just stuck in traffic, I guess?
Not just things didn't really went for us. So we had a penalty during quali, and then there was a 10-second penalty in the race, and we served a 25-second penalty because we lost communication with our driver. That's why we were pretty much on the back foot, and without the safety car we would have been nowhere. So really the safety car was very good for us.
Absolutely, you made the best use of it as well. So congratulations on that. We'll let you go now and celebrate, but thanks very much for coming to talk to us, and congratulations.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks very much. Fabian Siegmann there from Team Hoistingveld, winners here at Fuji. Well, for IVRA's first ever race here at Fuji Speedway, it turned out to be a very good one indeed. Thanks very much to everybody who's been tuned in here this afternoon. It's been a pleasure being along with you. I've been Yoda Lewy, Nolan Redbull has been alongside me, Lorenzo Bonda as well, Tyler Maxson behind the cameras along with Hugo Louise as well in this broadcast here tonight. But IVRA's first ever race at Fuji is over. The HyperX ClubSport Series will roll on later on in November for the 700 kilometres of Interlagos. That will be on RaceSpotTV as well on the 19th of November, so make sure you tune in for that. Until then, or until one of our other broadcasts coming up this weekend, we'll see you very soon. It's goodbye for now.